soft amber-like glow. I turned back and smirked when I saw Dad's eyes bulging in surprise. Unable to help myself, the smug face my friends claimed I had slipped out. Deciding to tease him a bit, I said in a confused tone, "I thought you said this would be difficult." Dad gaped at me for a moment before he realized I was needling him. Sniffing proudly, he replied, "I must be an amazing teacher." Before I could reply, he turned my attention back towards the mug. "You're only halfway done. Try to see if you can add a simple charm before the effects fade." 10 minutes later, I shot my dad an annoyed look. As it turns out, getting a spell to attach to the amber spell successfully was difficult. My freezing charm kept sliding right off. Frowning, I turned to my dad, who was watching me in amusement. "What am I doing wrong?" "I told you, enchanting is more of an art," Dad explained. "You're trying to force it, like a hammer beating on a nail. You need a subtle touch. Think of a potter molding clay. Keep trying. From the looks of the amber glow, I would say you have a few hours before it fades away." While I went back to trying to figure out how to attach a freezing charm to the mug, Dad started doing his work trying to figure out how to work in the slipstream charm. I found it a little ironic that we had essentially assigned each other homework. Keeping Dad's advice in mind, I changed my approach. I tried dozens of different ideas. Discarding the ones that failed, I persisted. As I had learned over the years, failing at something could teach me as much as succeeding. Each failure taught me a different approach, and sooner or later, I would figure it out. Glaces. 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 I froze in surprise at my last attempt. I had finally got the spell to attach to the mug. "I did it," I crowed triumphantly. Dad looked up from his workbench in surprise. Wandering over, he picked up the mug and started examining it. Dad murmured something, waved his wand over the mug, and the amber light faded away. Aguamenti. A small stream of water poured out of the tip of his wand and filled the mug. Dad picked up the mug and closely examined the contents before showing me the results. "What were you going for?" he curiously asked. "A mug that keeps a drink cold at all times," I replied. As soon as he brought the mug closer to me, I immediately recognized a problem. The water inside the mug had utterly frozen solid. Not missing a beat, I changed my story. What I meant to say was that I was trying to make an ice maker. Dad let out a hearty laugh. "Don't be embarrassed. It took me weeks to do my first enchantment. I'm more surprised that you got a spell to stick rather than it not working as intended." "What went wrong?" I asked. Dad shrugged. "It could have been 100 things. Enchanting isn't like other magical disciplines. There is a lot of leeway in how you apply charms. You have to figure out what works for you." "How do I do that?" Dad wagged his eyebrows at me. "By experimenting." He paused for a moment as a thought occurred to him. "Just don't do it at home where your mother can see you." As I promised him I wouldn't, the image of a certain tower popped into my head. I had the perfect place where I could play. I mean experiment. Chapter 98. Later that evening, I was, for lack of a better term, playing with my mug ice maker. I couldn't help but think that a whole new world of magic had opened up to me. I had a ton of ideas floating through my head, some of which were probably impossible. But, I was looking forward to discovering whether they were feasible or not firsthand. I had to admit that in my parents' silent contest trying to get me to prefer podiwinning or charm crafting, Dad had taken a commanding lead. There was just something cool about taking an idea for an enchantment and experimenting to get it to work. While potions were useful, they just weren't as interesting as charm crafting. "Alex." I almost jumped as I heard Mum call my name. I glanced over at Athena, who was lounging on my bed. "She knows," I whispered. It was like Mum had a superpower. Anytime I was thinking something I knew she would disapprove of, she would call out for me. She must have somehow sensed my thought that potions weren't as interesting as charms. Before my mind could run away with panic, Mum called out, "Come on down, Alex. It's dinner time." I let out a sigh of relief. She doesn't know. Of course, my relief was short-lived. The second I saw Dad's face at dinner, I knew he was going to spill the beans and brag to Mum. On a side note, I now know who I inherited my smug look from. "Honey," Dad said, trying to get Mom's attention. Mum looked over at him and raised an eyebrow at seeing his smug face. Wary of falling into a trap, she cautiously said, "What is it?" Annoyingly wagging his dark brown eyebrows, "Guess what our son did?" he said in a sing-songy voice. Mum started towards me, but I looked away before our eyes could meet. Whatever was about to happen, I wanted no part in it. Unable to glean any answers from me, she reluctantly turned her gaze back towards Dad, who gave her a playful wink. "What did he do?" she said through a forced smile. "Oh, nothing much," Dad remarked while waving his hand casually. "He just created a spell that is going to revolutionize the world of flying." Not sure if he was kidding, Mum turned to me and asked, "Alex, What's he talking about? I don't know why, but my cheeks turned red. A little embarrassed at Dad's description of my spell, I mumbled, I sorta made a spell that can increase the speed of any broom by 25%. Mum blinked silently in surprise. She got up and scooped me up in a bear hug. That's amazing, she gushed. My baby is so talented. Mum, I grumbled while trying to extract myself from her tentacled grasp. Across the table, Dad smirked at Mum, I guess we know who Alex takes after. He's got charm crafting talent running through his veins. I winced. Why, Dad? Why would you say that? That's like waving a bloody cow in front of a dragon. You know the dragon will devour the cow. And I have this awful feeling that I'm the cow in this scenario. The only indication Mum gave to Dad's was tightening her grip. Ignoring Dad completely, she said, Alex, how about tomorrow, you spend the day with me down in my brewing room? It will be just like old times. You can tell me all about your spell while we work. I even have a few ideas for a new potion. Well, it's not a new potion, more of a modification. Mum continued to ramble about how much fun we would have experimenting with new potions. I shot Dad a bitter look and inwardly grumbled, you son of a bitch, this is all your fault. There is nothing fun or pleasant about experimenting with new potions. It's like playing Russian roulette with chaos magic. You never know what might happen. It could be anything from liquid fire exhaling out deadly fumes or an acid that erodes through the cauldron and eats a hole open in the basement floor. And those are some of the more pleasant options. Let us not forget the Day of Slime. A day which will forever be held in infamy in the House of Folly. I swear, sometimes I still have nightmares about being consumed by a slime monster. Even though Mum quickly vanished the slime and still to this day claims that it wasn't sentient and was just your normal run-of-the-mill slime. I know what I felt, that slime was pure evil. It tried to eat me. One doesn't forget what it's like to be almost eaten by a slime monster. It was almost as bad as the greenhouse incident. No, bad Alex. Don't even think about the greenhouse incident. Mum couldn't get me to go anywhere near her lab for a month after the Day of Slime, and it was the last time I ever volunteered to help with her experiments. That's Rebecca's problem now, or at least it was until Dad started bragging. What I'm trying to say is don't play around with potions. Stick with the formulas, and you will be fine, and if you don't, well, don't say I didn't warn you. Thankfully, the next day passed without incident. Of course, it goes without saying that I had my wand nearby, just in case. Before I knew it, it was the weekend, and it was time for the local dueling tournament. I decided to stick with the same group I was in last year. While I hadn't practiced as much as I did last year, I was still on top of my game as I took first in the 4th year division. Unlike me, Anna had thrown herself into dueling, and her skills had significantly increased. She dominated the 3rd year division, and we would both be moving on to the international competition in the spring. Hopefully, things would go better for me than it did the previous year. With the tournament out of the way, I spent my free time in my secret tower. Anton's library had some impressive tomes on enchantment. When I was younger, these books had made no sense to me. But, now that my foundation in magic was more robust, they were more useful. The more I studied, the more I realized I had been underestimating charms. Charms had always come easy to me, and that led me to underestimate them. Now, I understood that I was merely scratching the surface of what a talented charm crafter could do. I had always felt that mastering transfiguration was the mark of a talented wizard. But, I was coming to see that charms more than held its own against transfiguration. The big difference between the two magical disciplines was that transfiguration was strict and charms was flexible. Mastering transfiguration will allow you to accomplish many amazing things, but you have to follow strict rules. It's a magical discipline that is almost scientific in nature. Charms, on the other hand, allow for a great deal of flexibility. Two people could cast the same charm and come up with varying results. My mug ice maker is a perfect example of the wide-ranging variance in which a charm could be used. My original intent was to produce a mug that constantly kept the contents chilled, but I ended up with a mug that would freeze the contents. It wasn't that I somehow failed, but rather that I applied the charm in such a way that it did not work as intended. A master charm crafter like Dad could probably use a simple charm in a dozen different ways, each producing a slightly different effect. That's why I didn't view my first attempt at enchanting as a failure. It merely opened my eyes to the many different ways to apply a single charm. Looking back, I'm a little embarrassed that I thought I had fully mastered all the charms below the newt level when it was now clear to me that I only had a superficial understanding. The magical discipline of charms is like a clear pool of water. From the outside, it looks shallow. But, once you dive in, you discover that it's a deep pool of water hiding many mysteries. Never one to back down from a challenge, I was looking forward to wading in and plumbing the depths and learning the mysteries of charm crafting. I knew right away that this wouldn't be like my other projects. I wasn't going to be able to spend a year doing it before I could claim success. I had a feeling this would be a long-term thing I would have to continue to work on. Even Dad says that he learns new things all the time, and a true charm crafter is always trying to improve and learn new things. Having learned a good foundation in magic, I knew where to begin. Similar to other branches of magic, the only way to become genuinely skilled was to practice. There are no shortcuts in magic, no trick to somehow mastering a subject. The only way to advance was to put the work in. Yes, natural talent could help tremendously, but without effort, all the talent in the world amounts to nothing. The one issue I had been concerned about was materials. But, when I raised my concerns to Dad, he just laughed and told me to transfigure items to enchant. When I pointed out that the items would surely have a ton of magical spillage and wouldn't hold enchantments for long, he countered by explaining that the point was to practice charm crafting, not create lasting magical items. The rest of my winter holiday went by fairly quickly. Outside of late-night charm crafting practice in my tower, I spent time with my little sisters. They were growing up so fast. It was hard to believe that it would be time for them to start Hogwarts in a few years. The only disappointing thing was Uncle John couldn't make it. He was currently dealing with something somewhere in South Asia. The day before I was to return to school, Dad pulled me into his office. I have a meeting set up with our partners at noon, and I want you to come along. I blinked for a moment. I had noticed since I had shown Dad the slipstream charm that he went out of the way to include me more in the family's business. It's not like he never listened to me when I had an idea. Dad had always listened to my ideas, but it was a passive thing. He wouldn't seek me out and ask. He would wait for me to come to him. Ever since I showed him my spell, it was like I had passed some test or hit a benchmark in his eyes. During the last 2 weeks, he had sought me out and asked for my thoughts on several issues. The last time we had gone to meet with his partners, I tagged along like a kid accompanying his father. Now, he was asking me to join him, not necessarily as an equal, but like I could contribute and was worth bringing along. It was a strange feeling, but one that was welcome. I liked that he was relying on me and giving me more responsibility. It was like he was starting to view me more as a wizard and less like a little kid. Our talks also included him passing on his wisdom in charm crafting. He tended not to give answers outright. Instead, he gave me hints, wanting me to puzzle things out for myself. Seeing how Dad was waiting for a reply, I banished my musing and said the only thing I could. Sure. I would be happy to come. Who all is going to be there? Well, Barbara Lancaster and Nurlock Sharpclaw will be there. Shifting his eyes away from mine, Dad continued, as well as a friend of mine, a mentor really, who is interested in meeting you. I shot Dad a suspicious look. He looked guilty as sin when he mentioned his friend. He was up to something. I could practically smell it. I said suspiciously. Following Dad outside, he grabbed hold of me and brought us to the warehouse. Deep within the underground building, Dad led me to a conference room that I could swear wasn't here the last time I visited. Outside the door were 2 goblins. Neither of them looked pleased to be here. Their dark eyes stared at us suspiciously. Before I could ask why 2 goblins appeared to be standing guard outside a newly formed conference room, the answer popped into my head as soon as I saw one of the occupants in the room. Nurlock, the goblin matriarch, was waiting inside, as well as Barbara Lancaster, the squib CEO of Lancaster Commodities. The last occupant was wearing deep red robes and made me rack my brain for a minute before I could place him. He was an aging wizard with Mediterranean skin and dark hair that was beginning to fade to grey. But, it was his golden ring that carried the Charm Crafters Guild symbol on it that jogged my memory. I had seen him at dinner parties my parents had thrown. He was Giovanni Mancinelli, an Italian wizard and more importantly, the Charm Crafting Guild leader. He was widely considered to be one of the best enchanters in the world. As my attention left the occupants, I took in the conference room. Other than a short goblin-sized door on the other side, the room was fairly mundane, having a long rectangular table with half a dozen chairs on either side. The only reason why the door stood out was that I was pretty sure this conference room was on the far side of the warehouse. There shouldn't be anything on the other side. It didn't take long for me to realize that the Sharp Claw clan must have built a tunnel. I imagine they use it for delivering the goblin-forged gear that goes with the firebolt. After a quick introduction, Nurlock impatiently asked, what was so important that I needed to leave my clan halls? Dad looked at me for a second, then turned back and explained to everyone with pride, my son, Alex, has invented a new spell that is going to slow things down. Nurlock hissed, what spell could be so important? Every delay cost us gold, and our clan didn't get into bed with your family to lose gold. Dad smirked at Nurlock's protest. He knew that once she understood that the slipstream charm would make her clan more gold, she would probably be its biggest fan. Having understood that Dad wouldn't make this suggestion lightly, Barbara asked, what does the spell do? She asked. Dad turned to me and motioned for me to take over. Feeling everyone shift their eyes to me, I cleared my throat and said, without getting into all the details. My spell can roughly increase the speed of any broom by 25%. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Giovanni twitch in surprise. Showing her talent with numbers, Barbara blurred out, that means the firebolt would have a top speed of 240 km per hour. Dad chimed in, or roughly 187 miles per hour. As silence took the room, I was a little unnerved by Nurlock staring fondly at me. It made me think that she imagined me as a newly found gold mine. And nothing makes a goblin happier than gold. Having a good head for business, Barbara merely muttered, well, that does change things. How long will it take for you to get it ready for production? Dad shrugged, probably another week or two. Then we can start making a stockpile. I am still hopeful that we can launch in March. There is a huge conference that every broom company attends. Journalists from all over the world will be there. It's the perfect place to unveil the firebolt. I inwardly smirked. I can think of one reporter who will be busy that weekend. Nurlock's fond expression faded away as something occurred to her. Does this mean everything we've made is scrap? She demanded. Dad glanced at me for a moment. Thankfully not. Alex also had the bright idea of creating 2 lines of the firebolt. One with his enchantment and one without. Dad smiled, as if he could already imagine the look on Delvin's face, and gleefully added, that would make us the only supplier of the top 2 fastest brooms in the world. Nurlock chortled, it seems your Rudoldoll, blood feud, is proceeding as planned. I imagine in the next couple of months, Delvin Whithorn will be tearing his hair out and cursing your name. Dad gave her an evil grin, adding the slipstream charm is just the beginning. Alex had another diabolical idea. One that is sure to make Nimbus bleed. Turning to me, Dad said, your idea of leasing out your spell to other broom companies is brilliant. While we soak up all the top-end customers of Nimbus, the other companies can drain the bottom. If we time this right, the Nimbus Broom Racing Company will be hemorrhaging money hand over foot. Motioning for Giovanni to step over, he said, on that end, I've consulted with an old friend who has experience in doing what you've suggested. Giovanni approached me with a bright gleam in his eyes. Alexander, he gushed. I can't believe how much you've grown. I know your grandfather would be so proud of you if he could see you today. When your father told me that his son created a spell at the age of 14, I knew I just had to meet you. Then your father brought up your idea for leasing the spell out, and I knew it was my duty to help out a promising young charm crafter. Having sold a few spells myself, I have a few ideas if you are willing to listen. After I nodded, Giovanni continued. First, don't lease your spell through your father's company. Considering that you intend to work with many companies, it's a better idea to create your own company, your own brand that is separate from the firebolt. I'm too young, I protested. There's no way anyone would take me seriously. Giovanni grinned, that brings me to point number 2. If you want any company to trust in your brand, you should join the Charm Crafting Guild. I saw a victorious look appear on Dad's face. So that's what he was acting so suspiciously smug about. He and Mum have both agreed not to push me into joining either the Charm Crafting Guild or the Society of Pody Wonders. Now he could get someone else to sponsor me into the guild, not breaking their deal. After a moment of thought, I inwardly smirked and thought of a way to pay him back for using me to bait Mum last week. Seeing how Giovanni was waiting for an answer, I said, I would love to join, but don't you only recruit students who have taken the OWL exams? Giovanni waved away my concern. We can make exceptions if we want. Fine, I said. I would love to join the guild. A pleased look appeared on Giovanni's face. Excellent. Seemingly out of nowhere, Giovanni conjured a stack of paperwork and a feathered quill. Do I have to take a test or something? I joked. Dad and Giovanni looked at each other, then said in unison. How did you know? What? I panicked, I was just kidding about that. Unable to help himself, Dad started laughing at my facial expression. As I inwardly swore revenge, Giovanni explained, no, these are your admission forms and a few other agreements you have to sign before you can join the guild. I shot a look at Dad to see if this was normal. When he gave me the nod, I said. Where do I sign? Once I was done with the paperwork, Giovanni pulled out a small box and opened it. Inside the velvet case was a silver ring with the guild logo neatly etched on it. I tried not to roll my eyes. Wizards sure do love their rings. I was building quite a collection of rings, one for my tower, one for my dueling club, now the guild. I better be careful, or I'll run out of fingers. Seeing the silver ring made me ask, why is it silver? I would have thought it would be bronze, the lowest level in the guild. Giovanni smiled. There are a few ways to reach the silver tier in the guild, he explained. Creating a new spell and having a master decide that it is a worthy accomplishment is one of those ways. Considering how much your spell will impact the wizarding world, I say it more than qualifies. Wanting to make sure I understood, I said, so, now that I'm in the guild, I'm supposed to set up a company, then hire some enchanters. Then send them out to other broom companies. Giovanni nodded, don't worry about them stealing your spell. We have ironclad contracts that will prevent it from happening. But, let me give you one final piece of advice. When setting up contracts with other companies, try to sign long-term contracts that lock them into your company. Seeing my look of confusion, Giovanni explained, your spell is so outstanding that others are going to try and follow in your footsteps. I give it no more than a decade before someone else has made a similar spell. It may not be as good as yours, but you can bet people will be trying. I frowned for a moment before shrugging. This whole thing wasn't about money for me. Our family had money. For us, this was about revenge. It was the first step in reclaiming everything that belongs to our family and making the Delvin pay for stealing my grandpa's life work. There were a few more things we had to work out. Because I was going back to school, there was a lot he would have to take care of. He offered to conduct the negotiations with other companies, but I laughed and told him to let Grandma do it. They'll never know what hit them. The following day, my parents dropped me off at the train station. I made sure to select a cabin that faced the station. When the Hogwarts Express started rolling away, I knew it was time for my revenge. I opened a window and waved to my parents. Mum, I called out. I think Dad sensed something terrible was about to happen because his eyes widened in panic. But, it may have been my Cheshire Cat smile that gave it away. Once I had her attention, I followed through. I forgot to tell you. Dad introduced me to the head of the Charm Crafting Guild. I'm now a full-fledged member of the guild. To make sure my revenge was total, I waved my hand, making sure she saw the silver guild ring. As the train rolled away, I could hear Mum screech her outrage. Ha, take that, Dad. Chapter 99. The train ride back to Hogwarts seemed to go by in a blink of an eye. There was one topic that dominated in our cabin, the firebolt. 100 galleons, Alicia yelped. That's practically what my Clean Sweep 6 cost brand new. It surprised me too, I replied. But, my dad explained that materials are an important component in charm crafting. And considering that the firebolt is going to be the fastest broom in the world, it only makes sense that the materials are expensive. My parents are gonna go nuts if I ask them for the money for another broom, Alicia grumbled. They just bought me my Clean Sweep last year. Seeing a carefully neutral expression on Cedric's face made me realize I had stuck my foot in my mouth when I mentioned the money. I guess I had taken how well off my family was for granted. All I had to do was mention it to my parents if I ever wanted anything, and they got it for me. Considering Cedric's dad worked for the ministry, coming up with a 100 galleons was probably a bigger deal to him. My eyes brightened as an idea occurred to me. What about your share of the stash from the Grendel's vault? Alicia looked embarrassed and mumbled, I kinda spent it all. How in Merlin's name did you spend it already? I asked. A girl had needs, she defended. Hoping that she wasn't alone in her spending, she looked to the others. Cedric shook his head, my dad took mine and opened me an account at Gringotts. But, he doesn't want me to touch it till I come of age. Anna, being the daughter of a tycoon, was in a similar boat to me. She shook her head, I haven't touched mine. Seeing how uncomfortable Alicia and Cedric were, I decided to backpedal. Well, you'll have plenty of time to come up with the money. It's going to take me some time before I get skilled enough to enchant at that level. Inwardly, I was already planning on how to make sure my friends could get the money. Knowing Cedric, he would reject any attempt at what he viewed as charity. I would have to give this some thought. One way or another, I was going to make sure he ended up on a firebolt. I was looking forward to the day he could match his seeker skills when they were on even footing. Before I knew it, we were back at Hogwarts having dinner. A small pang of pity shot through me as I caught sight of Harry looking delighted to see his friends back at school. If things went according to canon, Harry spent much of the break gazing at the Mirror of Erised, at least, before Professor Dumbledore took it and enchanted it to be the final layer of defense for the Philosopher's Stone. Thinking about the mirror made me tempted to go and check it out. I even knew of an easy shortcut that would let me bypass all the other obstacles, the Room of Requirement. The room might even allow me to summon the mirror directly. For whatever reason, during the next couple of days, the idea of visiting the Mirror of Erised haunted my thoughts. It was like a mental itch I couldn't scratch. One evening, unable to fall asleep, I finally decided to check the mirror out and see if it did everything the books claimed it did. Not wanting to be caught out of bounds, I applied the disillusionment charm. After feeling the sensation of an egg running down my neck, I paused to examine my camouflage. I had come a long way with the charm. The chameleon effect was nearly perfect. But, I knew it could be taken further. Supposedly Professor Dumbledore could cast one powerful enough to make him fully invisible. I wasn't quite there yet, but I was looking forward to the day I achieved perfect mastery of the spell. Knowing I would probably need help, Athena tagged along. I knew better than to try and use the disillusionment charm on her. The one time I tried it out on her, I instantly regretted it. Her caterwauling nearly burst my eardrums. Carefully sneaking through the castle, I made it to the Room of Requirement without incident. I closed my eyes and tried to summon the Mirror of Erised. For the first time since I've been at Hogwarts, the Room of Requirement failed me. I can't say I was too surprised. I assumed that it didn't work because Professor Dumbledore put down some pretty strong spells on the mirror, preventing it from being summoned. Since Plan A didn't work, I moved on to Plan B. I had discovered quite a while ago that the exit to the room of requirement could be moved through the castle. The plan was to get the exit to open by the mirror, bypassing all the layers of defense surrounding the mirror. The only other thing I needed to do was have Athena keep the door open, so I didn't get trapped down there. After concentrating on my desire for the exit to open next to the mirror of Air East, I reached out and opened the exit to the room of requirement. I smiled when I noticed that the exit was no longer in the 7th floor corridor but rather a larger stone chamber dimly lit by torchlight. Looking down at Athena, I whispered, "Stay here and keep the door open." The first thing I noticed was that the chamber only had one entrance. It was blocked by eerily black flames that promised to sear the flesh off anyone who hadn't drunk the correct potion. Thankfully, I was able to bypass Professor Snape's puzzle. Satisfied that no one was coming through the black flames, I turned my attention to the only object in the chamber, the mirror of Air East. When most people hear the term mirror, they tend to think of a small mirror hanging above a sink in a bathroom, or perhaps a larger one in the bedroom. The mirror of Air East put those to shame. It was enormous, standing at around 15 feet. Perhaps only Hagrid could view a mirror of that size as normal. Its ornate golden frame was supported by 2 clawed feet. There was an inscription carved around the top, Air East stra eroid u bacafruoid on wosi. As I drew closer, I could feel my heart beating in my chest. Part of me wanted to turn back. Having one's innermost desires laid out in front of them could be both enlightening and troubling at the same time. Professor Dumbledore warned Harry that the mirror had driven people mad before. Still, even with that warning rumbling through my head, I drew closer to the mirror. I had to know. I wanted to see what it would show me. For a split second, I only saw myself in the mirror. Just as I was wondering if the mirror was broken, the scene changed. It was everything I thought it would be and more. They say a picture was worth 1,000 words, but the images shown in the mirror were worth 10 times that amount. The first thing I saw was a very familiar image. It was the family room in my house. Everyone in my family was there, all having a good time. The more I studied the image, the more it changed. It started adding people. It wasn't just my family, but all my friends as well. One strange detail I noticed while I was in the gathering happy as a clam. I noticed it wasn't the only image of me. Taking a step back, I noticed an older shadowy version of myself was watching the gathering. I seemed to be sitting on my hawk throne with one hand supporting my chin as I lazily gazed down at my friends and family. If I had to put an age to my older self, I would say my mid-20s. Focusing on the shadowy version of myself, I started noticing more details. Like a shallow scar running through my left eyebrow and down my cheek. Or the ring with a gem that shifted colors on my right hand. If those details weren't strange enough, the older version of myself glanced up and made eye contact with me. Without thinking, I took a step back from the mirror. What in Merlin's addled mind was that? His steely grey eyes seemed to focus on me for a moment before he playfully winked. Like he was amused by my reaction. He waved his other hand, and the family scene he was watching over started morphing. The next scene showed me another desire that I kept buried deep down: the downfall of the Whitehorn family along with their syndicate. Part of me wanted to look away from the nightmarish scene, but another part of me, a colder part of me that I rarely let out of its cage, kept my eyes glued to the mirror. I was standing wand in hand in a dark room with 7 large chairs in a U shape. Shadowy figures whose facial features I couldn't make out sat in 6 of the chairs. But one I recognized, it was Declan Whithorn, head of the syndicate. Standing on either side of his chair were Michael and Delvin. What happened next was grisly, even for me. The me in the image started tearing through them like a sickle cutting a path through wheat. Spells that I didn't recognize were being fired off one after the other, each producing a different effect. One shadowy figure exploded into a bloody pink mist. Another had their face melted off. Declan ended up being hit by a slicing spell that cut him from head to groin. He collapsed into 2 separate pieces, spilling his guts across the floor. Delvin, his cowardly son, died quickly with a look of terror on his face when he was hit by a green jet of light. The scene ended with me towering over Michael, who was tearfully blubbering on his hands and knees. The cold sneer on my face told me Michael wouldn't survive. Bile rose in my throat, and my stomach threatened to empty its contents. "That is not me," I pointlessly shouted at the mirror version on me. "I would never." My voice trailed off as the mirror showed a nearly identical scene. It didn't go down the same as the previous times. But it didn't change anything. The mirror image of me ripped through them, gleefully tearing them apart. Over and over, the mirror showed me the scene, ruthlessly pounding it into my head that part of me, however small, wanted this. I don't know how many times I viewed it, but I was starting to understand how the mirror of Air East could drive someone mad. The mirror didn't just show you your main desire. It showed all of them. Even the ones you weren't proud of, the ones you wouldn't act on, the desires you knew were wrong but still had. Only after finally admitting to myself that yes, a part of me wanted to do horrible things to the Whitehorns and their syndicate. The part that would do anything to protect my family, the part that would ruthlessly crush anything that threatened my family. Did the mirror move on and showed me other things I desired? The next scene was thankfully less violent. It was a picture of me waving and receiving awards and accolades for breakthroughs in magic. All while being congratulated and welcomed by the best minds in magic. The mirror moved on and showed me leaving behind my contribution to the Library of Ravenclaw. It was so impressive that it overshadowed all the other heirs, even Ravenclaw herself. On and on, the mirror showed me the things I wanted. Most were good, but some were dark and better left unspoken. Some were obvious, like being the youngest international dueling champion or mastering magical disciplines. Others were more confusing, like me winning the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup for Ravenclaw when I wasn't even on the Quidditch team. Just when I thought it was over, the mirror started showing images of what every teenage boy thinks about girls. Apparently, part of me wanted to be a real Casanova because there was no shortage of girls, most of whom were my classmates. My cheeks burned red in embarrassment when I saw an image of Jessica, teasing me about what she wore under her Hogwarts robes. When Anna joined her, I nearly passed out. I tried to cover my eyes with my hands, out of respect for my friends. But for some reason, the gaps between my fingers refused to close, showing me everything. The more scenes that were shown to me made me sheepishly realize that compared to Harry Potter, who only saw his parents in the mirror, I was a greedy son of a bitch. Apparently, I wanted everything. I'm not sure how long I was standing there, mesmerized by the images shown, but a noise startled me and brought me out of it. I shook my head, trying to clear the fuzziness. Once my head was clear, I took several deep breaths. The kind when you're underwater for way too long, and you surface gasping as if you want to inhale all the oxygen in the world. Turning, I saw Athena staring at me with concern. She must have turned up the volume when she saw how deep the mirror had drawn me in. Turning back to the mirror, I frowned. Whoever invented the Mirror of East was a real bastard. No wonder wizards could be driven mad looking into this thing. Who knows what long-term damage could be done if someone was allowed to stare at the mirror uninterrupted. I bet someone could easily starve to death, so drawn in that they lose perspective of everything. Or perhaps they would become so lost in the illusions the mirror showed, preferring it to reality. Perhaps that was its original purpose before Professor Dumbledore repurposed it to defend the stone. Although, I knew I should leave it alone. I decided to try one more thing. I was a little tempted to see if I could get the Philosopher's Stone. All I would want is a piece, something I could experiment on. The stone could make anyone who drank the water it produced immortal. Yes, it was a shitty version of immortality. But still, it was a powerful piece of magic, and I had a weakness for those. This time, I was warier when I looked into the mirror. I wasn't about to get sucked deep in again. The mirror showed me what I wanted, me holding the Philosopher's Stone. But, similar to Quirrell's experience, that was all it did. As I watched myself experimenting and learning the stone's secrets, I realized I would never in a million years pass Dumbledore's test of wanting to find the stone, but not use it. It just wasn't who I was. If I had the stone, I would use it or experiment on it, hoping to perfect the immortality it gave. As soon as the thought appeared, the older version of myself appeared behind the version of myself experimenting on the stone. For the second time, he winked at me, like he knew something I didn't. He pulled out a familiar aspen wand dispelling that version of me. Seeing him smirk at me made the hairs on the back of my neck rise up. Me, whatever it was starting to seriously weird me out. So, I slowly backed away and let out a sigh of relief when the image faded away. Turning to Athena, who was still holding the door to the room of requirement open, I said, I think I've seen enough for tonight. Let's go back. Athena happily chuffed, pleased to be leaving the creepy mirror behind. When we got back to the dorm, I realized it was nearly morning. Just how long had I been staring at the mirror before Athena snapped me out of it? Already, I could feel the urge to return to see what else it would show me. A small part of me argued that perhaps the mirror's power could be harnessed in some way. Maybe I could use it as a guide to get things I wanted. I shook my head, snapping out of it. I privately swore never to go back. It was just too dangerous, too addictive, and not worth the danger. I sounded like someone strung out on pixie dust and was making excuses to get my next fix. As I laid in bed waiting for the sun to rise, I couldn't help but think about everything I had seen. In a way, the mirror had given me a brutally honest glimpse into who I was, of what I wanted. Some of the things the mirror showed me were pure childish fantasies. Like being the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team and winning the Quidditch Cup. Sure, I had fantasized about it when I was younger, but that wasn't really something I thought about anymore. Maybe the mirror doesn't care. Maybe as long as you've wanted it, it will show it to you, trying to entice you to sink deeper within the delusion. Some of the other stuff it showed me weren't even things I actively thought about. Somehow it reached deep within my subconscious and pulled them out. Of course, most of what was shown was spot on for what I wanted. But, the one thing my mind kept going back to was the older version of myself. I knew not to take the things I saw seriously, the mirror was just trying to tempt me. But still, he somehow felt different. The obvious conclusion was it was a version of myself that mastered magic and was at the height of power, everything I wanted to be. Still, the way he looked at me, it was like he was so real. I shivered as goosebumps flooded my arms. Thankfully, the sun's rays peeking through my windows distracted me from my thoughts. Somehow in the daylight, last night's events seemed more distant. Knowing that it would be a long day, I dug through the many potions I had brewed, looking for a white-eye potion. Normally I would power through the day, but I had potions later today, and the last person who dozed off in class ended up with a month's worth of detentions testing antidotes. The white-eye potion would keep me awake, and even with the cost of me being twice as tired when it wore off, the effects were more than worth it. The next couple of days sucked. The urge to return to the Mirror of Erist was nearly overpowering. I was halfway tempted to erase the whole experience from my mind but ultimately decided against it. If I couldn't handle something like this, how was I ever supposed to master magic? While the driving urge to return to the mirror slowly faded away, I was left with some very confusing dreams, most of which I couldn't remember the contents other than remembering that they were strange. Author's note. Okay, so this was a fun chapter to write. Originally, I wasn't going to write a chapter about the mirror, but someone suggested it so I thought it would be fun to see what would happen if Alex would see the mirror. Obviously his experience was very different from Harry's. So, not a lot is actually known about the Mirror of Erist. Outside of the first book I don't think it was mentioned again. But, it was fun to write about, and is exploring things like this are what fanfictions are all about. As for everything Alex saw in the mirror, well, I will leave that up for you to think about. Chapter 100. Banishing the incident with the Mirror of Erist to the back of my mind, I threw myself back into my enchanting practice. I had a long way to go if I wanted to build fire bolts for my friends. I had so many ideas I wanted to explore. One of which would give me my own map of Hogwarts. Of course, I was planning to cheat to get my version. Now that I have a better understanding of charm crafting, I am more impressed with the Marauders. James, Sirius, and Lupin, and I guess Peter went through a ton of effort in creating the map. I wonder what they would think about me piggybacking off their hard work? Probably equal parts being annoyed that I was cheating off their work and happiness that their work would continue to bring more mischief to Hogwarts. As the days rolled by, other matters were brought to my attention. My fledgling little company needed a name, and Grandma was getting pretty insistent in her letters that I come up with one soon. My first act as CEO had been to hire her to handle all my negotiations while I was at school. Grandma was as sharp as they come, a real wolf in sheep's clothing. She had already set a meeting with the Clean Sweep and Comet Broom companies. Always the overachiever, she had even snagged a meeting with Universal Brooms, the most prominent company across the pond in the States. All she needed now was a name. Mr. Folly, a sharp voice cut in, gaining my attention. Turning, I saw Professor Ketleben, the professor who taught the care of magical creatures, waving his claw, motioning me to stay behind. Today was a rare day in class. Most of the time, we did class outside. From what I could tell, Professor Ketleben was a big believer in hands-on teaching. But, it was inevitable that there were days where we would be inside a class learning. Some of the creatures we learned about were either too rare or dangerous to bring into a school. When I approached Professor Ketleben, I couldn't help but notice that he radiated disapproval. Confused, I asked, "Did I do something wrong?" Professor Ketleben frowned, tightening the scar that ran from his forehead to chin. "I've been waiting months for you to come by with your Lamasu." Before I could say anything, he went on with a disapproving frown, "I had hoped that you wanted to explore the bond that exists between the two of you. Your bond is extremely rare and precious. I hope you understand that it won't just benefit you to explore it, but your Lamasu as well." A small pang of guilt shot through me. With everything that had been going on, I had pretty much pushed his offer to the back of my mind and forgotten about it. Embarrassed, I replied, "I do. I've just been swamped lately." My voice trailed off, and silence filled the room. Even I could tell my excuse fell flat. I should have made more of an effort. A wave of self-doubt welled up within me. Was I taking Athena for granted? If our bond could be better understood, didn't I have the responsibility to do so? Perhaps sensing my regret, Professor Ketleben offered me a lifeline. "How about this Friday evening, you come by my office at 7 o'clock with your Lamasu?" After nodding in agreement, I soon left to catch up with my friends. Later in my room, I found myself alone with Athena. She was lounging on my four-poster bed and looked worn out for some reason. Not for the first time, I wondered what she got up to when I wasn't around. She was definitely smart enough to get out of the tower if she wanted to. "What do you think?" I asked. "Have I taken our bond for granted?" Athena gave me a lazy yawn, rolled to her feet, stretching for a moment before coming over, and curled up into a ball on my lap. I couldn't help but smile at the sight. Seeing Athena like this reminded me of when she was younger and smaller. Athena was now twice the size of an average cat. But, since Dad enchanted Athena's new collar to give her the ability to manipulate her size, she likes to shrink and curl up on my lap. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything. Not even in the room of requirement. It didn't help that Lamasus, like Athena, weren't native to the British Isles, and most Lamasu were wild and unbound. One couldn't force a Lamasu to bond to a person. It didn't even matter if you got one when they were still in their egg. Lamasu have been known to refuse to hatch if they disapprove of whoever has their egg. All this got me wondering why Uncle John gave me Athena's egg in the first place. I had never wondered about it before, but looking back at the memory, he seemed confident Athena would hatch for me. I ended up sending him a letter asking why. A few days later, I received Uncle John's reply during breakfast in the Great Hall. Rather than a letter, he sent a thickly padded brown envelope. Curious, I tore the top off and felt inside. I pulled out a cool, smooth pane of glass that showed my reflection. It came with a small card that bore Uncle John's handwriting that was similar to mine. Clearly, Grandma had given him the same treatment when he was a child. The note was fairly brief. Alex. This is a two-way mirror. Tonight, when the clock strikes 12, look at the mirror. Sincerely, John Foley. P.S. Make sure you are alone. I rolled my eyes at Uncle John's theatrics. Midnight. Really? This was so typical of him. Anytime he could make something more dramatic, he would do it in a heartbeat. I should have just written Dad. If it were really important, Uncle John would have told him. But, even though it was a little annoying that I wouldn't be getting a full night's sleep, I stayed up till midnight, intent on having my curiosity sated. As midnight approached, I let one eye on the mirror and the other on the transparent glass clock with shiny brass gears silently turning within that Dad had given me. The second the clock struck midnight, Uncle John's face appeared in the two-way mirror. I shook my head in silent despair. See what I mean, theatrics. Alex, Uncle John greeted with a smile. How's school? Wagging his eyebrow, he added, I hope you're putting down your books every once in a while and having some fun. Ignoring his advice, I asked, where are you? Uncle John waved away my query, oh. Nowhere important. I narrowed my eyes suspiciously and angled the mirror, trying to get a better look. I caught a glimpse of white sand, and if I listened closely, I could also hear the sound of waves crashing against a beach. Uncle John was probably on an island of some sort. And judging from the sunlight, I could surmise that he was on the other side of the world. Before I could question his location again, Uncle John changed the subject to what this meeting was about. So, you want to know about Athena's origins? He remarked. Taking a deep breath, Uncle John dramatically. There was a prophecy. Uncle John, I protested. Be serious. After faking a sigh, Uncle John's serious look faded away. You're no fun. He whined. Seeing that I wasn't in the mood, Uncle John said, fine. Have it your way. Years ago, I found myself deep within the Zagros Mountains exploring a lost and long-forgotten magical stronghold. You were looking for treasure, weren't you? I accused. Uncle John's face reddened. No, I wasn't. He defended about as convincingly as a 5-year-old who had been caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Uncle John coughed and cleared his throat, trying to recover his dignity. Anyways, as you know, many of these ancient sites are filled with curses or other ancient magics that have gone awry. Did you find Athena's egg within? I questioned. Uncle John shook his head. No, we didn't find Athena in the stronghold. But, the event that led me to getting a hold of her egg began with our exploration. For safety concerns, we hired a local wizard named Karam. That was Aunt Nefret's idea, wasn't it? I interjected. Uncle John shot me a reproachful look and defended, I can be safety conscious. Thoughts of how he let my 5-year-old self get on a broom without any training surfaced within my mind. Sure you can, I sarcastically reassured him. Giving me a suspicious look, Uncle John continued, when we were exploring, we ended up unsealing an old room that contained a cursed fire that sought to destroy and consume us. It was almost sentient in the way it chased us through the ancient dwelling. An old memory of reading one of Anton's books in the Folly Tower gave me a name. Fiend fire, I whispered. Uncle John shot me a questioning look as if he was wondering where I had learned the term. For a moment, I was sure he would ask, but he simply nodded and confirmed. It was fiend fire. As the cursed fire chased us through the ancient stronghold, Karam and I got separated from the rest of our group, and we ended up being trapped within the stronghold deep underground. The words, "How did you escape?" left my mouth before I could stop them. Uncle John preened for a moment, shifting his pirate hat, and smugly explained, as destructive as fiend fire is, there is a counterspell that can dispel it if one is skilled enough. The proud look Uncle John gave me clearly wanted me to ask him all about it. I squashed the urge to roll my eyes. In a fake, exaggerated tone, I replied, "No way. Ignoring my tone, Uncle John proudly tapped the tip of his nose. Of course, no cursed fire is going to get the best of the great pirate wizard John Folly. This time, I couldn't help it, I rolled my eyes. What does any of this have to do with Athena? Uncle John deflated a little at my unimpressed look. You used to be more fun. He complained. Seeing my impatient look, he surrendered, fine. Like I told you before, the events of the exploration led me to getting a hold of Athena. Karen's family was grateful that I saved his life. So, they gave me Athena's egg, which they had been safeguarding for generations. Why did you give her egg to me? When I think about it, you seemed sure at the time that she would hatch for me. Uncle John's eyes shifted for a moment. Well, do you remember when I said there was a prophecy? Not liking where this was going, I nodded warily. Well, while there wasn't actually a prophecy, I did consult a seer. After handling Athena's egg, she suggested I give it to my nephew. While I was a little unsure of how I felt about a seer directing Athena's presence in my life, I couldn't really complain. Honestly, I can't imagine my life without Athena. She had been there for me nearly all my life. Is that all the seer said? I asked. Uncle John held up his hand and crossed two fingers, pirate's honor. Wait, I said as a thought occurred to me. I thought pirates weren't supposed to have honor. Uncle John chuckled evilly, we don't. Before I could say anything else, his image faded from the mirror. Unable to get him to return, I put away the mirror to think about everything I learned. To think that a seer suggested I get Athena. I wonder just how much she saw. Seer magic was notoriously tricky. Most of the time, the future was filled with constant shifting pathways. Sometimes just getting knowledge from a seer is enough to change the future that they saw. Knowing that a seer put Athena in my path made me think that I should pay close attention to everything Professor Kettleben has to say about our bond. I can't shake the feeling that it's going to be important. Maybe it will be Athena who saves us all in the end. I turned to study Athena, who was lounging on the edge of my bed, looking for any sign of magical prowess that the seer must have seen in her future. Feeling my eyes upon her, Athena twisted to stare at me with her green eyes. For a moment, nothing happened, but then a look of surprise filled her face as she and my pillow slipped off the bed and crashed down to the ground in a whirlwind of fur and claws. Deciding that the pillow was responsible for her fall, Athena started wrestling with it to prove her dominance. Okay, maybe she wasn't going to be saving us all. The rest of the week went by fairly quickly. Before I knew it, it was Friday evening and time for my meeting with Professor Kettleben. I grabbed Athena after dinner and started making my way down to the first floor. Professor Kettleburn's rarely used classroom was located. 90% of the time, care of magical creatures was held outdoors. It was a hands-on type of class. As I approached the classroom, I noticed Professor Kettleben leaning against the wall. He appeared to be having a conversation with himself. Anywhere else, this would be cause for concern. But, this was Hogwarts, with all the moving portraits here, it wasn't uncommon to see someone staring at the wall and having a lively debate. As if sensing my approach, he murmured something to the nearest painting and turned to me. Mr. Folly. He greeted, I'm so glad you could make it. With a much greater intensity, he glanced down at Athena, who was watching him with careful eyes. I couldn't blame her. Professor Kettleben was nearly vibrating with excitement. This must be your Lamisu. He gushed, what's her name? Athena, I supplied. Professor Kettleben raised a scarred eyebrow, named her after the ancient Greek wizardess. Curious, I would have thought you would go with something more Persian, considering her origins in the Middle East. Athena seemed to like it, I defended. Forgive me, Professor Kettleben murmured. Sometimes I think out loud. Come, Professor Kettleben said. Let's continue this in my office. I followed into the rarely used classroom and through another door in the back that led to his office. Once again, I marveled at how easily he moved despite only having one remaining limb. His two magical prosthetic legs allowed him to move swiftly, and his arm that ended with a magical pincher-like claw gave him a surprising amount of dexterity. His office was more cluttered than I assumed it would be. Along the walls were pictures. Most of them showed Professor Kettleben posing with strange magical creatures. Others showed him smiling next to foreign witches and wizards. There was a lot more of me back then, Professor Kettleburn's amused voice rang out. I looked closer at the pictures. They almost told a story of Professor Kettleburn's injuries. In his younger pictures, he was a blonde-hair wizard with bright eyes. But, as he got older, he became closer to his current incarnation. First, it was a scar, then a leg. The older he got, the more injuries he acquired. If I hadn't already determined that I would be dropping the subject once I received my owl, the injuries would have convinced me. Don't get me wrong. I love Athena. But she is the only magical creature that I wish to get acquainted with, as for all the other magical creatures, not so much. As I took a seat, I couldn't stop staring at what looked like a stuffed hyena sitting on a shelf behind Professor Kettleburn's desk. In my defense, It was staring back at me. It even blinked once or twice. So, Professor Ketlaban suggested, tell me about the night you and Athena bonded. Summoning the memory from the night of my 5th birthday, I began. It was nighttime when she hatched. I'm not sure what time it was, but it was late, and there was no moonlight. Professor Ketlaban nodded, yes, Lamiso only hatched during new moons. Getting back to my story, I continued, once she hatched, she bit me. I ran my fingers over a small, faint scar on my left hand. Noticing my movements, Professor Ketlaban eyed my left hand. Is that where she bit you? He asked. He held his hand out, may I? I shrugged and showed him my hand. Once he was satisfied that he had gleaned everything he could from the scar, Professor Ketlaban asked, and the bonding, what was it like? How did it feel? I shrugged, it was like. My voice trailed off as I struggled to find the words. I felt something pass through me. I don't know how to describe it, like a wave of energy. Once it passed through me, it was like I wasn't alone anymore. What do you mean you weren't alone? Fidgeting with my fingers, I struggled to explain, it's hard to describe. It's only something I became aware of after bonding with Athena. It's like only after we connected did it become apparent that I was previously alone. Seeing Professor Ketlaban wanted more, I continued, imagine I'm in a dark room, I can't see or hear anyone. Anyone else in that situation would be alone. But, not me, Athena would be with me, even if she weren't physically with me. Professor Ketlaban muttered something in a language I didn't recognize. Seeing my curiosity, he said, it's an old Persian saying, it means soul bond. That's what they would call it in the region Athena originates from. As my mind chewed on the term soul bond, I nodded thoughtfully. That wording felt right. Eyes brimming with curiosity, he asked, so you're always aware of one another? I nodded, it's like a faint touch in the back of my mind. Is it distracting? Professor Ketlaban asked. I shook my head. No, I don't even really notice it anymore unless I actively concentrate on it. Leaning forward, Professor Ketlaban asked, can you communicate with Athena through the bond? I looked down at Athena, who was lounging lazily on my lap. I don't think so. All I've ever really been able to do is have a sense of her direction. Are you sure? My friend in Africa has informed me that limited communication through the bond is possible. I peeked up, really? Like with words? Athena must have felt my excitement because she perked up as well. Professor Ketlaban held up a hand, I don't know if words are possible. I believe it's more along the lines of an idea or meaning. Pointing towards Athena with his claw, I imagine Athena here is already a few steps ahead of you. Think about it, have you ever needed to train her to do something? Or does she always just seem to know what you mean? I blinked at Athena, who was watching me with her big green eyes. I just thought it was because she was so smart, I murmured. Athena nuzzled my hand in appreciation. Suddenly, a whole world of possibilities opened up. How do we deepen our bond? I questioned. Practice, Professor Ketlaban explained. Start with small things. Now that it's clear that she is listening to you through the bond, try to expand on that. Maintain contact at first. Your bond is strongest when you are touching. As you become more aware of your bond, try to sense what Athena wants and go from there. Will we always have to be in physical contact for it to work? No, my friend tells me it's more than possible to communicate with his Lamiso at a distance. Curious about who this mysterious friend was, I asked, if you don't mind me asking, who is your friend? I would love to write to him. Professor Kettleburn's eyes danced with mischief. Oh, I think you will be meeting him before long. Seeing my puzzled look, he explained, my friend, Qasim, is a professor as you Agadu. I would imagine you will run into him next year when you are visiting his school. A/N. Just wanted to let you guys know if you have a guest account and you leave a review asking a question, I can't reply to guest accounts. If you're interested, go read the story on Royal Road. It's way easier to interact with you if you have questions and want to discuss things about the chapter. Chapter 101. After weeks of procrastination, I finally settled on a name for my new company. Folly's Arcane Solutions. The name seemed to resonate with what I envisioned my company doing now and in the future. Unfortunately, my reward for buckling down and coming up with a name left a lot to be desired. Namely paperwork, gobbling heaps of it, delivered every morning in a seemingly never-ending stream of owls. I swear, there must be half a dozen rumors floating around the castle about all the owl deliveries. In fact, I'm getting so much paperwork to sign. I'm starting to suspect the real reason Grandma was so insistent about me naming the company was so she could send the paperwork to my doorstep rather than deal with it herself. Still, I have to admit, Grandma never does anything halfway. Folly's Arcane Solutions had already grown past my initial expectations. Already I had over a dozen enchanters under my employ with more on the way. Once the contracts with the other broom companies were signed and sealed, they would be dispatched. It didn't surprise me that she had even hired a goblin accountant from Clan Sharpclaw to keep an eye on the books. After all, goblins make some of the best bookkeepers, and no sane wizard would try and cheat one. Speaking of my newly employed goblin bookkeeper, Larpic. He sent me the copies of contracts Grandma had worked out with Comet, Clean Sweep, Universal, and even with Dad's new company, the Firebolt Racing Broom Company. Each contract had slightly different terms. Dad's contract was the most favorable. I had tried to convince him and Grandma that they could use the spell for free. But, they insisted we put a line in the sand between our two companies. Still, Dad got the best terms for the Slipstream charm by far. His contract specified that he would receive the rights to the spell for a period of 50 years, with Folly's Arcane Solutions receiving 3.9% of the sales of any broom with Slipstream enchantment attached. While Grandma had apparently given Dad's company a good deal, she had gone for the throat with the rest of them. The Comet Broom Company had the next best contract, at a rate of 6.85% over the next 10 years. Clean Sweep and Universal Brooms got worse rates because they didn't want to commit to a 10-year deal. Clean Sweep settled at a rate of 7.9% over 7 years, and Universal got a rate of 8.4% over a period of 5 years. Dad had warned me that this would happen. No broom company would want to be on someone else's hook forever. While they wouldn't have a clear understanding of how my spell worked. Now that they knew it was possible, they would be experimenting with their own spells, hoping to create a charm similar to mine. While my spell wouldn't be used by these companies forever, I was still looking at 5 to 10 years of significant profits. Even after paying my employees, I would be raking in the galleons. Larpic had sent me some early projections, and the number of galleons per month I would be pulling down was massive. I was going to be rich. Well, richer than I already was right now. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I made sure to clamp down on my amusement as I watched my dueling partner hop like a frog around in a circle. "Alex, undo the curse," Anna demanded from her frog-like position on the floor. Against her will, she made a frog sound. Ribbit. Unable to hold it in any longer, I nearly collapsed as laughter escaped me. Anna's purple eyes blazed at me from behind her blonde hair, which was also soaked with sweat. We had just had an intense dueling session. She spent most of it taunting me because I had been spamming the shield charm blocking every one of her spells. After a few suggestive nicknames, I retaliated by introducing her to a petty curse I discovered in the Folly Tower. While its official name was the Frog Curse, I had mentally dubbed it as the Frogger. It didn't actually turn you into a frog. It merely made you imitate a frog's movements and habits. "I mean it," Anna warned as she hopped around a few more times. "I don't know," I said with a smirk. "I think your new movements might improve your dueling skills. Think about it. You can hop out of the way of any incoming spells." Anna replied with a growl. I tilted my head. Was that sound intentional? Or is there some type of growling frog out there that I don't know about? "Alexander Folly. If you don't remove this spell right now, I'll..." Anna's voice trailed off for a moment as she mentally searched for a worthy threat. Her eyes lit up as something occurred to her. "If you don't remove this spell right now, I'll write to your mother," she threatened. I leaned back as if I was warding off a blow. "You wouldn't." "Ribbit." Her face turned red as the unplanned sound slipped out once again. I let out a laugh. "You know, it could be worse. I could always whip up a batch of flies and really test the limits of the Frogger curse." Hearing my musing, Anna paled and forcibly clamped her mouth shut with her hands and promised vengeance with her eyes. All right, I surrendered. "I'll undo it." Freed from the curse, she got up from her crouched positions and silently marched over to her wand that I knocked across the room. Sensing I was in trouble, I remained out of her way. I would need to be careful for the next few days. Anna had been known to hold a grudge. She gave me the silent treatment as we left the room of requirement behind. Looking back, I should have had my guard up. I should have known Anna wouldn't wait for her revenge. Just as we were parting to go in different directions, I heard Anna call out, "Alex." Glad I wouldn't be subject to any more of her silent treatment, I turned around, and my eyes widened in panic as I saw a pair of purple eyes framed by blonde hair glaring gleefully at me. Anna had somehow snuck her wand out without my noticing and had it pointed right at me. Before I could say anything, she chanted, "Somnum." Unable to get my wand out in time or dodge out of the way due to our closeness, my world went black as the spell hit me. The next thing I knew, I woke up on the hard stone floor of a classroom I had never been in before. "Merlin's beard," I grumbled. "She needs to learn how to take a joke." Pushing myself up, I checked myself and my surroundings, looking for anything out of place. I wouldn't put it past Anna to get real creative in her revenge. Satisfied that everything was normal, I turned to the window in the classroom. From the low position of the moon, I knew it was late, probably only a few hours to dawn. Not willing to get caught out of bed, I made sure to cast the disillusionment charm to make sure I could get back to the tower without being caught. As I made my way back through the castle, my heart nearly stopped when I nearly ran into the astronomy professor, Professor Sinistra. Panicking, I ducked behind a suit of armor, closed my eyes, and held my breath. My heartbeat was so loud. I figured I was done and would be spending the next few days in detention. Whether it was a lack of attention, or my disillusionment charm working so well, Professor Sinistra walked right by me, not noticing a thing. I gave it a few minutes to make sure everything was clear before making my way to the Ravenclaw Tower. On my way back to my room, I decided it was about time for me to enact my plan in getting a hold of my own version of the Marauder's map. It wasn't until the following day that I realized that Anna had indeed gone the extra step in her revenge. I was late for breakfast but noticed that I was getting some odd looks on my way to the Great Hall. The second Roger caught sight of me, he burst into laughter. Jessica turned to see what he was laughing at. When she saw me, she exclaimed, "Alex, what have you done to your face?" Confused, I reached up and felt my facial feature. "What are you talking about?" Pulling out a small mirror from her robes, she showed me my reflection with compassion in her blue eyes. As soon as I caught a glimpse of my face, I swore, "Dragon shit." Apparently, Anna hadn't been satisfied with knocking me out. She had covered my face in makeup. My grey eyes were darkened with eyeshadow, and blush covered my cheeks. Worst of all was the cherry-colored lipstick that adorned my lips. Furious, I turned to the Slytherin table to glare at the person responsible. Anna flashed me her pearly whites and mockingly waved her fingers at me. Realizing that I was drawing more attention to myself, I turned back to the Ravenclaw table and tried to wipe the makeup off my face with the edge of my robes. "Is it off?" I asked Jessica. She shook her head. "I think whoever did it may have used a permanent charm." Roger's laughter doubled, and he fell off his seat. I shot him a furious glare. "Damn it, Anna." This was not a proportionate response. I knew a few spells that could possibly take care of this, but I was wary of pointing my wand at my face and unleashing magic. If I screwed something up, it could make everything worse. After a few moments, the best option presented itself to me, but at the same time, it was the most embarrassing. Knowing that waiting wouldn't help, I stormed off, heading to the hospital wing muttering dark promises of revenge. Madame Pomfrey would surely be able to get this crap off my face. As I stormed into the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey took one look at me and said, "Oh dear." It didn't take long for Madame Pomfrey to get rid of the makeup. It seems like this isn't the first time she has seen someone in my condition. She quickly whipped up a magical solution and applied to my face. 30 minutes later and the makeup was gone. While I waited, I plotted my payback. Having gathered all the necessary materials needed to make my own Hogwarts map, I set out to track Fred and George Weasley down to get the Marauder's map. Of course, tracking down Fred and George may be the trickiest part in all of this. Outside of class, they're like invisible wraiths of chaos. Although, perhaps a better term would be a poltergeist. I swear, they have so much in common with Peeves I'm beginning to think they're his secret apprentices, or maybe it's the other way around. I finally found them on the third floor, in the far east corridor. They had opened a window, and they were both seemingly focused on something below. As I got closer, I noticed one of them had a wand out and the other hastily checking a piece of parchment before returning beneath his robe. Probably using the Marauder's map to ensure no one was sneaking up on them while they enact whatever prank they were about to pull. Confirming my suspicions, Fred called out without looking in my direction, "Hey Alex." Curious about what they were doing, I approached them to see what George was pointing his wand at. Outside, a dozen feet from the castle, was a slimy greenish-brown substance hovering in the air. Even from that distance, a foul, rotten sewage smell invaded my nose, almost making me gag. "Is that stink sap?" I asked, trying to hold my lunch. Fred gave me an evil grin. "Maybe. It depends on who's asking." I couldn't help but feel a moment of pity for their chosen victim. Stink sap smelled awful, and the smell took forever to get out. Fred pulled the map out and rechecked it. "We've got incoming," he warned. "It's Snakehead." George hissed, "Damn it, what's he doing up here? He's supposed to be in the dungeon." George sent the ball of floating stink sap flying off into the distance with a flick of his wrist. Mere seconds after the twins got the window closed, Professor Snape rounded the corner, his dark robes billowing out behind him as he purposefully strode in our directions. His gaze paused on me for a brief second as if he were wondering why I was here. But his dark eyes and carefully blank face refused to give away his inner thoughts. Deciding to ignore me, he turned towards the twins. Professor Snape snapped, "What are you doing up here?" "Nothing," the twins declared in unison. I wanted to shake my head in despair. They said that in a tone that was about as convincing as a toddler trying to deny some wrongdoing. Knowing Fred and George, they did it on purpose. They were taunting Professor Snape, knowing he couldn't prove what they had been doing. Professor Snape locked eyes with George for a moment, then sneered, "Why do I detect a hint of stink sap in the air?" George's face morphed into innocence. "Does it?" Looking around the empty hallway, George remarked, "I don't see any." "What about you, Fred?" Nope, Fred cheekily replied. Glaring at both of them in frustration, Professor Snape warned, if I hear of any tomfoolery involving stinksap, I'll have your hides. Ignoring me, Professor Snape glided away. Once he was gone, Fred whistled, that was close. It's like he has a sixth sense about these things, George complained. He's been dogging our footsteps all year. Weighing in, I said, I know how. Fred and George both looked at me. How? They demanded. I wagged a finger, Nothing is free. George cocked a red eyebrow, what's it going to cost? I pointed at Fred, I want the map. Before Fred could protest, I added, just for a night. Fred and George made eye contact, having a wordless conversation. Deal. They said in unison. Then George added, but, you have to sweeten the pot. My guard went up as suspicion welled up within me. What do you want? I asked. We need access, Fred replied. To the Ravenclaw Tower, George clarified. What? Why? Your friend, Roger Davis, snuck some mud molasses into our drinks. It took days to get that crap out of our teeth. Thinking quickly, I defended, yeah, but wasn't he just paying you guys back for what you did to his Quidditch gloves? Doesn't matter, Fred said, waving away my argument. Since he wants to play, we can only accommodate him. Why now? I questioned. I would have thought you would have immediately retaliated. George smirked, sometimes the anticipation of something bad happening is actually worse than what you're expecting. He's been a nervous wreck, anticipating our revenge. For a moment, I weighed my obligations as both a friend and member of Ravenclaw. Then, I remembered how Roger had yet to stop poking fun about the makeup incident. I nodded my head, deal. Access to the tower for a night with the map. Fred added, and you have to tell us how Snakehead is discovering our deeds before we actually do them. That's the easy part, I replied. He can read your minds. Fred and George both froze in shock. Smirking at the nervousness on their faces, I clarified, well, it's not really mind reading. But, it's a close enough example without going into detail. After giving them a brief explanation on how legilmency and occlumency worked, George swore, so, that's how he's been doing it. That. Cheater. Well, at least the map gives us the advantage. Fred reasoned. If he can't catch us in the act, then it doesn't matter. Inwardly, I wondered what Professor Snape's reaction would be if he found out that marauders and their creation were still messing with him today. My guess is that a few dark spells would be involved. As Fred handed over the map, he asked, what do you even need the map for? For a moment, I considered telling him the truth. But then I figured they would bug me endlessly for a second copy. And I think the twins only having one map made the world fair. Who knows what would happen if they each got their hands on a map? I shuddered at the thought of how much chaos that would unleash. So, I just winked and said, what? You think you're the only ones who can get into mischief? That night, I gathered all the materials to make the map and headed down the Ravenclaw sanctum. Gently, I pulled out the Marauder's map to admire its craftsmanship. There were two main pieces to the map creation. The first, while technically the easier part, would have required a great deal of time to complete. James, Sirius, Lupin, and Peter had to physically chart out every inch of Hogwarts and the grounds, not leaving one stone unturned. While this sounds easy, Hogwarts is enormous, and that's not even including all the secret passages included on the map. The other main piece of magic came after they had mapped out the Hogwarts and the grounds. It was what made the map so special, the homunculus charm. The spell tracked the movement of every living thing at school. How the spell accurately labels everyone is still a mystery to me. The charm even bypasses every known method of concealment, from invisibility cloaks to polyjuice potions. Not even Animagus could fool the map. The charm crafting that went into making the map is beyond impressive. It's no wonder that James, Sirius, and Lupin were at the top of their class. The final piece of enchantment that went into the map involved erasing the map, turning it into an old blank piece of parchment. It required a password to unlock the secrets within, and the map tended to insult any who didn't know the password. While I am reasonably sure if I spent the time, I could recreate the map on my own. I've learned it better to work smarter than harder. My plan to create my copy involved the use of Protean charm. The same charm Hermione used to create the DA coins in the 5th book that were used to communicate with one another. Voldemort also used the same spell on the Dark Mark, the tattoo all the Death Eaters had on their forearm. When a wand touched it, it would send a burning sensation to the others. The Protean charm was a Newt-level charm. Its primary purpose was to forge a connection between two or more objects. I planned to forge a connection between the Marauder's map and my own map. It should turn out to be a mirror image of the original. The interesting thing I've learned about Newt-level spells is that there is so much variation that a single spell can have. A skilled charm crafter can twist a spell in so many different ways. Since the December break, my level of skill in charm crafting has skyrocketed. After preparing my new map to receive a permanent enchantment, I set both the Marauder's map and my empty, blank sheet of folded parchment next to one another. I mentally focused on imagining lines of energy connecting both pieces of parchment. What was on the original would be on the new edition. Konyangshanum. I felt the spell take effect, and I picked up my map to see if I was successful. Touching my wand to the surface, I said, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Ink lines began appearing, spreading out like spiderwebs until the school's layouts fully appeared. Eager to see if the original's primary enchantment transferred over, I opened the map to the Ravenclaw Tower, looking for my dot and name. An unconcealable grin emerged on my face as I caught a glimpse of me. Weirdly enough, my dot and name were in a blank spot on the map. I guess even the Marauders couldn't find every secret place in Hogwarts. I spent the next half hour checking names, making sure the map was working correctly. I briefly paused when I saw Peter Pettigrew's name in the Gryffindor area. I hadn't forgotten about that little rat. I had to fight the urge to storm the Gryffindor area and kill that little traitor. But, after a few deep breaths, I calmed down. I needed him alive, at least for now. I had plans for him, plans that counted on things unfolding how I remembered in the books. But, I hadn't forgotten that it was him who killed Cedric in the books. Peter Pettigrew was destined for a terrible ending. He just didn't know it yet. Nobody touches my friends or family and gets away with it. Nobody. The rest of the semester seemed to fly on by. In my free time, outside of learning 6th year magics, I divided my focus into a few different areas. My skills with nonverbal spells were improving at an exponential rate. Once I figured out the necessary amounts of concentration required, nonverbal spells became easier to master. I was looking forward to my showing at the international dueling competition. It will be interesting to see the looks on my opponents' faces. Of course, I kept up with my dueling practice. Probably not as much as I should, but enough to satisfy my fellow Silver Spears. I also made time to practice enchanting. I had a feeling that charm crafting was going to be a huge area of focus for me in the future. Folly's Arcane Solutions was doing well, but as much as we kept the secret, whispers began emerging in the flying community of a game changer. Delvin Whithorn tried to take advantage of the rumors and announced that they would be releasing the Nimbus 2001 in the summer. I couldn't wait to see the look on his face at the flying convention that was rapidly approaching. Dad and I were both unveiling our new companies. In preparation, I had already contacted Rita Skeeter and informed her what she would be writing. It should be quite a hoot to read. Finally, I spent time with Athena, trying to deepen our bond. What we discovered is she is way better at it than me. She was able to understand almost everything I told her. We even tried experimenting with reading and arithmetic. But, I discovered unlike me, she had no love for numbers. Anytime I bring them up, she closes her eyes and pretends to sleep. She even growled at me when I tried to explain arithmancy. Before I knew it, it was the end of March, and it was time for the flying convention. Luckily for me, it was being held in Hogsmeade all weekend, and we just so happened to have a Hogsmeade pass. Chapter 102. Delvin Whithorn POV. Delvin chose to ignore the annoying pest behind him as he stared into the mirror, looking over his appearance. His dark eyes narrowed as he spotted a few streaks of grey starting to peek out in his hair. Moving closer to the mirror, he brought up his wand and banished the offensive grey strands. Delvin paused when a deliberate cough from the pest behind interrupted him. Annoyance bubbled up within him. Not bothering to turn around, he demanded, "What is it now, Gimli?" A nervous voice corrected, "Mr. Whithorn. It's actually Jimble." Delvin stopped what he was doing and slowly shifted his eyes from his appearance in the mirror to the bespectacled brown-haired wizard holding stacks of papers in his hands behind him. They locked eyes for a moment before Jimble's eyes turned downward in submission. Satisfied that Jimble wouldn't presume to correct him again, Delvin snapped, "I'm still waiting for an answer, Gimli. Or do you intend to stand there all day like a buffoon?" It's the board, sir." Jimble stuttered. "They're concerned about releasing the Nimbus 2001 little more than a year after the Nimbus 2000. Delvin smugly curled his lip, "That's because the board members are idiots and lack vision. Last year profits soared when we released the Nimbus 2000. Releasing the 2001 will net us similar profits, allowing us to expand into some new areas." Jimble nervously bit his lip, trying to build the courage to voice the board's concern. "Sir, the board is worried about alienating our customers, particularly the professional Quidditch teams, who made up a majority of our sales last year. They're worried that the teams will be feeling tricked and betrayed if a new and faster model comes out a year after they purchased large quantities of the Nimbus 2000. Especially when you consider our past business practice has been to release a model once a decade." Delvin flashed a look of disdain at Jimble. "They can complain all they want to, but in the end, it won't matter one bit as long as we're the producer of the fastest broom model out there. They will have to buy our products if they want to stay competitive." "But sir..." "Shut up, Gimli. I don't want to hear another word on this matter. The board can burn in dragon fire for all I care. This is my company. I built it. I made it into the most successful broom company in the world. I've made the board wealthier than they ever dreamed. All they need to do is sit down, shut up, and watch the galleons roll in. Do you understand me? Jimble paled and nodded rapidly and refused to say another word on the matter. Delvin let out a deep breath. Good, he said. Now, what have you uncovered about this supposed new broom company that there have been whispers about? Jimble nervously readjusted his glasses. Well, sir. Not much, mostly just rumors. We feel that whoever they are, they will announce themselves at the flight conference. Delvin rolled his eyes. Really? That's it? I could have told you that much. Why in Merlin's name am I paying you when I can do your job in my sleep? Just get out of my sight, you useless piece of garbage. Jimble turned to flee but hesitated at the doorway. Turning around, he spoke up one final time. Mr. Whithorn, one last thing. When I was investigating the rumor about a new broom company forming, I came across something else. Jimble paused, waiting for Delvin's reaction. Seeing Delvin turn in his direction, Jimble explained. Someone is making moves in the dark. The word is, there is a new player that is supposedly going to revolutionize the world of flying. Devin rolled his eyes. I've heard that rumor almost every year. It's a common tactic used to build interest before the conference. Truth be told, I've done it myself. But sir. Delvin held up a hand, silencing Jimble. If there were any truth to the rumor, I'm sure I would know about it. I have my sources, and they haven't said a word about anything. But nothing, Delvin coolly rebuked. I've said all I am going to say on the matter. Now get out of my sight, or I'll turn you into a doorknob. At least then, you would be useful. Alex. I grinned at the sound of my name being shrieked after Anna's disproportionate response to my keeping the Frogger curse attached to her for admittedly a tad too long. We had spent the last 2 months one-upping each other in a magical war of pranks with neither one of us surrendering. My latest gambit originated back when I was sitting in the hospital wing with the goopy solution Madame Pomfrey whipped up. Apparently, my situation wasn't all that unusual. Madame Pomfrey informed me that Zonko's joke shop sold magic markers that left permanent ink on all types of surfaces. So, while the makeup was a new touch, it wasn't anything she hadn't dealt with before. That piece of information led me to conclude that if I truly wanted to win, I would need to go to the drawing board. The main problem is so many spells, and hexes are repeated variations of themselves. I would need something new, something that Madame Pomfrey couldn't get rid of in a few minutes. In the end, I was inspired by Ryan, my Muggle-born dorm mate. He spent one evening trying to explain to us about a Muggle play called Ounce. Or something like that. I was only paying half attention at the time. The part that really stuck out was that there was a green witch in the story, and voila, the beginnings of a new hex was hatched. Now, there were plenty of spells out there that could change the color of someone's skin. Anna and I had even experienced it back when we were younger when we all went to Quidditch matches. Dad would use magic to color our skin, showing support for our team. The problem was there were dozens of ways to counter or remove the spell like that. I needed something that would stick, something new. So, I spent a few weeks inventing a new unique hex I had dubbed the Slytherin Special. The best part of the spell was it was designed to resist all common counterspells. Short of going to Professor Dumbledore and having him overpower the spell, the only way to remove this hex was to say the magic words, so to speak. While I was mentally patting myself on the back, Cedric, who was leaning against a tree in the courtyard, sighed. Alex, what did you do now? I blinked innocently. Whatever do you mean? Whatever he was going to say was interrupted by a door to the castle being slammed open. In the doorway was a young teenage girl whose normally pale skin was solid green and had silver hair hanging down past her shoulders. Although I was gleeful that the hex was working as planned, I kept my face carefully neutral as if Anna's condition had nothing to do with me. Blazing purple eyes glared at me, silently accusing me of malfeasance. After a few moments of me pretending to be innocent while Anna glared at me, she finally broke down. Well. She gritted out through clenched teeth. I turned to her in mock surprise. Anna, I know you're proud to be in Slytherin, but don't you think this is going too far? Anna's eyes narrowed dangerously. I know it was you. I sagely replied while holding up a finger. But it's not what you know, but what you can prove that counts. Anna stamped her foot. Alex, undo it, right now. I curled my fingers and examined my fingernails as if they were the only thing that mattered. If you don't like the look, I replied. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey can clear that right up. She gritted out through clenched teeth. She already tried. When she couldn't lift the hex, she asked me about the spell. I told her it was a spell I found in an old book in the library that I must have messed up. She sent me to find the book so she could learn more about the spell. Once again, Anna stared at me with daggers in her eyes. I smirked. Good luck tracking down that spell. You won't find it in any textbook. It's a Folly original. Anna's eyes widened upon hearing I invented a hex to deal with her. You. She struggled. You cheater. My only response was to show her my teeth. Abandoning her attempt to convince me, she turned to Cedric. Said, make him undo it. Cedric waved his hands, nope. I'm staying out of this. You're both being childish. Come on. Tomorrow's a Hogsmeade visit. She pleaded with wide, unblinking eyes that began to glisten. I inwardly smirked at the doe-eyed innocent look she was making. I had two conniving little sisters. I've become immune to that sort of trickery. But, as Cedric turned to me, I realized I lost my ally. He had no such immunity and thus was defeated. We had a wordless argument made up of head gestures and eye movements. Finally giving in, I surrendered, fine. I turned back to Anna and rolled my eyes. Okay, Anna. I can tell you how to remove the hex. In fact, it's so easy you won't believe it. But first, let me give you a small lesson on how to really make magic sink in and make it harder to get around. It's all about your loopholes. The bigger the loophole, the stronger you can make the effects of the spell. I pointed towards her green arm. For example, the reason why Madame Pomfrey can't lift the hex is because of the gaping loophole I built into the spell. It doesn't even take any magic to lift the hex. Anna leaned forward, wanting to know how to remove the Slytherin special. Grinning from ear to ear, I enlightened her, all you need to do is say the magic words. 3, to be precise. Anna's eyes narrowed, not liking where this was going. All you have to say is, Alex, you win. And you need to really mean it for it to work. Anna recoiled like a cat that just got sprayed with water. Never, she hissed. Getting up to leave the courtyard, I snorted in amusement, well then, I hope you like being green because you'll stay that way until you surrender. The following day as we all began making our way to Hogsmeade, I caught a glimpse of Anna next to Alicia. Her skin and hair were back to being pale and blonde. I smiled at the sight. She must have given in and said the magic words. Deciding I would be magnanimous. I didn't say a word as I joined them. Although I couldn't keep a small smile from peeking out, what can I say? I'm only a wizard. We soon learned that this Hogsmeade visit wouldn't be like the others. Hogsmeade was filled to the brim with witches and wizards from around the globe. The one thing they all had in common was they were passionate about flying through the sky. On the far side of town, tents and stalls had been set up side by side, forming a maze filled with items related to flying that you previously never knew you needed. But having seen them, you were now convinced you couldn't survive without them. I smiled at the sight of all the people haggling and hawking items. It sort of reminded me of the bazaar Uncle John took me to when I was younger. I pushed through the maze, looking for my parents. There was a large stage on the far side of the maze where companies could reserve times for showcasing new items. I spotted Dad pacing nervously back and forth. He was dressed in a set of expensive dress robes colored dark midnight blue with hints of bronze. His normally tangled dark brown hair was combed to perfection, and his short beard had been neatly groomed. He was even wearing his gold guild ring, noting his mastery of enchantment. Mum was next to him, wearing her own set of fine silky red and black robes. Her blonde hair looked professionally done but with magic. Who can tell? Standing next to them were the twins, who both appeared to be unhappy that they had been forced to dress up as well. Keeping an eye on them was Grandma, who looked as she always did. To her there was no such thing as dressing up. Being dressed in expensive fine clothing was her norm. Mum appeared to be rubbing Dad's back, trying to calm him down. I didn't blame him for being nervous. This was our first step in taking down Nimbus. We didn't just want to top them as the producer of the fastest broom. That was an assured thing set in stone. What we wanted was to seize the company from Delvin. Nimbus was built off the back of my grandfather's hard work. And we wanted it back in the family, back where it belonged. But to do that, things needed to happen in a specific order. What really pleased me to no end was it was going to be my spell that sealed the coffin for Delvin. He had no idea what was coming. Today was the beginning of the end for him. Dad's eyes lit up when he caught sight of me. He scooped me up into a hug. Alex, he greeted. This is it. Are you ready? Of course, he's not ready, Grandma interjected. Turning, I saw Grandma evaluating me with a critical eye. Where are your dress robes? We're revealing your company to the world today, and I will not have you dressed like a ragamuffin. Grandma, I protested. I'm wearing my Hogwarts robes. I think ragamuffin may be a tad harsh. Waving a hand at my robes, I continued, pleased with my ready-made excuse. I didn't pack any dress robes to school. Otherwise, I would have worn them. Grandma gave me her customary wolfish smile, letting me know I had just walked into her trap. No worries, she beamed. I have a set for you. Part of me wanted to protest, but I knew, in the end, she would win. Fine, I grumbled. A short while later, I found myself in a similar set of dark blue and bronze robes to my dad's robes. Grandma wanted us to match today. Back at the stage, I asked Dad. So when do you go on? A little after lunch, Dad replied. Motioning me to lean closer to him, Dad whispered conspiratorially, I've gotten word that Delvin is announcing a new model for the Nimbus brand. So, I made sure to get the spot right before him. I can't wait to see the look on his face when he realizes that he isn't the producer of the fastest broom anymore. I grinned at the look on Dad's face. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, ever since Delvin betrayed my grandfather and stole his work for his own. What about my company? I asked. Are you sure we should go ahead with my announcement? Today's kind of a big day for you. We don't have to announce Folly's Arcane Solutions. Dad snorted, are you kidding? The firebolt is going to send Delvin into a panic, but it's your slipstream charm that is really going to send him over the edge of despair. In one day, he's going to go from having the fastest broom to competing with several other companies who can now produce brooms at far cheaper rates but whose brooms can match the Nimbus's speed. A happy dreamlike smile appeared on Dad's face. I even made sure to schedule you to appear right after his presentation. I can't wait to see the look on Delvin's face when he realizes that the only way to stay competitive is to try and convince you to lease slipstream charm to him. Joining in on Dad's fantasy, I murmured, me too. Author's note. So a couple of things. 1. Let's talk about the magical prank war going on between Anna and Alex. Some people reacted rather strongly to what Anna did. I just want to explain how I view things. This is a magical society, using magic on each other is extremely commonplace. Did she go over the line a little bit? Sure. But Anna is kinda of intense person, and a sore loser. LOL. Also, as Cedric pointed out, they were both being childish, and keep in mind, friends can fight and still be friends. And remember, they are at that age with all those hormones affecting emotions, and well, we will leave it at that. Besides, Alex got the last laugh. Point number 2, I wrote Delvin's POV in third person. It may have thrown some of you off. I was just trying something out. Hope it wasn't too bad. And finally, the flight conference is finally here. I've been looking forward to this plot point for a long time. I hope you guys enjoy it. Chapter 103. As the day wore on, I got to see some exciting demos on the stage. Witches and wizards from around the world were at the conference, and they had brought with them flying gear that was technically illegal in Britain. Wizards from the Far East had brought their flying swords. From India and the Middle East, several companies showcased different flying carpets designed for families to fly on. While most of what was shown were classical flying instruments, there were some new innovations as well. A young wizard in his early 20s from the States brought out a flying skateboard and tried to convince the crowd it was the next big thing in the world of flying. It was a shame none of it was legal to fly in Britain. It didn't always used to be that way. 50 years ago, witches and wizards could fly in the sky in whatever manner they deemed fit. But, the rise of the modern racing brooms changed all that. Broom makers were a dime a dozen back then. Then one day, a few got together and realized that if they could convince the Ministry of Magic to create a list of what was legal to fly on, their profits would soar. To hear Dad tell it, a lot of gold was involved in convincing the ministry to institute the ban. Now anything that isn't a broom is on the registry of proscribed charmable objects. Hopefully, one day the ministry will pull its head out of its arse and lift the ban. After all, what does it matter if someone rides a rug, sword, or skateboard through the air? It's not like those things are somehow more noticeable in the sky than a broom. Of course, not everything was pleasant to watch. It didn't take long for Delvin Whithorn to waltz in surrounded by an entourage of minions from Nimbus. Delvin was dressed in a dark set of his finest robes that did nothing but broadcast wealth. His dark hair was slicked back, and his mustache and goatee had been waxed. He had come prepared to be interviewed and to have his picture taken. But, I bet by the end of Dad's presentation, being interviewed will be the last thing on his mind. As Delvin made his way through the crowd smiling and shaking hands with other big names in the flying world, I could sense that this was what he loved most. His eyes shined with delight as others paid homage to the producer of the fastest broom in the world. Maybe it says something about my character, but I was quite looking forward to taking that away from him. Soon, I noticed Delvin and his entourage making their way in our direction. He never could seem to pass up an opportunity to run his success in our family's face. But that's okay. I have a nasty reporter on standby who will ensure our success is all he reads about in the Daily Prophet. Henry, Delvin greeted pleasantly as if there weren't a blood feud between them. It's good to see you here at the conference. Your father, George, never missed a single one. I'm sure he would take great pleasure seeing you here. Now, Dad was not what I would call a violent man, he wasn't prone to outbursts, and he always seemed to be in complete control of himself. But everyone has a weak spot, and Delvin seemed to be his. Delvin always seemed able to get a rise out of Dad, and he took great pleasure in poking and prodding him like a goblin torturing a chained dragon, knowing that the dragon wouldn't be able to fight back. Little did he realize that the dragon had slipped its leash and was hungry for revenge. But, instead of rising to Delvin's bait, Dad just smiled like he had a big secret and coolly agreed. You know what, Delvin? I think you're right. My father would enjoy seeing what happens at the convention this year. Leaning forward, he added cryptically, in fact, I think you will be seeing a lot more of me at these gatherings from now on. Delvin paused looking confused, and unsure of Dad's reply. Whatever he had been expecting Dad to say, agreeing with him wasn't it. Shaking it off, Delvin curled his lip and replied, well, I must be going. So many people to meet. Sometimes it's a burden being so desirable. Unable to help myself, I rolled my eyes as Delvin sauntered off. Sharing my opinion, Rebecca piped up, what a goober. She said it in such a matter-of-fact way. It caused the rest of us to burst into laughter. Soon it was time for Dad to get ready for his presentation, and he had to make his way backstage. As for me, I positioned myself where I could keep an eye on Delvin. I didn't want to miss a single expression on his face as his worldview crumbled. Eventually, Dad made his way up on stage. The few assistants he had brought with him helped set things up. While they were setting up, my friends caught up with me. They were excited to see the firebolt in action for the first time. While setting up the stage, many of the crowd's eyes were drawn to a long rectangular object resting on a table. A shimmering blue cloth covered it, drawing everyone's interest. As for Delvin, an unhappy frown had appeared on his face the second my dad walked out on stage. Whatever his feelings towards my dad, not even he could deny that Dad was recognized as one of the best charm crafters in all of Britain. Welcome, Dad's magically enhanced voice rang out over the crowd. It doesn't matter that everyone here is from all over the world. We all share something in common. Dad paused for a moment before beaming, whether you like the rush of speeding through the air, or the beauty of flying through the clouds. We all share a passion for soaring through the sky. My passion was brought to life by my father, George Foley. He dreamed of creating the fastest racing broom in the world. Although he never realized his dream, I inherited his ambition. Dad's gaze passed over Delvin as he paused for a moment. Delvin looked a little unsure at Dad's speech. Like an animal that senses a predator nearby but hasn't quite figured out where the danger is coming from. For several years, I have labored untold hours towards this goal. To create something never seen before in the world of broom racing. In my restless pursuit, I have broken new ground and created a masterpiece the likes the world has never seen. At this point, the whole crowd was utterly hanging on to every word. The exception was Delvin and his entourage from Nimbus. Alarm bells seemed to be going off in Delvin's mind as a nervous sweat had begun to appear on his brow. His assistants looked quite nervous as well, and they appeared to be whispering to an unresponsive Delvin. Dad pointed his wand towards the shimmering blue cloth, banishing it away, revealing what it had been concealing. I present the firebolt. The crowd murmured in appreciation at the sight of the firebolt. Even to the untrained eye, every inch of the firebolt screamed acceleration, power, and above all else, speed. Delvin, of course, had a different reaction. He clearly recognized the name that Grandpa George intended to give to his work. Almost unconsciously, Delvin leaned back as if warding off a blow that originated from my grandfather's spirit but was delivered from his son. Distracting me from my thoughts, Cedric gave me a nudge. Your dad's pretty good at showmanship. Before I could agree, Alicia fiercely hissed, SHHH. I don't want to miss anything. Having been silenced, we turned out full attention back to the firebolt on stage. The handle was polished ebony wood with gleaming goblin-forged iron gears attached above the birch and hazel twigs. On the front edge was a golden registry of numbers, 001, which marked the broom as the first of its kind. The only people in the crowd who didn't appear appreciated were Delvin and his entourage. Delvin's face was nearly magenta as he appeared to have forgotten to breathe properly. Now, rather than just spout out how fast the firebolt is, I think it would be more fun to show you. Dad raised his wand and shot a red flare into the sky. The crowd looked into the sky, eager for the show. Off in the distance, two black spots were rapidly approaching. They zipped over the crowd so fast some missed it because they were blinking. As noise erupted from the crowd, the two flyers turned back and made another pass. More prepared this time, flashes of light erupted from the crowd as reporters took pictures. On the stage, Dad started listing out the goods. As you can see, the firebolt boasts unparalleled speed and is capable of reaching speeds of 240 km per hour, 150 miles per hour. Alicia tore her eyes off the riders and turned her puppy dog eyes to me. When do we get ours? She drooled. I gave a shrug, probably not till the end of summer. The firebolt is a complex web of enchantments, and it's taking me more time than anticipated to master it. The crowd drowned out our conversation when they went nuts upon hearing the top speed. Everyone could sense that the firebolt heralded that the world of competitive racing brooms was upon a vast precipice of change. I glanced back at Delvin, wanting to savor every second of his pain. The purple color in his face was gone, replaced by a pale white as he recognized that his world was ending. Dad shot a green flare into the sky, and both riders pointed their firebolts up into the sky, gaining altitude. Once they were mere speaks to us on the ground, they turned 180 degrees and started driving towards the ground at their top speed. As they approached the ground at blazing speed, a few people cried out warnings of the dangers of a crash. But, just as the two flyers seemed like they would slam into the ground, they hit the brakes and seemingly stopped on a dime, hovering a mere few feet above the crowd. On stage, Dad explained their actions. As you can see, the Firebolt's unique design and build allows for near-instant braking, all while remaining completely stable. As an added benefit, it allows the rider to change directions instantly without risking the rider or broom. To demonstrate, the riders rocketed to the sky again, demonstrating instant turning that allowed them to change directions without missing a beat. As Dad continued his presentation, I stopped paying attention, focusing entirely on Delvin. He seemed to have lost touch with reality as he stared glassy-eyed off into the distance. He didn't even seem to hear his pack of minions who were moving around him like chickens with their heads cut off. As Dad's presentation came to an end, he informed the crowd that he would be here the whole weekend and had a tent where questions could be asked, and orders could be made. It seemed like nearly half the crowd was prepared to leave right then and there, wanting to mob the tent Mum had set up. But, a playful look appeared on Dad's as he spotted Delvin. The best comparison of his look was Athena decided that she wants to play with her food. Before anyone leaves, make sure you stick around for my good friend Delvin Whithorn, owner of the Nimbus Racing Broom Company. I hear he has a great presentation for us. Let's all give him a warm welcome. Eyes in the crowd wandered in the direction that Dad was pointing towards. I smiled when I saw that Delvin's face was blank, lost, like his world crumbled when his back was turned, and he was still trying to puzzle how things had gone so wrong. Our family wasn't the only one in the crowd who enjoyed how frazzled Delvin looked. For over 2 decades, Delvin had been top dog, and he had made quite a few enemies among his competitors in the flying world. They all seemed to be shooting him looks of schadenfreude. Cedric leaned over and whispered, I almost feel bad for Whithorn. Anything after the Firebolt's presentation is going to seem lame. I shot him a mischievous grin. I know, right? It's almost like it was planned that way. While we were talking, Delvin was nearly pushed to the stage by his employees, who hadn't quite grasped how bad things would go for Nimbus. Of course, they didn't know what we knew. For the first time in a long time, Nimbus was financially vulnerable. Delvin had taken the profits from the Nimbus 2000 and sunk everything into launching the Nimbus 2001. Had Delvin taken it slow, milking the Nimbus 2000 for all it's worth before ramping up a new model, they would have been fine. But, he got greedy and pushed when he should have patience. In an ironic twist of fate, Delvin's impatience is what's going to let us sink Nimbus for good. Now, the die was cast. The first domino had fallen. Soon my grandfather's work will be back where it belongs. The best part was, I could see the wheels spinning in Delvin's eyes. He could see the train wreck coming, but it was too late to get off the train. For a moment, we locked eyes. I couldn't help but flash him a contemptuous smile. I was looking forward to watching him squirm on stage. By the time his team had assembled everything on stage, Delvin seemed to recover somewhat and begin his presentation. Unlike Dad's presentation, Delvin didn't bother hiding the new model from the crowd. Rather than its predecessor, which was made up of polished mahogany and gold and bronze, the Nimbus 2001's color was black and silver. Behind Delvin were white banners that showed people in Quidditch uniforms flying around on the new model. Overall, the presentation wasn't horrible, but coming on right after the Firebolt made the Nimbus 2001's presentation seem lackluster. There were a few unpleasant muttering in the crowd. The fact that Nimbus was releasing a new model so soon after the Nimbus 2000 made people feel like they had been duped. The ones who looked most upset were representatives of professional Quidditch teams. They had bought vast quantities of the 2000s, and less than a year later, Nimbus released a faster model, which would make their current model second-rate. I shook my head at Delvin's arrogance. That was going to cost him. The rest of Delvin's presentation was filled with unplanned pauses as he was forced to reword his memorized speech. No longer could he claim to produce the fastest broom, and outside of a few who were die-hard Nimbus fans and perhaps a plant or two, I think Delvin could sense he had lost most of the crowd interest. He cut his presentation short and stormed off the stage, completely embarrassed. As I watched him disappear into the crowd, I raised a complaint. Hey, he's not supposed to leave yet. He hasn't seen my presentation yet. Dad patted me on the shoulder. Don't worry, Alex. He pointed out some of the Nimbus employees who stuck around. I'm sure he'll get the memo. I couldn't help but pout a little. I wanted to see the look on Delvin's face when he realized how much my spell would be taking from him. A heavy pat on my back pulled me from my dark thoughts. Alex, my boy. It's good to see you out and about. Turning, I saw Giovanni Mancinelli, the Italian leader of the Charm Crafters Guild. Before I could say anything, he spun towards Grandma, sending his deep red robes flying. Danielle, he greeted, taking her hand and pressing his lips to her fingers. You haven't aged a day. You're still as beautiful as the day I met you. I blinked when Grandma giggled like a schoolgirl in response. Grandma didn't giggle. She laughed or chuckled. I narrowed my eyes and gave Giovanni the stink eye when he winked at me, and I wasn't alone. Dad was right there beside me, doing the same thing. Giovanni, you rascal. Grandma greeted him fondly. I see you're still up to your old tricks. Giovanni clutched his heart as if he were wounded. Only for you, my darling, he promised. Dad coughed, breaking up the moment. What are you doing here, Giovanni? Giovanni turned his attention away from Grandma and wrapped his arm around me. Why, I'm here to support our guild's youngest member as he shows himself to the world. Dad grumbled, more likely you're here to use Alex's success to drum up more publicity for the guild. Giovanni flashed an innocent smile, why can't it be both? Before Dad could reply, Grandma interrupted their bickering and asked me, Alex, are you ready to start your presentation? I nodded and waved to a small group of people, motioning for them to join us. They were representatives of the 3 companies that had signed contracts with Folly's Arcane Solutions. During my presentation, we would be showcasing all the Slipstream Edition models to the world. Originally, they had wanted to do their own press releases on the matter. But, Grandma was sneaky. She had secretly slipped in verbiage into their contracts that prevented them from announcing on their own until I had come forward. She also included that they would have to send reps to demonstrate their products during my official launch. Universal, Clean Sweep, and the Comet Broom Company had grudgingly sent their reps with the finished products. We were anticipating that my presentation would drum up a lot of business. In particular, we thought my spell would be a big hit with the flying carpet crowd. Flying carpets tended to be relatively slow, and companies were always on the lookout for something that would increase their speed. Taking a deep breath, I turned to the stage and went on. Delvin's POV, starting from Henry's presentation. Delvin tilted his head in confusion when he saw a familiar face appear on the stage. He couldn't help but think, what is Henry doing up there? Folly's shop doesn't have anything to do with the flying community. I made sure of that years ago. Delvin's mind conjured up the scene that led him to become a leader in the flying community. George Folly tore his eyes off the basin whose liquid had a shimmering image of his wife and 2 sons setting up a picnic in a wide open field. You're mad, he whispered fearfully. You should be thankful I'm giving you a choice at all. Delvin coolly replied. My father would have simply killed you and your family, leaving nothing behind. Now make your choice, your family's life or ownership of all the spells related to the broom you've spent the last decade designing. George shook his head as if he were still trying to wrap his mind around things. 1 minute he had been heading out for a picnic with his family, but then Delvin asked him to step into his office for a quick discussion. If being shown a live image of his family had raised questions, having their lives threatened raised even more. Why? George asked. We're partners, friends. Why do this? Devlin sneered back at him. You may be one of the best enchanters in Britain, but you lack vision. I've done all I can to expand and grow the business, but I've had to fight you every step of the way. Always claiming it's not about the money. Well, guess what? Delvin suddenly snapped, sending specks of spit everywhere. It is about the money. If it weren't for me, your store probably would have gone out of business years ago. Consider this payment for services rendered. Delvin held up a magically binding contract that would give him complete ownership of all George's unique spells related to the broom he had been designing. Now choose. Your family, or your precious broom. It's not even a choice, George replied with a disgusted look on his face. If you had a family that loved you, you would know that. George froze when he noticed that Delvin's left eye was twitching dangerously, worried that he may have pushed Delvin too far and that he might do something to his family in response. George reached out and grabbed the contract that would sign over his life's work. There, he said. It's all yours, now leave my family alone as you promised. But, of course, Delvin Silky replied as if there were never any doubt. After all, I'm a man of my word. Delvin leaned forward and whispered something into the basin. The scene quickly changed, showing the people who had been stalking his family disappear into thin air. George sighed deeply, with most of the worry leaving his face. With the immediate danger to his family gone, thoughts of what came next rushed to the forefront of his mind. What now? George bitterly asked. You going to kill me? Delvin placed a hand on George's shoulder and laughed. Kill you? Why would I kill you? Annoyed at Devlin's cavalierness, George snapped. You're not dumb enough to think that contract will be enough. My family is highly respected in the wizard community. All it would take is a single word from me, and the ministry would launch an investigation. That would require you to remember this happening. Delvin nodded at someone behind George. Sensing someone else was in the room, George turned and caught a glimpse of a wizard with skin as black as night. The wizard made a strange motion with both of his hands, and a flash of red erupted from them, rendering George unconscious. Delvin smiled at the sight. Thank you, Samuel. You're the best. Send your thanks to your father, Samuel rebuffed. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for him. Delvin's smile grew strained at the mention of his father. I'll be sure to do that. Now make sure George doesn't remember anything about this conversation. You know, he has a point. It would be cleaner just to kill him. Samuel remarked as they moved closer to George's unconscious body. I can do it for you if you want. Silence filled the room as Delvin pondered Samuel's offer. After a few moments, he rejected his offer. No, it would draw unwanted attention. I have my own plans for moving forward. Delvin took a deep breath and calmly added, besides, we have to do the same to his family, and the Follies are too well known to disappear. They're related to half the purebloods in Britain, and they're friends with the other half. There would be too many questions if they all disappeared. As Samuel placed the tips of his fingers around George's skull, Delvin made another request. While you're in his head, I need you to do one more thing to George's mind. You see, he made a point when he pointed out his connections. Rather than killing him, I've come up with a much better idea. There have been a few anti-ministry gatherings by some upstart calling himself Voldemort. Seeing how George isn't a huge fan of the ministry, it should be easy to stroke his interest in attending these meetings. I'm sure once the ministry gets wind of who is attending these meetings, any influence he might have at the ministry will dry up. Delvin's mind was pulled back to the present as his employees jostled him. This can't be happening, Delvin pleaded to himself as Henry continued his presentation. George was a genius enchanter. His work was so good we are still using it all these years later. His son can't possibly have made a better broom. It wouldn't be fair to have two genius enchanters in a single family. Delvin continued to reassure himself over and over that Henry couldn't top his father's work. But, when Henry ripped off the blue cloth and announced the firebolt to the world, Delvin forgot to breathe. Shit. Shit. What is the dragon? Fucking phoenix. Pissing shit is that contraption? That isn't a racing broom. It's an unholy melding of goblin steel and magical wood. What dark god did Henry sell his soul to, and how can I contact him? Delvin felt a constant tapping on his left arm. Sir. Sir. Shut up, Gimli. Delvin roared. I'm trying to think. As the tapping ceased, Delvin softly reassured himself. Maybe it's just cosmetics. People do that, right? They make fancy things, but the spells can't match up to the design. After a red burst of light in the air, Delvin heard others in the crowd point out two flying objects in the sky rapidly approaching. Devlin shook his head in denial and repeated over and over, it can't be. It can't be. They're moving too fast. Brooms don't go that fast. Delvin was quickly proved wrong as the two firebolts zoomed by. Delvin's vision nearly went white when he heard what Henry said next. Dazed, Delvin asked Jimble, hoping he misheard. What did he say? Jimble seemed reluctant to speak, fearful of Delvin's response. Trying to be helpful, another employee spoke up, ruining Delvin's day. He said the firebolt's top speed was 240 km per hour. His voice trailed off when he noticed how pale Delvin was. For a split second, he even considered if his boss had died and somehow become a ghost. For the rest of the presentation, Delvin remained silent, lost in his own world. He came to when he realized his name had been spoken. Looking around, he saw people in the crowd were looking at him. Jimble tugged at his arm. Sir, it's time for our presentation. We need to go. Are you crazy? Devlin scoffed. We can't go on right now. What are we supposed to say? Hey, look, our new amazing broom is much slower than the broom you just saw. Please buy it. Jimble shrugged helplessly. What do you want us to do? There are no more available spots. Maybe we can trade with someone. That's not a bad idea, Delvin said. But as he scanned the crowd, he saw his competitors' faces shooting looks of schadenfreude towards him gleefully. Delvin murmured to himself, somehow, I doubt we can find anyone willing to accommodate us. Another employee from Nimbus, whose name escaped Delvin, suggested, maybe we should just cancel and not go up. The nameless employee's suggestion seemed to bring Delvin out of his spiral of despair. Nonsense, he snapped. I have a reputation to maintain. Nimbus has a reputation to maintain. We will just have to press on and accept that there will be some changes. As Delvin's employees started to set things up, his mind was racing. All his plans had changed in an instant. If Nimbus were to survive the firebolt emergence into the market, adjustments would have to be made. It would be difficult, and they would lose their high-end customers, but it was still possible to survive this. As Delvin scanned the crowd, he locked eyes for a moment with the Folly spawn. Delvin burned with rage when he spotted the smug look the kid was giving him. How dare you look at me like you're better than me, you little brat. You should have done the world a favor and died last year. Delvin viscously thought to himself. If you think your precious firebolt is enough to end me, you have another thing coming. I have been doing this business since your father was a brat. The rage Delvin felt was enough to snap himself from the world of despair he had been floundering in. Ideas began pouring in as he continued the presentation. When it was over, he moved quickly off stage, wanting to return to his offices. The more Delvin pondered the day's events, the angrier he became. How had this happened without him getting word from his contacts in the ministry? Not one word of warning was given to him. Delvin paused for a moment when he reached Nimbus's headquarters. The 4-story brick warehouse was hidden in a sea of similarly built warehouses. Even with the crappy day Delvin had been having, the sight of his headquarters always cheered him up. This was the seat of his empire, one he had seized and taken to unparalleled heights. And he would be damned if he was going to let it be taken away from him. By the time Delvin reached the top floor where his office was, he already had a list of people he wanted to speak with. Brushing off his secretary's greeting, Delvin snapped, "I want Oliver Hawthorne in my mirror in less than 10 minutes. But sir, it may take some time to get a hold of him." 10 minutes? Delvin roared before slamming the door to his office shut. As Delvin sat in his leather-bound chair, he did the one thing that always calmed him down. He poured himself a glass of brandy. Drinking deeply, Delvin drained the glass in one gulp and poured another while he waited for Oliver to contact him. It didn't take long for a pudgy wizard wearing bland robes to appear in the full-length mirror Delvin had in his office. A few feet away from the mirror sat Delvin, who was turned in the opposite direction, seemingly quiet and lost in thought. "Ahem," Oliver deliberately coughed. Without turning around, Delvin mused in a calm tone, "Do you know many galleons I've spent over the years ensuring you rise in the ministry?" Just as Oliver was about to reply, Delvin answered his own question, "Hundreds, if not thousands. All to ensure you rise high within the Department of Magical Transportation and keep me informed of any developments that may concern me or my company." Spinning his chair abruptly, Delvin got up and hurled his glass of brandy into the fireplace, which sent out a jet of flame. "So why, in Merlin's name, did I just get blindsided by Henry Folly and his new firebolt? Are you just incompetent, or did you betray me?" Oliver's jowls jiggled as he opened his mouth to defend himself. "It's not my fault," he pleaded. "The broom regularly control only released information about the firebolt yesterday. The Follies somehow bypassed the normal route of getting ministry approval and went straight to the head of the Department of Magical Transportation, Miria Sterling. From what I've heard through the grapevine, Miria and Danielle are good friends." The more Oliver talked, the angrier Delvin became. With his face flushed red, Delvin spat, "Useless." With a wave of his wand, Delvin dismissed Oliver. One by one, Delvin contacted each of his informants in the ministry. Each person revealed a small piece of the puzzle of how he was blindsided. It was that bitch, Danielle Folly, who was responsible. Apparently, she had been a busy little bee as she spent the 2 decades repairing the Folly name after George disappeared. It was no wonder he didn't receive word of what was going to happen. She had her fingers in everything. "I underestimated her," Delvin fumed. "I assumed she would slink quietly off into the night after George's disappearance. But from the looks of things, she has been preparing her revenge against me all this time. Ungrateful sow, I should have taken Samuel's advice and killed the Follies years ago." Delvin spent the rest of the night downing glasses of brandy and planning for the future. It would be painful, but Nimbus would survive the firebolt. Having slept in his office, Delvin was slightly disheveled the following day. Having called an emergency meeting of the board, Delvin did his best to straighten up. Appearances were important, and he needed the board to have complete faith in him. Delvin strode into the conference room, projecting confidence that he didn't feel inside. As he glanced at the other 5 board members, he felt pleased that he could project confidence while most appeared defeated. It supported the belief that he was a natural leader. Of the 5 members, the only one who didn't show any emotion was Filnick. He was the goblin representative of Clan Crusher. Of course, it mattered little that Fleenek showed little emotion. Fleenek rarely showed emotion at board meetings. As for the other 4 members, 2 were wizards, and 2 were witches. They all came on board as investors years ago when Delvin first started the company. Their initial funding was what allowed Delvin to grow the company into what it was today. It was a point of pride with Delvin that he received no financial support from his father. Nimbus had grown to an international level under his guidance. No matter what his father said, he couldn't deny everything Delvin accomplished. Wanting to seize the momentum, Delvin got started. "I know yesterday must have been a shock to you all. I know it was for me." As a murmur of agreement went around the room, Delvin felt bolstered and continued his speech. "The firebolt's emergence into the market changes things for us. I can almost guarantee we will lose the Quidditch leagues." One of the witches nodded reluctantly and said, "I can confirm that. I've already had dozens of cancellations from Quidditch leagues, and we can expect the trend to continue." Although he was annoyed that he was interrupted, Delvin pushed down his feelings and said, "Thank you for that, Susan. Now, as much as it hurts to lose the leagues, they only represent a portion of our sales. While I'm not sure of the firebolt's final price, I'm sure it will be out of the reach of at least half of our customers." Delvin frowned at the lack of reaction from the board. So he reminded them, "We still have the second fastest broom on the market. Speaking of the Nimbus 2001, I've already stopped all production. As long as we can sell our current stockpile, we can get through this tough patch. Refusing to be deterred at the looks of confusion members of the board were giving him, Delvin continued, I have already come up with several strategies to help us sell our stockpile. First, we can lure back old customers by offering discounts by turning in their old Nimbus models for the latest model. We can also offer deals by selling models in groups. Delvin's left eye twitched in annoyance when he was yet again interrupted, this time by David. Delvin, he sighed. How early did you leave the conference? Confused at this line of questioning, Delvin cocked his head and replied, right after our presentation for the Nimbus 2001. Seeing the looks the other board members giving one another made Delvin wary. I didn't have any time to waste, he hastily explained. I spent all last night planning Nimbus's response to the firebolt. This time it was Susan who spoke up. Delvin, she said kindly. Immediately the hairs on the back of Delvin's neck rose. The tone in which Susan said his name would be recognized by anyone. It was the tone you used when you were about to deliver devastating news, and you wanted to break it to them gently. It's not the firebolt that has us all worried. We all know that we're too big to be brought down by simply being bumped to second place. Then why do you all look like the sky caved in? Delvin asked. I spent half the night coming up with strategies, and you all look like you don't give a damn. Susan gave a pained smile, it's what happened after your presentation that has us all down. Delvin's stomach twisted nervously when he heard Susan speak. It was the same feeling he got during Henry's presentation. Seeing the same grave looks on everyone's face, Delvin whispered, what happened after I left? Susan looked helplessly at the others, does anyone have the paper? It would be easier just to show him. The other witch on the board, Martha Smith, reached into her bag and said, hold on, I think I have one in my purse. She pulled out the paper and handed it to Susan, who in turn slid the folded newspaper across the wooden table. Delvin glared at the paper wanting nothing more than to vanish it into nothingness. He could sense that it contained more bad news, and to be honest, his plate was already full dealing with Henry and his firebolt. But, sensing everyone's eyes on him, Delvin reached out and grabbed the paper. He snarled when he saw the first headline. Nimbus falls, firebolt rises. If the headline was bad enough, there were two pictures below side by side. One showed a confident Henry showcasing the firebolt, while the other was a horrible photo of himself looking like he just got kicked in the head and needed to puke. As an afterthought, he noticed the article was written by someone named Rita Skeeter. She had nothing but praises for the firebolt while reducing the Nimbus to a mere afterthought. As furious as the article made him, he looked up at everyone. I don't see why this surprises anyone. We knew it would be bad. Speaking for the first time, Fleenek said, you're looking at the wrong half. Look at the bottom. Devon flipped over the paper and spotted the folly brat with a smug grin on his face. Something in his gaze seemed to say that he knew Delvin would be reading the paper and was pleased by all the trouble he was giving him. Moving his gaze from the annoying picture, Delvin's blood froze upon reading the title. Like father, like son. A legacy of excellence. Taking after his father, young Alexander Folly shocked everyone when he revealed himself and his fledgling company, Folly's Arcane Solutions to the world yesterday. At the young age of 14, Alex crafted a unique charm that promises to revolutionize the world of flying. For anyone doubting young Alexander's ability to create this spell on his own, Giovanni Mancinelli, the master of the Charm Crafters Guild, has informed the Daily Prophet that Alex is the youngest member and has reached the rank of silver at the age of 14. If that wasn't enough, jaws dropped when Alex informed the crowd that his spell can increase the speed of any flying object by roughly 25%. The paper fluttered to the table as Delvin was too shocked to continue. Unable to stand anymore, Delvin collapsed into a chair. 25%, he whispered in part disbelief and part despair. Immediately, he understood everyone's looks. This was a death blow. There wasn't any way to compete against something like that. Delvin complained to himself, it's not fair. Do the Follies have some ancient magical bloodline that ensures they produce genius enchanters? First, George makes the Nimbus. Then his son makes the Firebolt, then his grandson outdoes both of them and invents a spell that makes all brooms go faster. How am I supposed to compete with that? It's not fair. David brought him out of his spiral of despair, only to make him more worried. Keep reading. It gets worse. Reluctantly, Delvin picked up the paper and continued reading. On stage, Alex was joined by several prominent broom companies, including Follies Firebolt, Comet Inc., Clean Sweep, and Universal Brooms. Each produced slipstream models of their fastest broom. While the Firebolt slipstream dazzled the crowd with speeds reaching 300 km per hour, 187 miles per hour. The other three surprised the crowd by revealing that their models could now go toe-to-toe the newest model of the Nimbus 2001. As for why Nimbus, the previous fastest broom, was excluded from the lineup, your favorite reporter Rita Skeeter has unearthed an interesting tale continued on page 12. Delvin rapidly turned the Daily Prophet and felt a sense of alarm when he saw the title of a small story. Nimbus's origin. It was in 1967 when Nimbus took the broom racing world by storm. From seemingly out of nowhere, Delvin Whithorn emerged with the fastest broom in the world. The Nimbus Broom Racing Company rapidly dominated the local markets, then quickly expanded internationally. Nimbus is a model company for all appearances, but for all their shiny appearances, I, your favorite reporter, smelled a dirty secret. After some research, I discovered something you might find interesting. Before Delvin Whithorn was known for running the most successful broom racing company in the world, he was a business partner with George Foley running Foley's Wondrous Enchantments. From all accounts, George was responsible for the enchanting, and Delvin handled the business side. But, like so many good things, it didn't last. Soon, George Foley disappeared and was initially suspected of being a supporter of He Who Must Not Be Named. After his disappearance, Delvin emerged and started his own company, the Nimbus Broom Racing Company. However, it is now confirmed that George Foley was one of the first of many to oppose He Who Must Not Be Named and was killed in his rise to power. Perhaps, I should have left this tragic story in the past. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, so my dear readers, I dug deeper. And what I found truly fascinated me. According to an unnamed source, George Foley spent years working on a broom that he claimed would be the fastest broom in the world. Now, my faithful readers, don't you find it curious that Delvin Whithorn, a wizard with no background in enchanting, somehow emerged with a contract giving him rights to George's design? As for how that happened, I leave it to my intelligent audience to ponder and reflect. Rubbish! Delvin roared while throwing the paper on the table. Adding insult to injury, the back of the paper revealed another blurb about Nimbus. Nimbus almost does what you know who couldn't. It has come to the attention of this honest reporter that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was nearly killed at Hogwarts riding a Nimbus 2000. If the Nimbus can nearly kill the chosen one, what chance do the rest of our children have? Refusing to read another word, Delvin pointed his wand at the paper and roared, "Incendio!" As a blast of flame consumed the paper, Delvin shouted, "Lies! All lies! Who the fuck is Rita Skeeter? I'll have that bitch's job by the end of the week." Silence reigned supreme in the conference room as all eyes watched the slightly deranged leader of Nimbus. "I take it that we stand no chance of obtaining a contract with Foley's Arcane Solutions?" Robert, the last board member, inquired. The question made Delvin gnash his teeth. Of course, they stood no chance of signing a contract. He could only imagine the looks of glee on that stupid brat's face as he denied them, damning Nimbus to oblivion. Imagining that look helped pull Delvin from his funk. This wasn't how he was going down. Delvin refused to let that brat be the end of him. Immediately, the path forward revealed itself to Delvin, and he declared, "We need to make our own version of the slipstream charm." Looking around the table, Delvin saw looks of doubt. "We can do this," he implored. "We have half a dozen enchanters under contract. We'll buy every slipstream model available and let our enchanters tear them apart. It will take time for them to engineer their own versions of the spell, but once they do, we'll be back in business." Not convinced, David pointed out the critical flaw in Delvin's thinking. "Yeah, but how long will it take? We are already bleeding galleons. I've run the numbers, and if sales drop like we all know they will, we will only have months before it's over, and we have to shutter our doors." "Months?" Delvin asked. "How many months?" Frowning, David readjusted his glasses. 2, maybe 3 or 4 if we let most of our employees go." Shaking her head, Susan added, "That's nowhere near enough time for our enchanters to develop our own spell. It will take years, 3 or 4 if we're lucky, 5 or 6 if we're not. We would need a massive infusion of coin to stay afloat." Desperate to save Nimbus, Delvin suggested, "We could each add a portion from our personal funds. That way, the burden would be easier to bear." Silence reigned throughout the conference room. None of the board members were willing to risk their personal fortunes. Fury flooded Delvin's veins. Their fortunes had been built on the back of his company, and now none of them were willing to pitch in when Nimbus needed help. Delvin's eyes turned to Fleenek. "What about Clan Crusher? Would they be willing to give us a loan?" Fleenek shook his head. "No, my clan doesn't have the habit of throwing good gold after bad." Fleenek looked around the room with his piercing dark eyes. "Since none of you want to voice the obvious solution, then I will. We should sell. We can strip Nimbus for all it's worth and sell to the highest bidder." While none of the other members said anything, it was apparent they agreed with the goblin. Breathing heavily, Delvin hissed, "Never. This is my company, and I will never agree to sell it." "Delvin," Susan pleaded. "Be reasonable." Jumping in, Robert added, "Think about it. If we sell now, we'll make a fortune." Seeing the other join in agreement made Delvin furious. After all the opportunities he had given them, they wanted to bail at the first sign of trouble. "No," Delvin spat. "Not happening." Too enraged to continue, Delvin stormed off, leaving the board behind. Back in his office, he poured himself another glass of brandy. He didn't care that it was morning. He needed to think. Ideas on how to raise money ran through Delvin's mind. He considered going to Gringotts, but he doubted he could get a loan. Goblins could sense weakness, like a shark smelling blood. Even if he did get a loan, the terms would be so unfavorable that one mistake would ensure Nimbus was handed over. But, there was another option, one that had been swirling in the back of Delvin's mind. His father's syndicate, could easily keep Nimbus afloat while Nimbus's enchanters worked on matching the slipstream spell. But, even knowing the syndicate could help, Delvin felt reluctant. His father would no doubt insist on bringing in his people. Not to mention all the snide comments his perfect sister would make. After a mental battle, Delvin sighed. This was the only way left to him now. He would have to give up some control of the empire he built. But, at least it would stay in the family, so to speak. A/N. Man, this chapter was a long time coming. Sorry for the wait, but it was a long chapter. I just kept on writing and writing. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Next chapter will pick up where we left off. Chapter 104. As Delvin stood on the deck of his father's ship, the Flying Dutchman, he was once again reminded why he disliked being on board. Currently, the ocean's waves were crashing into the ship, sending them bobbling up and down. Delvin couldn't help but compare the waves to a vengeful child playing with a toy ship in the bath, wanting to see how much it would take to capsize the ship. Logically, Delvin understood that the ship was more than safe. The Flying Dutchman had so many spells woven into it. There was zero chance of capsizing. There were even charms that ensured they wouldn't be thrown around like a sack of potatoes while the ocean threw them across the deck. But, even with all the protections, Delvin much preferred his stately mansion to his father's moving fortress. That's what the Flying Dutchman was, a fortress. It simply masqueraded as a ship. The most obvious protection was the ability to move above and below the oceans. Additionally, the ship had every known concealment charm woven into every plank. If the Flying Dutchman didn't want to be found, it was nigh impossible to do so. If movement wasn't enough, strong enchantments ensured no one could magically breach the ship uninvited. The only way to get on the ship was to board it physically. Even if someone could penetrate all the protections, a small army of wizards, security trolls, werewolves, and vampires defended the ship. Declan even employed a few highly trained Muggles commandos. That was one of the many ways his father was different from most in the magical community. Being a Muggleborn himself, Declan had no issues hiring competent Muggles. While they didn't have magic, they were skilled enough to be considered beneficial. They helped advise on the best way to move through Muggle society, not drawing any attention to the syndicate's dealings. A deep, barely understandable voice rumbled, bringing Delvin out of his thoughts. Your father. SEO now. Delvin flinched horribly when he realized that one of the security trolls had been able to get so close without him noticing. If the troll's intimidating size and strength weren't intimidating enough. Solid black goblin forged armor encased the green troll's head and chest, giving the troll slight protection from spells. Slung across its back was a mighty club that had dark stains on the end, suggesting that it had seen blood recently. Not wanting to feel like he was being hurted, Delvin chose to trail behind the troll, giving it a wide berth. The security troll led him below deck, where the inside was completely different from the outside. Below deck, it was apparent expansion charms had been used liberally. The inside of the Flying Dutchman rivaled the giant ship Muggles used to transport goods. As Delvin followed the troll, he grimaced when he caught sight of himself in a passing mirror. Dark bags had formed beneath his eyes, and new age lines made him look a decade older. It had been a week since the conference, and he was still dealing with the fallout. As predicted, thousands upon thousands of Nimbus 2001s were gathering dust in their warehouses. That slipstream charm had ground his empire to a halt. It seems most people were happy to pay for brooms that could go as fast as the Nimbus for 1/3 the price. Nimbus was able to generate a few sales by offering amazing deals, but it wasn't enough to matter. It also didn't help that Delvin read some new snide article about him or his company in the paper every day. That bitch Rita Skeeter had to be working for the Folly family. She was really careful not to come out and openly accuse Delvin of anything officially. No, she just made snide observations and pointed out possible conspiracies. Her readers ate it up. Delvin could hardly go anywhere in Britain without pointed looks and mutters behind his back. 2 weeks ago, he was a highly successful CEO of the fastest broom in the world. Now, he was having trouble getting people to take his calls, and those who used to fawn over his every word refused to meet his gaze and would quickly leave the room. If he was honest with himself, deep down, Delvin considered his social fall from grace worse than possibly losing his company. While Delvin didn't yet know how to fix his social status, he did have one to save his company. Devlin patted the duffel bag he had slung over his shoulder that carried all his plans and ideas. He knew if he wanted his father's support, he would be asked to show his plans for the future. Declan didn't have a habit of wasting money on what he considered failed business ventures. To ensure he got the money, Delvin spent the last week hashing out ideas and plans on how he would use the money to rebuild and rebrand Nimbus. Most of the money would be spent on keeping the doors open while his enchanters researched how to replicate the slipstream charm. He also planned to relocate his headquarters outside of Britain. Now that Rita pointed out that Delvin seemed to profit when George Folly was killed, many in the magical community were outraged. Too many had lost loved ones in Voldemort's rise to power, which made them resonate with the Folly family. No, if Devlin were to save Nimbus, he would need to leave and seek his fortunes elsewhere. The British Isles was lost to him. As the troll led Delvin through the maze of the lower deck, he frowned. This wasn't the way to his father's office. This was the way to the inner sanctum. Or, as Delvin jokingly referred to it in his mind, the throne room. It was where Declan met with his 6 lieutenants. Each was responsible for an area of influence. They were largely independent, able to run their operations without oversight. Delvin's silent plea that the lieutenants wouldn't be there was not granted. When he entered the room, he immediately noticed the 7 chairs were all filled. The 7 chairs were wrapped around a solid table made up of dark wood with a map of the 7 seas etched on the surface. The map wasn't like Muggle maps. It was filled with movements showing the ocean's currents and waves. There were even glowing lines shown beneath the surface, indicating the ancient magical pathways that let ships move quickly across the globe. At the head of the table was his father, Declan Whithorn. While his father's white hair and wrinkles may fool some into believing that age was catching up with him, Delvin would never make that mistake. Delvin knew it was his father's frozen blue eyes that you had to pay attention to. They radiated a ruthless intelligence that promised to cut down anyone who challenged him. More than once, he had been challenged by those who took his age for a sign of weakness. The last challenge came from one of his lieutenants, who suggested that it might be time for Declan to choose a successor. To this day, no one knows what happened to him. He simply disappeared, and none of the other lieutenants dared to ask Declan what happened to him. Delvin's eyes shifted to the other lieutenants. Ned Luck, the goblin, sat to the immediate right of Declan. Beneath his dark beady eyes, hooked nose, and sharp teeth hid a brilliant mind that tracked every cent that the syndicate made. While some goblins found it difficult to rise in the world of wizards, Ned Luck had no such difficulty. Declan didn't care about race, only ability. As the official accountant of the syndicate, Ned Luck wielded a great deal of power. Even the other lieutenant knew not to cross him. Otherwise, Ned Luck might find problems with their accounts. On the opposite side was the oldest member of the syndicate by far, Erkin. But, no one would know that he was the oldest by looking at him. Erkin's dark curled hair and smooth, dusky skin tone would lead most to assume that he was in his 30s rather than 300s. He was a wizard turned vampire. Unlike most vampires, Erkin was a highborn vampire. The main difference between high and lowborns was the ability to sire other vampires and access to unique magics to the vampire race. Delvin made sure not to meet Erkin's gaze. While he broadcasted kindness, Delvin knew that was a facade. Erkin was a cruel and vindictive creature that wasn't even welcome in vampire society. Erkin had killed his sire, which was a huge taboo among vampires. The bond between a vampire and his sire was said to be closer than the bond between a parent and child. Sitting next to Erkin was perhaps the most mysterious member, Madame Zhao. She was a sorceress from the Far East. While she was near Declan's age, she didn't show it. Even with her hair going white, she had an ageless quality that made it difficult to pinpoint her age. Even now, Delvin was always a little unsure of Declan and Madame Zhao's relationship. When Declan was younger and putting together the syndicate, he ran into Madame Zhao, who was second in command of a similar organization in the Far East. After 2 years of bloodshed, Declan and Madame Zhao met in secret and formed an alliance. After killing her leader, Madame Zhao seized control and folded her organization into the syndicate. She was also the only original lieutenant of the syndicate still standing. All the others had either retired or had been killed in one fashion or another. While technically none of the lieutenants were above one another, Madame Zhao was often regarded as the unofficial second-in-command. Next to her was a familiar face. It was Samuel, the black wizard that assisted Delvin in dealing with George Folly. For the longest time, he was the best fixer the syndicate employed. Anytime the syndicate needed something smoothed over, they sent him. But, he had ambitions above being a mere fixer. Over the past 2 decades, he had risen through the ranks and eventually became the second of a lieutenant. Then a few years ago, out of nowhere, that lieutenant had decided to retire and recommend that Samuel replace him. Considering Samuel's mental art skills, everyone suspected that he had something to do with the lieutenant's desire to retire. Even if it were true that Samuel had something to do with it, Declan wouldn't have cared. As far as he was concerned, someone skilled enough to pull that off would be welcome. On the other side were the 2 final members that Delvin liked to refer to as the power couple. The first was Graham. The left side of his face had 4 scars running from his forehead to his jaw. They were from a werewolf that he killed in single combat without his wand. Whether that was true or not, the attack left him not only as a werewolf but one with only a single natural brown eye remaining. In place of the ruined eye was a mechanical glass eye. If you looked closely at the eye, you could see tiny, interconnected gears around a glowing, red pupil. Next to him was Graham's wife and Delvin's least favorite person in his room, his perfect little sister. Her blonde hair didn't touch her shoulders, and everything about her was styled to project an innocent housewife's appearance. But, Delvin knew nothing could be further from the truth. Amy was a psychopath and was just as ruthless as their father. She could smile at you one moment, and without blinking, kill you the next. When he was younger, Delvin had fallen for her tricks more than once. Delvin felt a surge of fury well up in him when he saw the barest hint of a smirk appear on his younger sister's face. She was probably delighted at the week he had been having. More than once, he had mentioned that while she was living in the shadow of their father, he had left and built his own empire. Of course, Delvin chose to conveniently ignore the fact that the Nimbus was a mere speck compared to the Syndicate. As far as he was concerned, he was the more successful of the two of them. Delvin could never quite grasp why his father didn't respect everything he had accomplished. Wasn't he following in his father's footsteps by building his own business? Why did he prefer his sister over him? Knowing that this line of thinking wouldn't help his case, Devlin turned his attention to his father and tried to ignore the knowing smile on his sister's face. Once his attention was back on his father, Delvin uncomfortably realized that his father had been studying him. And from the look on Declan's face, he didn't appear pleased to see him. Not one bit. Delvin decided right then to scrap his original plan of asking for a loan. His father didn't seem to be in the giving mood, and if he wanted to succeed here, he would have to offer more. Thankfully, over the past week, he had made several different plans. His primary backup plan involved bringing the Syndicate on board as a silent partner in his company. It wasn't ideal. Delvin would probably have compromise on some things. But, it wasn't like it would be all bad. There were all sorts of things they could do in the dark to his competition. Seeing how the whole room was waiting on him, Delvin cleared his throat and said, "Father, I've come to you with a business proposition." Delvin reached into his bag, pulled out a set of documents, and set them on the table. Before Delvin could do anything else, Declan pulled out a wand and summoned the documents to him. Delvin paused for a moment, not sure whether to take his father's actions as a sign of encouragement or not. Seeing how his father seemed content to remain silent, Delvin continued, "As some of you may know, the world of flying changed considerably in the past week." Looking his father in the eye, Delvin admitted, "I'm not going to lie to you, Nimbus has taken several big hits this week. Most of my board members are ready to abandon ship and sell. But I believe deep in my gut that Nimbus can survive this and come back better than ever. We have a deeply trusted brand, and once we get past this, I predict that we will be stronger than ever." As time went on, Delvin settled into a grove. He found it was constructive to treat the council like they were just another company. Delvin was ecstatic to see that several of the lieutenants seemed open to the idea of expanding into the lucrative broom market. This was it. Nimbus was saved. With the Syndicate backing him, the Follies were doomed. As Delvin celebrated in his mind, a thought occurred to him. Maybe they could even gain control of the Firebolt and the Slipstream charm. After all, he had done it once before. Maybe he could do it again. It was like destiny. The Follies would forever be his stepping stone towards greatness. Delvin was so caught up in his fantasy that he was totally caught off guard when his father leaned forward and said, "No." Delvin blinked rapidly, not understanding. What did he mean, no? Why not? Didn't he understand what he was offering? What they could do if they partnered up? He could once again dominate the industry. Seeing the final chance to save his company go up in flames made Delvin go slightly mad. "Why not?" he belligerently demanded. "You have to help me. I'm your son." Declan's icy blue eyes flashed dangerously. "You have a lot of nerve coming here and asking for money." He spat. "Do you have any idea how much I've had to spend cleaning up your messes?" Delvin flinched at his father's tone and seemed to shrink inward. "First, there was that fiasco at the International Dueling Tournament last year, where we had to spend countless galleons ensuring that the investigation went our way." Declan reached into his robe, pulled out a rolled-up newspaper, and hurled it at Delvin. "Now, reporters are digging through your past looking for your skeletons." Delvin unfolded the paper and panicked when he saw the latest damning headline written by Rita Skeeter. "What else is Whithorn hiding?" Delvin slammed it shut as if that would make it all go away. "She won't find anything," Delvin promised. Declan snorted, "You're damn right she won't. I've already sent someone to deal with her. One way or another, she won't be writing any more headlines about Whithorns." Hearing that Rita Skeeter would no longer be a problem made Delvin sigh with relief. He was sick of seeing her in the paper every day. If Rita were smart, she would take whatever deal was given her. If she refused, well, it wouldn't be the first time the Syndicate had dealt with a nosy reporter. Delvin was jolted from his thoughts when Declan scathingly added, "Compared to the other problems your bubbling has created, silencing a reporter and lining the pockets of the United Dueling League is of no concern." Declan shook his head. "Even now, you don't even realize the mess you've created." Declan decided to enlighten his son. "All this time, you've been focused on the wrong son of George Folly. It's not Henry that you should have been worried about. It's his brother, John. While Henry seems to be content in following his father's footsteps, John went down a different path. In less than 2 decades, he has put together an effective organization that has repeatedly intruded on my business. Declan moved his eyes off Delvin and started speaking with the others. Originally, I thought of recruiting him. Someone talented and driven enough to build an organization is always welcome within the syndicate. But, imagine my frustration this week when I found out that 25 years ago, my son screwed over his father. Declan turned back and glared at Delvin. It puts all of John's actions of intruding in our business in a very different light. Delvin gaped for a minute, trying to wrap his head around this new piece of information. What was wrong with the Folly family? Why couldn't there be one normal one? It was like each of them was on a mission to screw with him. Seeing the cold fury in his father's eyes, Delvin knew he needed to tread carefully. It wouldn't be the first time that his father turned his wand on him. Still reeling from the fact that he had created a problem for the syndicate, Delvin questioned, "Surely he isn't a problem for you?" For a moment, Declan seemed to hesitate as if he wanted to say something. But then the moment passed, and he scoffed, "Of course not." With a pointed gaze, he added, "But, had I known that our families had such history, I would have moved on him when he was weak. Now, we'll have to pay a price if we want to take him down." At this point, all eyes on the council were on Delvin, and none of them were friendly. It was probably only out of respect for Declan that they kept silent. Delvin wilted at their cold gazes. He could sense that there was no chance of any help from the syndicate. Panic flooded his mind. Getting help from the syndicate had been the only thing keeping him going this past week. Without help, Nimbus would slowly die piece by piece. His work over the past 2 decades, ruined in the span of a week. Still seething, Declan continued without thought for his son's feelings, "I've heard the whole story from Samuel. Everything that has happened is due to your weakness. Had you the stomach for blood, you would have dealt with the Follies years ago. So, no. We will not be intervening." Each word made Delvin wince. They were like the nails being driven into his coffin. Nothing mattered, not anymore. He didn't have anything, not his company, not the prestige that came along with it, nothing. Seeing his son so broken made Declan hesitate for a moment, then added in a softer tone, "I think what's best for you is to let Nimbus fade away. Then you can withdraw from society and come back to the syndicate. I'll even find something for you to do." Declan didn't know it, but his last words were the final blow for Delvin. He turned to leave, a hollowed-out shell compared to how he arrived. Had Declan known his son's actual state of mind, perhaps he would have stopped him. With his son gone, Declan turned to his lieutenants, "Any thoughts on how we should deal with John and his crew?" Graham snorted, "Give me the order, and I'll put together a strike force to take care of this once and for all." Erkin sneered at him, "And lose most of them in the process." While Erkin and Graham glared at one another, a soft voice spoke up. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. All eyes turned to Madame Zhao as she cautioned, "There are other organizations out there that would try and seek advantage over us if we move rashly against John. What this requires is careful planning." Declan eyed her thoughtfully as he drummed his fingers absently against the table. "What did you have in mind?" he asked. Madame Zhao smiled, with a crafty look appearing in her eyes. "Do you remember 1958? Understanding appeared on Declan's face as his icy blue eyes shot to the map on the table, focusing on 3 specific points. Showing his teeth, he replied, "That will do nicely." Author's note. All right, this will be the last POV change for a while. Next chapter we will be back on Alex. As for the syndicate, they will slowly start moving in the background. But, I ask that you have patience. This is a marathon. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. Chapter 105. Please. No. Come on. Losing patience, I snapped. For the last time, I said no. Looking up from my complex arithmancy calculations, I found Fred and George Weasley shamelessly grinning at me. Having just come from Quidditch practice, they still had their Quidditch gear on. Since it had been raining earlier, their red and gold robes were still damp, although, from the smell radiating from them, part of the dampness had to be sweat. Looking around, I realized they had brought a small crowd with them this time. Half the Gryffindor Quidditch team seemed to be here, including Harry Potter. Ever since I revealed Folly's arcane solutions to the world, the twins had been bugging me to enchant their brooms. I guess they thought numbers might make me change my mind. Speaking firmly, I said, "It doesn't matter how many times you ask me. I'm not adding the slipstream charm to your brooms." "Come on," George wheedled. "If we win our last match, we will overtake Slytherin for the Quidditch Cup. No one wants to see the stupid snakes win again." Next to me, Anna cleared her throat, drawing attention to her, and lazily drawled, "Maybe if you Gryffindors used your brains more than your brawn, you wouldn't lose every year." All the Gryffindors glared at Anna, who glared right back with her purple eyes daring them to do something. While they had their staring match, I rolled my eyes. A lot of students tended to take the Quidditch matches way too seriously. Don't get me wrong. I loved to watch, but to me, it was just a game. Quidditch was responsible for probably half of the school's hexes. After a game, there is always a rash of students being sent to the hospital wing. Sometimes, students from the losing team vent their frustrations out on the students from the winning team. Other times, it's the winning team's side who is riding high after a victory and wants to continue feeling like the top dog. Still, that was just life at Hogwarts. Getting randomly hexed after a Quidditch match was almost like a rite of passage. It's even happened to me. Deciding to break up the tension, I looked at George. You do realize that your final match is against Ravenclaw. I brushed my hand against the Ravenclaw badge attached to my robe. If I were going to enchant anyone's brooms, it would be the Ravenclaw Quidditch team's brooms. Oi, you can't do that, Fred argued. That would be cheating. Fred fell silent, realizing he had undercut his own argument for getting the Gryffindor brooms enchanted. A small voice spoke up in such a matter-of-fact tone that I knew who it was immediately. According to Section D, Paragraph 2 of the Quidditch Rule Book, adding new spells or modifications to an existing broom is prohibited and is grounds for disqualification and forfeiture. The Gryffindors parted, revealing a pale, first-year student with bushy hair and front teeth that were slightly too big for her face. Hermione turned pink when she realized everyone was staring at her. Standing next to her was a familiar-looking student with red hair and freckles splattered across his face. Ron was looking at Hermione like she had grown two heads. Of course, you memorized the rule book, Ron grumbled under his breath. I waved toward the two first years. There you have it. I won't be applying my spells to anyone's broom. George and Fred both glared at Hermione like it was her fault I wasn't going to help. As they slunk off in defeat, George grumbled, "Nosy little git." I blinked in surprise when I realized not all the Gryffindors had left. Harry Potter had stayed behind and was looking at me, his green eyes filled with determination. "Alex, right? We met at your dad's shop." Seeing me nod, he continued, "I just wanted to apologize. If I had known, I would never have used it." Puzzlement must have shown on my face because Harry held out his Nimbus 2000 as if to explain. Ah, now I saw where this was going. Ever since Rita had started printing stories about Delvin and my grandfather, there had been an outcry in Britain's magical community that filtered down to students at Hogwarts. Mostly it was just vocal offers of support coupled with promises of boycotting all of Nimbus products. The fact that most of them probably couldn't even afford a Nimbus made their support less impressive, but I thanked them all the same. Some took it more seriously. I had a few distant cousins from Clan Macmillan who were pretty vocal about everything. But, every time I saw them, I couldn't help but remember that the clan effectively banished my grandma just when she needed them most. When it comes to my family, I don't forgive or forget. I turned my attention back to Harry Potter. Seeing him standing before me looking so anxious made me feel a little awkward. Not wanting to interfere with his early years had made me want to stay away, yet here he was, standing right in front of me. With a half smile, I waved away his concern. "Don't worry about it. It's just a broom." I motioned for him to draw closer. "Can you keep a secret?" Nodding eagerly, Harry leaned in. "I have a feeling that soon, my grandfather's work will return to where it belongs. So, don't throw away that Nimbus just yet." Harry flashed me a grin, seemingly pleased to be in on the secret and promised to keep it quiet. As the Golden Trio wandered off, I sighed. It was a little annoying having everyone know my family's business. But, as long as it hurt Delvin, it was an acceptable trade-off. Having my family's history known to everyone wasn't the only thing that changed since the conference. Revealing both my company and my status as the youngest silver-ranked charm crafter had stunned the magical community. Already, I had received dozens of letters. Some were the gold-rank enchanters from the guild. Giovanni had kept my entry a secret, and they wanted to introduce themselves. While most of the letters were full of congratulations, a few were downright condescending. Almost like I should be grateful that they were taking the time to write to me. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. It's probably difficult for most of them to take a 14-year-old seriously. I know I should do the mature thing and just let it go, but that's not who I am. One day, when I make it to the top, I'll be sure to rub their noses in it. I also received letters from some silver rankers suggesting possible future collaborations on projects, which made me preen a little. I was a little embarrassed when Anna had to inform me that my so-called smug look was back with a vengeance. Of course, not all letters were congratulatory. I got a few from some lower-ranked guilders who insisted that I somehow cheated my way to silver and that the slipstream charm had to be the work of my father. Those I tossed. Some people will always feel jealousy when they see others succeed where they failed. Outside of letters, my social status within Hogwarts had changed quite a bit, particularly within Ravenclaw. I had always been at the top of my year. But now, even the older students were paying close attention to me. Ravenclaws tended to be highly competitive, so seeing how successful I was made many both proud and envious at the same time. What was annoying was it became almost impossible to study in the Ravenclaw common room peacefully. Other Ravenclaws constantly hovered like flies buzzing in my ear. The girls were the biggest distractions. They were constantly asking me things and giggling and flashing pretty smiles when I looked up to reply. Thankfully, Jessica came to my defense and was able to chase most of them away. Out of everyone in Ravenclaw, she was the only one who didn't treat me any differently. Being around her was pleasant and relaxing. We had many late-night discussions where we discussed magic. It wasn't just the students who had taken notice of what I had done. Many of the professors started treating me differently. Professor Flitwick was probably the proudest. After class one day, he pulled me aside and handed me an advanced book on enchanting. It wasn't all good. I think Professor Snape was a little annoyed seeing my name constantly in the paper. He singled me out in class and forced me to brew an invisibility potion, a highly unstable potion requiring the utmost focus. I think he may have been trying to hint to me in his own way that being so visible isn't a good thing. But, there was a real possibility that he was just being a dick. As for me, now that Project Firebolt had been launched, I found myself with some additional free time. Seeing as how the International Dueling Tournament was right around the corner, I made sure to spend some of the time practicing against my fellow Silver Spears. Having missed last year's tournament, I was looking forward to competing this year. This wouldn't be like the local tournament, where I competed against fellow students. This time, I would be competing against the best duelers from around the world. Part of me was curious whether I would meet anyone who would be my match. I had a feeling I would surprise a few dueling masters from the Silver Spears. Over the past few months, I had dedicated a small amount of time each week practicing my nonverbal incantations. In the beginning, they were a pain in the butt, requiring a tremendous amount of focus. But, like a snowball getting bigger as it rolls down a hill, I find that nonverbal spells are getting easier for me to use. As time rolled on by, the only thing of concern was Rita Skeeter quit writing stories about Delvin. At first, I was annoyed, thinking she was trying to worm her way out of our deal. But then she didn't respond to any of my letters, and I began to worry that it might be something else. So, the night before the spring holiday, I decided it was time for a house call. I knew from my research on her that she had a small cottage in Hogsmeade. I waited until it was well past midnight before I made my move. Before leaving the Ravenclaw common room, I made sure my preparations were ready. Unfolding a large piece of parchment, I waved my wand over it and said, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Immediately, lines of ink began appearing, revealing my copy of the Marauder's map. Wordlessly, I activated a light on the tip of my wand so I could get a better look. There was always one professor on watch roaming around, not to mention Argus Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris. Not taking any chances, I also used the disillusionment charm, making me nearly invisible. I had come a long way with the charm, and I was determined to get to the point where I could make myself completely invisible. Feeling a slight tap on my leg, I turned and found Athena looking right at me, even with the disillusionment charm activated. Knowing what she wanted, I said, "Yes, you're coming." My past adventures taught me that it paid to have someone you couldn't sneak upon watching your back. Moving through the castle, I made my way to the large, floor-length mirror tucked away in a forgotten corner on the 4th floor. It was the entrance to the underground passageway that led to the Silver Spears dueling room. But, it also led to Hogsmeade. The mirror rippled like quicksilver when I placed my wand on the surface. As always, passing through felt like I was moving through a layer of damp heat. On the other side, I found myself in a tunnel lined with stone. Holding my wand aloft, I lit up the tunnel and started making my way through. I passed by the secret door leading to the Silver Spears dueling arena and pushed onto Hogsmeade. Tired of walking, Athena leaped onto her favorite perch, my shoulder. How she could accurately aim for my shoulder when I was nearly invisible was beyond me. The tunnel exit took me to the back alley behind the Three Broomstick, the most famous pub in Hogsmeade. Thankfully, at this time of night, Hogsmeade was mostly empty. I did pass by a few people stumbling out of the Hogshead as I made my way to the outskirts of Hogsmeade. One of them rubbed his eyes in disbelief when he caught sight of Athena, who was seemingly floating along in midair. If I weren't on a mission, I probably would have stayed to mess with them, no doubt due to Fred and George's influence. 30 minutes into my walk had me wishing I had brought a broom. Rita lived at the furthest edge of Hogsmeade. When I finally located her 2-story white house, I paused. All of the windows were covered with dark curtains preventing me from seeing inside. Seeing how I had a ready-made people detector with me, I turned to Athena and asked, "What do you think? Anyone home?" While I haven't improved my ability to communicate with Athena, she almost always understands what I need from her. She leaped off my shoulder and started circling the house, making sure to stay on the outside of the small wooden fence. I followed behind, content to let Athena do her thing. After lapping the house, she turned, looked up at me, and nodded her head. "How many?" I asked. Athena looked back at the house and chuffed. I rolled my eyes, that's hardly helpful. I need a number. Athena looked at me with her reproachful green eyes as if to say if I had a better grasp on our bond, it would be clear what she meant. I promise I will work on it, I assured her. I held up a single finger and asked, this many? Athena looked back at the house before looking back at me and nodding. I knew if she claimed that there was only one person in the house, there was only one person. No one in the magical community could quite agree on how, but it was pretty much agreed that it was impossible to surprise or sneak up on a Lamassu. Merlin knows I've tried. Wanting as much detail as possible, I asked, do you remember Rita Skeeter? Athena hissed, which I took as confirmation. Athena had met her once, and she disapproved. Something about Rita set her off. Is that her up there? I got another hiss confirming it was Rita. Even knowing Rita was in there, I still didn't make a move to cross the fence. Most Hogwarts graduates could lay down a basic ward, and using a fence as the framework makes it even easier. Back in my first year, I had learned to break through a ward. Of course, it was mainly by brute force. Now, I was on a whole new level. Wards significantly focused on 6th year charms and dada, and I had always been a quick study. I pointed my wand at the fence and silently cast, Moiris Revelio. The wooden fence began glowing, ghostly blue color. I smiled at the sight. It was a basic screaming ward, straight from the pages of the Standard Book of Spells, grade 6. It wouldn't keep anyone out but cross it without the owner's permission, and it would start wailing a piercing sound that made it difficult to think and draw attention for miles. I started making my way around to the front of the house, examining the ward for any weak point. I could easily bulldoze my way through the ward. But, I wanted to test my skill level and see if I could sneak through the ward. Ever so softly, I silently cast, Tolera Impedimentum. It was the same spell I used to drop the wards surrounding Octavius, the vampire I freed back in my first year. Back then, I didn't really know what I was doing. I merely poured power and magic into the ward until it collapsed. Now that I have a much better understanding of wards, I am far more efficient. The best way to look at it is like picking a lock. Only instead of using tools to move tumblers, you mentally pick your way through the ward. The only way to do this is by being sensitive to magical fluctuations. A skill that I have constantly been sharpening ever since my unexpected trip to China. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Less than a minute later, I smiled as I felt my magic slip through the other side. At this point, I had two options: I could drop the ward entirely or slip by and let the ward reform behind me. After thinking it over, I decided to leave the spell up. Dropping it would let others know that someone had been here. Rita's house had a red door, and as I approached, I felt another spell. I leaned closer, trying to get a feel for the spell. Once I figured out what it was, I was almost offended. It was a basic locking spell. I know students at Hogwarts with better security spells on their trunks. Alohomora. I non-verbally cast. There was a loud click as the lock turned in the door. I froze at the sound, and mentally chastised myself. I should have used the silencing charm in conjunction with the unlocking charm. Still, after a few moments, I decided no one had heard me. Not wanting to be heard again, I pointed my wand at myself and added the silencing charm. That way, Rita wouldn't hear me coming. Yes, it would give her a bit of a scare to have me materialize right in front of her. But, she needs to remember how our relationship works. Moving through the doorway, I started moving through Rita's home. Decorating the walls were framed newspapers of Rita ripping into people's lives. In my opinion, her animagus form says everything about her personality. She is a bug, a lower life form. One that needs to be stepped on, and I am happy to be the boot that does it. I cast another variation of the revealing charm, which let me know the downstairs was empty. A glowing red pulse indicated that Rita was upstairs in the far right bedroom. Thanks to the spell I had cast on myself, I moved through the house, silent as a ghost. Well, maybe not a ghost. They tended to talk one's ear off if you let them. Once I reached the top of the stairs, I made my way to the master bedroom. The door was slightly open, letting me peer inside. Surprisingly, a tiny lamp on the end table was lit, allowing me to glimpse a person wrapped in a white blanket on a large bed with blue sheets. Even though I didn't make a noise, Rita must have felt someone was watching her. Who's there? A fearful, hoarse voice rang out. Pushing open the door, I dropped my spells, revealing myself. You, Rita accused from the bed. You ruined my life. I hate that I ever met you. I watched her rant and raved from the bed. Rita looked terrible. Her blonde curly hair was starting to gray and fray, her skin was full of poxes that were oozing pus, and her teeth were starting to rot. It didn't take me long to put together the clues. Rita was suffering from a wasting curse. You broke our contract. I pronounced, my voice full of judgment. Rita whined pitifully, it's all your fault. If I had known who was backing Delvin Whithorn, I never would have agreed to write about him. I shook my head. I warned you. I warned you not to dig into the Whithorn family. But, you couldn't help yourself. Rita wailed at me. I was just being thorough. I let out a sigh. What happened? Rita's green eyes darted around the room, looking for shadows. Someone came to my house. She whispered. I don't know who it was, they were wearing a mask. They forced me to the ground while they tore through my office, destroying all my notes. Unable to help myself, a feeling of pity rose within me. I hadn't wanted this to happen. Yet, Rita was a piece of work, but I never intended for her to be targeted by the syndicate. Wanting to know more, I asked, what happened next? In a small voice, Rita replied, they made me swear an unbreakable vow. To never investigate, write, or report about anyone named Whithorn. She held up a wavering hand that had a few fingernails falling out. I could see the faint outline of chains wrapped around her hand, signs of an unbreakable vow. I narrowed my eyes as a thought occurred to me. None of what you've told me would break our contract. Rita gulped as tiny beads of sweat started rolling down the sides of her face. They wanted to know. Know what? I harshly demanded. Why I was writing so much about Delvin. In a cold voice, I questioned, what did you tell them? Rita fell silent, so I repeated myself, what did you tell them? I didn't have a choice, Rita pleaded. I thought they were going to kill me. I told them how we met and everything I had learned about you since then. A small voice in the back of my head told me it wasn't her fault. Rita wasn't equipped to deal with the syndicate. Then, just as I was about to let it go, Rita added, I told them everything I had learned about your family. That small voice in the back of my head pleading for mercy fell oddly silent. Without realizing it, I had moved across the room and loomed over Rita's bed. Unlike the boiling rage that I felt inside, my voice came out in a deceptively calm tone. What did you just say? Rita shrank at the tone of my voice. Despite the calmness in my voice, I think she realized that she had crossed a line that she should never have crossed. At once, any sympathy I had for her dried up. I could have forgiven Rita for giving them information on me. But, my family was the most important thing in the world to me. Anyone that threatens them, no matter how slight, will have to deal with me. As I stood over Rita, the hand holding my wand twitched for a second. I couldn't help but have a sneaking suspicion that she gave them more than she needed to. I always knew Rita might one day try and screw with me. But, I didn't imagine that it would involve my family. Part of me, the dark part of me, wanted to take my wand and teach her how badly she had miscalculated. But, after a few deep breaths, I was able to banish that impulse. Besides, seeing how badly the wasting curse was affecting her, the best punishment was to leave her here to suffer the fate of breaking our contract. There was a reason why people didn't break magical contracts with curses on them. To do so was to invite the curse to really sink into your body, making it extremely hard to remove. Looking at how bad the curse was affecting Rita, I would guess she will be dealing with the wasting curse for several years. It couldn't happen to a nicer person. I guess the only thing to do was remove any trace of my involvement. I used my wand to render Rita unconscious. Using what I learned from Professor Lockhart, I went to work on her memory and removed all traces of our encounters. Then I created a few memories of why she went after the Whithorns. As for her memories of the syndicate, I left those but added a few details, making them the ones responsible for her condition. Considering her newfound fear of the syndicate, I knew she wouldn't be explaining her condition to anyone. When I was finished, I went through her office to make sure she didn't have anything in there that would give me away. Thankfully, the syndicate was thorough. What they didn't take, they destroyed. Once that was finished, I left the house and slipped through the ward with none the wiser. It didn't take me long to get back to Hogwarts. As I lay in bed, I decided on my next move. I needed advice. It was time to speak with Uncle John. Author's note. Alright, we are back on Alex for the foreseeable future. We are about done with this year, having wrapped up most of the arcs. Just gotta knock this dueling tournament out, then it's off to you Agadoo. I hope everyone enjoyed the chapter. Chapter 106. The following day went by in a blur. Since I didn't get much sleep the night before, I slept most of the way on the train ride to London. When we arrived at platform 9 3/4, I found a small surprise waiting for me. Grandma was waiting for me dressed in black robes with faint geometric patterns stitched with yellow thread. A wide-brim sun hat mostly covered her dark hair that was beginning to grey. After greeting her with a hug, I asked, Grandma, what are you doing here? Where's Mum and Dad? Grandma fondly ruffled my dirty blonde hair. Your father had an important meeting he couldn't get out of, and your mum just got in a large order for potions. So, I volunteered to pick you up. Grandma fondly smiled as she looked around at all the parents reuniting with their children on the platform. It's been so long since I've been here, she mused. I've nearly forgotten how busy the platform could be. Snapping out of memory lane, Grandma turned back to me, you ready to get out of here? Seeing me nod, she pushed her way to an open area designed for apparition. Once we were in the clear, she held out her arm for me to grab. Typically, we would have to take the bus, but we could apparate since I didn't have any luggage and Athena didn't count. As I gripped her arm tightly, my world went black as the familiar sensation of being squeezed through a small rubber tube. After what seemed like an eternity, we reappeared outside the iron gates that led to the Folly estate. The gates were bound to our bloodline and opened with no prompting as if to welcome us home. Once we got inside the house, I was immediately swarmed by the twins. Rebecca started interrogating me about school with a hungry look in her blue eyes, while Sasha settled for snuggling Athena and listening to everything I said. I could smell a delightful smell from the kitchens as Lola tended to go overboard whenever I returned from Hogwarts. Once, I had tried to convince her that it wasn't necessary, but all I got in response was some shaking and fat watery tears leaking from her big green eyes. So now we always have a big family dinner the night I return. The next few days went by quickly as I got ready for the tournament. I had tried to see Uncle John, but he wasn't on his ship, and no one would tell me where he was at, only that he promised to be back in time for the tournament. There were a few things different about the tournament this year. The tournament changes locations every year, and this year it would be held in Rome, in the Colosseum. Not the Muggle one, the real one that lies beneath it. Back when Rome was at the height of its power, the magical conclave of Rome built the Colosseum. Back then, magic was not a secret and was commonly used. Even today, half of Rome still pulses with remnants of ancient magics. It's a shame that the historical records had to be altered when wizards went into hiding. The ancient Roman wizards were capable of crafting wonders. It didn't come as a surprise that I learned that the headquarters of the Charm Crafting Guild was located there. The location wasn't the only thing that would be different. Neither Cedric nor Alicia was coming this year. Alicia's parents took her back to Egypt for a family reunion, and Cedric's dad was dragging him on some ministry retreat. Amos Diggory wanted Cedric to rise high in the ministry. I've heard him suggest that Cedric would make a good minister, and the retreat was a good way for Cedric to build connections. I don't think that the fact that Cedric wants to play professional Quidditch has even registered with Amos. Sometimes Cedric is too accommodating for his own good. This year, I will be traveling with the Silver Spears. After last year's fiasco, they tightened security, determined not to let anything else happen on their watch. The morning of the tournament, I headed downstairs dressed in my dueling robes. They were dark blue with a hawk colored in different shades of bronze on the front. Not wanting to be late, I used the Flow network to instantly travel to the British chapter house of the Silver Spears. At the chapter house, I found the other members of our club waiting. Zach, our fearless leader, was dressed in dark robes with hints of silver. He acknowledged me with a lazy grin, not wanting to move. He was lounging without a care in the world on a faded grey couch, with his head in the lap of his girlfriend, Addison. Addison's robes went in the opposite direction of Zach's robes. She was wearing bright sunny yellow robes with black runic symbols running along the seams. She sat on the couch, absently running her fingers through Zach's blonde hair, mentally preparing for the upcoming competition. This would be her final year competing at the junior level. And while she was guaranteed a mentor from the ranks of the retired members of the Silver Spears, she wanted to land a mentorship with a former champion. Zach had already received several offers in his 6th year, and I knew she was aiming for similar offers. Lela, the 5th-year Ravenclaw, was focused on a mirror as she tied her lengthy, auburn hair up into a tight bun. She had on light blue robes with white patterns woven into them. As I passed her by, I noticed she shot a few sneaky glances my way, which I attributed to my current social status in Ravenclaw. Not everyone was as welcoming. Adam, the dark-haired, 4th-year Gryffindor that I frequently spared with, tried to hide a glare. He had failed to qualify this year and more than once had grumbled that if it weren't for me competing in his year, he would have made it. I couldn't blame him for being a little annoyed at me. I had been distracted this year, not putting in nearly as much time into practicing as he did. I can imagine how frustrating it must be to put in the time and effort to lose out to someone who only put in half the effort. I had considered competing against the 5th years this year but decided against it because of how busy I was with my other projects. Adam wasn't the only one who didn't qualify this year. Of the 3 newest members, only Hannah, the 2nd-year Hufflepuff, qualified. Richard and Stephen didn't, were both knocked out. It was moments like this that reminded us that even though we were all a part of the same club, dueling was ultimately a solo sport. It didn't take long for Gene to appear before us with a bright smile on his face. Gene's job was to both manage and mentor the junior members that attended Hogwarts. From everything I learned about him, he never found success in the professional leagues. But, his love for the sport couldn't be denied. For the past 10 years, he had done his absolute best to help any interested member find an appropriate mentor and transition into the professional dueling leagues. He was flanked by 2 people who appeared to be in their early 20s. One was a tall blonde witch and a wizard with rich brown hair. Judging from the matching dark robes decorated with crosses silver spears, I guessed they were older members of the Silver Spears. Gene cleared his throat wanting to grab everyone's attention. Everyone gather around. I want to talk about this year's tournament. Once everyone had gathered in a semicircle, Jean continued, due to an incident last year, there is going to be some changes to the way we operate. I ducked my head in embarrassment as I felt everyone glance at me. Jean motioned for the witch and wizard standing behind him to come forward. This is Ben and Katarina. They are both professional duelers of the Silver Spears and have graciously offered to guard our area to make sure there are no mishaps. Everyone seemed to sit up straighter when Jean introduced Ben and Jamie. Jean smirked when he saw he had a captive audience. Now that I have your attention, Jean remarked. I want to remind everyone not to go wandering off all by themselves this year. If you do feel the need to go somewhere, for Merlin's sake, take someone with you. Jean rattled off a few more guidelines, but when he noticed that everyone seemed to be shooting glances at the two professional duelers, Jean shook his head and gave up. All right, that's it from me. I'm going to let Ben and Katarina introduce themselves. The pale, blonde witch stepped forward and introduced herself. Hello, I is Katarina. She said in a heavy accent that I suspected was Russian. It's nice to meet you. I thought she would continue for a second, but she stepped back, content with what she said. Ben stepped forward to fill the silence. It's nice to meet you all. As Jean said, my name is Benjamin, but everyone calls me Ben. If you're wondering, I attended Ilvermorny. Ben stuck a thumb towards Katarina, my silent friend over here graduated from Koldovstoritz. Katarina snorted, I not silent. I introduce myself just fine. Not my fault you like talking rabbit. Katarina motioned her hand in a yapping manner, always the che with you. Never stop. Ben shot her a toothy smile, seemingly pleased that Katarina had responded. Holding up a finger, he proclaimed, aha, but I know for a fact that you think rabbits are cute. So by comparing me to one, you admit you find me cute. Katarina looked at Ben thoughtfully. Maybe. She admitted. But, pretty face is ruined by loud mouth. I talk with my babushka. She has a spell to fix problem. No more loud mouth. Ben laughed nervously, not sure if Katarina was joking or not. Jean cleared his throat, wanting the two to act more professional in front of everyone. Ben tried to shoot Jean an apologetic look, but his shameless smile ruined it. Turning back to us. All right, does anyone have any questions? Zack lifted a lazy hand and decided to stir the pot. Which one of you is the better duelist? He asked while his eyes danced with mirth. Ben rubbed the stubble on his jawline for a moment. I would say we're about the same level. Immediately contradicting him, Katarina snorted, I better duelist. Ben narrowed his amber brown eyes and challenged Katarina. Really, what about last night's duel? I seem to remember winning. Katarina waved a pale hand dismissing Ben's argument. So. I have more wins. 25-24. Ben rubbed his temples as if trying to ward off a headache. That just means we're nearly tied, which is what I said in the first place. Katarina stubbornly shook her head. No. I have more wins. So I better duelist. When you have more wins. You better duelist. Pleased with her logic, Katarina fell silent. Sensing that it was pointless to continue, Ben threw up his hands up in surrender. I smothered a laugh seeing the two of them go back and forth. And I wasn't the only one. Everyone else seemed to enjoy it, well, except for Jean. Jean looked like he was having second thoughts about bringing the two of them along. Sensing that it was futile to argue with her anymore, Ben turned back to us. Any other questions? Hannah, the second-year Hufflepuff, raised her hands. Do you have any advice for the upcoming tournament? Ben considered her for a moment. From your age, I'm guessing this is your first time dueling internationally. When Hannah nodded, Ben continued, one thing you need to pay attention to is spell familiarity. What I mean by that is, for the first time, you're going to be going up against people who use spells you've never seen or heard about before. Not knowing what spells are coming at you will force you to adjust your strategies. Don't be stubborn and try to remain in the starting circle. If a spell comes at you, and you don't know what it is, get out of the way. Even though that advice was for Hannah, I took the advice seriously as well. I missed out on last year's duels, and I was looking forward to the challenge of not knowing what was coming at me. It should be an interesting experience. Ben spent the next 20 minutes answering questions. Most revolved around getting into the professional dueling leagues. As for me, I remained silent. Perhaps in another life, I could imagine myself becoming a professional dueler. But that life wasn't for me. I was here for a very singular purpose, to learn how to sling spells at someone. Even if there weren't a war coming, I probably wouldn't go into professional dueling. I enjoy dueling, but it's not what I'm genuinely passionate about. Over the past few months, I've found that I enjoy pushing boundaries in magic, exploring the unknown, and creating new spells. The part3 we used dropped us off in a large spacious room that had no windows. Along the walls were bunk beds where we would be sleeping. The tournament was always a multi-day affair. The second and third year students were dueling on day 1. Since I was dueling against fourth year students, I didn't have to do anything till tomorrow. While the Colosseum above ground was slowly crumbling into ruin, nothing could be further from the truth when speaking of the underground. A few of us decided we wanted to explore and get a feel for the place. The sounds of our footsteps reverberated as we walked through the stone hallways that were brightly lit with torches enchanted never to go out. It took us some time to find our way through the maze-like passageways. When we finally found the arena, my eyes widened in surprise. Being underground, I had sort of expected the arena to be dimly lit, with perhaps the bottom arena being the brightest. But, a familiar enchantment ensured that the underground Colosseum was just as bright as the Muggle one above us. Rather than a rocky ceiling, we could see the clear blue sky with the sun shining brightly down on us. It was the same enchantment used in the Great Hall back at Hogwarts. If I didn't know better, I would assume the underground Colosseum was built above ground. There was plenty of seating available. The first day was never as popular as the latter half of the tournament. Mostly, the stands were just full of family members cheering on their kids. I didn't blame dueling enthusiasts for not showing up on day 1. I imagine it's hard to go from watching professional dueling to students dueling. Eventually, it was about time for the duel to start, and we all headed to our assigned area. As the duel started, I couldn't keep my eyes off the competition. There were witches and wizards from all over the place. Each of the 11 schools had sent their best. From the Far East, students from Tianlong School of Sorcery were dressed in robes made from silk embroidered with glowing characters that seemed to move in random patterns known only to them. While the school's location was a secret known only to them, it was speculated to be deep within the mountains of China. Not to be outdone were the students from Mahouto Koro School of Magical Study. Their school's location wasn't a secret. It was located on the Japanese volcanic island of Minami Iwo Jima. Each of their students was wearing their unique and famous robes. When students begin their schooling at Mahouto Koro, they each receive a set of robes that grow alongside their owners. The robes' colors start pink but slowly change colors depending on the student's grades. Gold robes indicate that the student has top marks. The only color that is taboo is white. Any student that breaks the Mahouto Koro Wizard's Code or practices the dark arts would result in their uniform turning white. The change would bring great shame to their family, and they would immediately be expelled from Mahouto Koro. Taking my eyes off the students from the Far East, I snuck looks at the students from the Jittu Temple of Sages. Their students wore elaborate wrapping around their heads. Their robes seemed to explode in a splash of bright colors. Their school's location was said to be at the mouth of the Ganges River in the Himalayan mountains, forever protecting the sacred river. The Indian sages were getting pretty unhappy with how Muggles have been dumping into the Ganges River. Only the International Confederation of Wizards was stopping them from purging the river of toxic filth. From there, I glanced at the students from the Babylonian Tower of Magical Learning. The school was named in honor of the ancient city. Supposedly, the founder was so fascinated with the original city that he had tried to recreate the famous hanging gardens of Babylon on the walls of the school's tower. The tower was said to be a marvel whose only competition was the luxurious gardens of Bosbaton's Academy of Magic. As it turns out, I wasn't the only one who was checking out the competition. I locked eyes with a dark-eyed wizard with long dark hair from Koldefstoritz. Like the rest of the students from Koldefstoritz, he wore heavy robes similar to ones from the Dumstrang Institute. Interesting enough, I noticed he was in the Koldefstoritz branch of Silver Spears. But, since he looked like he was in his 6th or 7th year, I wouldn't have to worry about dueling him. My eyes passed over the students from the Dumstrang Institute and Bosbaton Academy of Magic and drifted to the American Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ilvermorny was perhaps the school that had the most in common with Hogwarts. The school was founded by Isolde Sayer and her Muggle husband James Stewart. While Isolde was forcible homeschooled by her wicked aunt, she remembered all the happy stories her parents told her about Hogwarts and fashioned her school after them. While I wasn't sure what they were called, the school sorted its students into 4 houses. Of course, none of their students enjoyed having their school constantly compared to a knockoff version of Hogwarts. More than one duel had started over the touchy issue. Putting the witch from Ilvermorny to the back of my mind, I turned my attention to the South American students from Castle Bruxo. Most of them were wearing robes in various shades of green. Their school was located deep within the Amazon rainforest. Mum once told me that if she had to choose a school to attend outside Bosbatons, she would choose Castle Bruxo. They produced the finest potion makers and herbologists in the world. Thankfully for the rest of us, potions were forbidden in dueling. I finally turned my eyes to the people I was most curious about. The group from Mu Agadir wore colorful robes decorated with patterns orange, blue, and purple. What was curious was half of them had wands, and the other half have them, preferring to use hand gestures. I was looking forward to testing out the differences between our magics and seeing if one was stronger. While few may argue in favor of hand gestures over wands, I wasn't convinced. My wand had served me well over the years. These days, it felt like an extension of my hand. I can't imagine not having my wand. It was like we were partners. Ollivander always claimed that the wand chooses the wizard and not the other way around. From everything I've experienced, I believe him. I wouldn't give up my wand for anything. I did notice that there were other students not from the major schools in attendance as well. Most were from minor schools that were often criticized for lacking the foundations of the major schools. But, seeing some of the expressions of the Aussie students, any suggestion that their school lacked the foundation to be a major school of magic would be met with spells. It was a sore point that their school hadn't been elevated to a major school of magic. As the duels commenced, I paid close attention, trying to memorize the effects of spells I had never seen before. I would be dueling tomorrow, and I wanted to be prepared. Author's note. So, I wanted to mention for those who don't know, 8 of the 11 school are canon. Only Tianlong, Jita Temple and the Babylonian Tower are what I made up. Also, keep in mind there are countless smaller schools out there, and many parents also choose to homeschool. Hope you enjoyed the chapter, expect some fun dueling next chapter. Chapter 107. Early next morning, I learned that I would be dueling in the first round starting at 8 in the morning. There were 32 opponents in the 4th year division. Which meant that if I wanted to win, I would have to win 5 matches in a row. Unlike the December tournament, this was single elimination. 1 loss, and you're out. There were only 2 of us from Hogwarts competing. The other contender was a 4th year Gryffindor named Adrian. He wasn't a member of the Silver Spears. He was in the same club as Anna, the Dragon Fangs. When it was time, I made my way down to the dueling ring. The previous day, I learned it was nicknamed the Pit. Most of the pit was filled with sand, but in the center was a large stone dueling ring. As I stepped out onto the sand, my eyes scanned the seats in the stadium. I found my family sitting as close to the pit as possible without actually being in the pit. Rebecca waved at me and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Yeah, Alex! Kick their asses!" I hid a grin seeing Grandma's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe Rebecca had just cursed. She dragged Rebecca close and whispered something in her ear. Probably something to do with acting like a lady. Seeing the rebellious look on Rebecca's face, I knew Grandma had lost that battle. If she wanted a proper lady, she would have to focus on Sasha. Not wanting to bring attention to herself, Sasha just silently held up Athena with one hand and used the other hand to wave Athena's paw at me. Dad showed his support by cupping his hands to his mouth and shouted similar encouragement. Mum, on the other hand, did her very best to embarrass me. "Alex, be careful, baby." A warm heat flooded my cheeks. You would think I would be used to Mum's antics by now. She always seems to find new ways to embarrass me. But that was my family in a nutshell, embarrassing, warm, and loud. Honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. As I made my way to the ring, I noticed a few of my competitors pointed towards me, mocking my family's vocal show of support. I narrowed my grey eyes in annoyance. No one makes fun of my family, at least not without consequences. I memorized each of their faces. Should I meet any of them in the arena, I will be sure to show them what true embarrassment looks like. The stone that made up the dueling ring was a dull brownish color. The ring was a large circle ring 50 feet across what had a single line carved across the center, dividing the ring into 2 parts. None one was allowed to cross the line without forfeiting the match. Likewise, if one of us were tossed out of the ring, it would also be considered a loss. Since my opponent was already on the left side of the ring, I made my way to the right. Each side had a smaller circle that we were required to be in at the start of the duel. It was known as the starter circle, and it was something of a mental trap in dueling. While winning the duel was technically all that mattered. There was a point system used to rank duelers, and one way to earn a lot of points was not to leave the starting circle for the entire match. If I'm being honest, being able to brag about bringing down an opponent without being forced to move is also part of the attraction. Those who ranked at the top were the most famous duelers, and fame was half the reason why many people got into professional dueling in the first place. Plus the money, the top-ranked duelers tended to earn the most as well. Of course, this being the junior leagues and a single elimination tournament, points don't matter as much as they do in the professional leagues. Once I got in the ring, I got a look at my first opponent. He stood at a little over 5 feet, and his skin was the color of smooth beige. He had dark eyes and short black hair, and judging from the intense gaze he was shooting my way, he seemed to be trying to initiate a staring contest. He obviously didn't know that he was challenging someone who had weekly staring contests with a bored Lamasu. And while I rarely won, I was confident enough to claim that I was one of the best. He was introduced as Kazan, a student from Mahout Okoro. His robes had turned bright red and had streaks of gold running through them. Mahout Okoro robes change color depending on the student's grade. The gold streaks told me that he had some high marks, but since they weren't completely gold, it was probably only in a few classes. I had no idea what the red meant, but my intuition told me to be careful. Seeing how he was so intense, I figured he might be one of those people who might get offended if I didn't react the same way. Hoping to goad him into making a mistake, I gave him a lazy smile which turned into a wide yawn as I gave the impression that I wasn't taking him seriously. From the narrowed red glare I received, I think it worked. However, a small voice in the back of my head told me that giving my opponent even more reason to want to hex me wasn't the brightest idea. Oh well, let's see what Kazan has to offer. As we waited for the referee to signal the match, Kazan's body language reminded me over a coiled spring that was tightened and itching to be released. As for me, I kept projecting a lazy vibe, even though on the inside, I was tense and ready to draw my wand at a moment's notice. The tension built and built as I tuned out the crowd and waited for the signal. When the referee announced the start of the match with a loud green bang coming from his wand, Kazan and I made identical moves drawing our wands. My wand was concealed inside a dueling holster Dad had made for me. The holster was a small 2-inch metal tube strapped to my wrist. The tube was enchanted with an undetectable extension charm and was able to conceal my foot-long, ivory-colored aspen wand. A simple wrist movement released my wand, and it shot forward into my wrist. Across the dueling ring, Kazan did the same. Seeing how tense and annoyed Kazan was with me, I figured he was the type to get off an offensive spell as soon as possible. So, I prepared to cast the shield charm at first sight of a spell being slung my way. But, instead of a spell being sent my way, Kazan smirked at me when he whispered an unknown charm, and he disappeared before my eyes in a hazy swirl of colors. Why, that sneaky little bastard! While I had been projecting laziness, Kazan had been doing a similar performance, making me think he had lost his cool. It was a subtle reminder that I was now facing the best duelers my age from around the world. They would each have unique strategies. Scanning the supposedly empty ring in front of me, my mind raced over my options. I heard Kazan murmur something and a white object appeared out of nowhere and came flying across the ring. Judging from the spell's origin, Kazan had left the starting ring. With barely a conscious thought, I silently activated the shield charm, Protego. A see-through bluish shield sprung up surrounding me. Although I was tuning the noise from the crowd out, I could still hear the announcer narrate our match. While Kazan's invisibility spell had drawn praise, my nonverbal spell was even more surprising to the crowd. Typically, they wouldn't see nonverbal spells until the third or fourth day of the tournament. I was a little surprised when the white substance reached me. It splattered across my shield. From the look of things, I was guessing it was designed for restraint and capture. I narrowed my eyes when I saw that it was slowly growing and enveloping my shield. On shield dropped, whatever this substance was would probably collapse on top of me, trapping me within. Not only that, if I didn't take care of this and go on the offensive, I would always be on the back foot, and Kazan would continue to dominate the match. A plan formed within my mind, and I went to work. I let the shield charm fade away and simultaneously focused my will on the white goo and swept my wand out diagonally. Depulso. I mentally invoked the banishing charm. The banishing charm was commonly considered the opposite of the summoning charm. As the white goo flew across the ring back towards its maker, I smiled as I made sure to add a little something extra for Kazan. Ingorjo, Ingorjo, Ingorjo. 3 icy blue bolts shot out of my wand and slammed into the white goo. The goo grew larger and larger with each spell until it was nearly half the size of the dueling ring. As the white goo came down on his side of the ring, I heard Kazan curse, Chakoosh. My grin turned preparatory when I caught sight of a human-shaped lump where the goo had swallowed up Kazan. Not so invisible now, are we? I muttered. I figured I only had a few seconds before Kazan freed himself, so I began my own offensive. Flipendo. The knockback jinx worked better than I imagined as Kazan was still struggling to free himself. When the blue spell hit the goo-covered Kazan, he was picked up and thrown out of the ring, giving me an easy victory. Taking pity on him, the ref pointed his wand at Kazan and vanished the white goo that seemed determined never to let go of Kazan with a lazy flick. Finally free from his own creation, Kazan's face fell when he realized he was out of the ring and that his place in the tournament had come to an abrupt end. Pushing himself to his feet, Kazan shot me a bitter look. I didn't blame him one bit. No one liked having their spells turned on them. Unfortunately for my opponents, it was my favorite way to win. Although the duel didn't last long, I still worked up a slight sweat. When I got back to our team area, Zach tossed me a towel and complimented, "Nicely done." I spent the next few minutes being interrogated about my use of nonverbals. I hadn't used them once in any of our dueling practices, and they were just as surprised as the crowd. The only one who didn't seem happy was Adam. His expression was bleak. The best way to impress possible mentors was at the international tournament, and I think he sensed his chances at beating me were slipping further and further away. There was about a 10-minute break in between duels. Since the average time of a duel was anywhere between 1 and 5 minutes, I knew I had a couple of hours of free time before I needed to be back for my next duel. So, I left and made my way to where my family was seated. Once I got close, I noticed another member of my family was there. Uncle John had joined everyone and was in deep conversation with Dad. I noticed Grandma looking slightly annoyed, and if I had to guess why, it would be the way Uncle John was dressed. His black hair was wild, untamed, and looked like it had never seen a brush before. From the stubble on his face, it was apparent he hadn't shaved in the last week. He had on his customary black leather duster that had half a dozen pockets, each with magical extension charms attached to them. Overall, the coat looked like it belonged in a box for the homeless. Uncle John loved it. Personally, I thought Grandma should just be grateful that he wasn't wearing his pirate hat. Outside of defeating the syndicate, I'm pretty sure Uncle John's deepest desire was to go back in time when pirates openly roamed the seas. When I got closer, Dad and Uncle John ended their conversation, and Uncle John flashed me a wink. "Good job out there," he said. "Keep that up, and you'll be headed to the professional leagues." I smiled at him, but before I could say I wasn't interested in going pro, I was swallowed up by the devourer. "Mum," I complained as I struggled to free myself from her tentacle-like grasp. "Let me go. I can't breathe." "Fine," she reluctantly agreed but kissed my cheek in consolation before letting me go. "I'm just so proud of you." Sensing that another all-consuming hug was on the horizon, I retreated to the safety of Dad's side, where the twins bombarded me with questions, and Athena graciously allowed me to pet her. Before the next match started, I whispered to Uncle John, "I need to talk to you later." Uncle John eyed me curiously for a moment before nodding. "Later tonight." With that out of the way, I turned my attention to the duel that was about to start. It was essential to watch all the matches to get a sense of all my competitors' strategies. As the duels went on, some were as fast as mine, barely lasting a minute. Others dragged on with the longest match lasting nearly 10 minutes because the two duelers were so evenly matched. It only ended because one of the duelers slipped up due to exhaustion. It didn't take long for the rest of the matches to conclude. Seeing how my next match was approaching, I left my family and made my way back down to the field. When it was time, I noticed my opponent was one of those who mocked my family's show of support. His name was Lucas, and he was from Damstrang. He was wearing dark brown fur-lined robes with red swirling patterns. His blonde hair, blue eyes, and large size made me think he was descended from ancient Viking wizards. When Lucas saw me step out onto the sands, his lips curled, and he jeered, "Look who it is, the little mama's boy." I had to bite my lip to keep myself from retorting. I cracked my neck to relieve some tension and made my way to the starting circle. I had already planned on teaching this Neanderthal a lesson. But now, I was going to embarrass him. I even knew exactly what strategy to use. Early this year, during a late-night dueling session with the other Silver Spears members, we spent the evening coming up with the most outlandish dueling strategies. One of Zach's proposals was really out of the box, but it was surprisingly effective when I tried it against Anna. But, the strategy did have a significant flaw. Once you knew what was coming, it was pretty easy to stop it from succeeding. As soon as the referee gave the signal, I drew my wand. Unlike the last duel, I was not planning on letting my opponent make the first move. Since I hadn't yet mastered the nonverbal version of this spell, I barked, "Avis." A small golden bird with a sharp beak shot out of my wand with a loud bang and started fluttering around my head. Not expecting me to conjure a small bird, Lucas laughed dismissively. "That's your opening move?" he mocked. "You clearly got lucky in passing the first round." My infamous smug look made its first appearance in the tournament. Lucas had just made a critical mistake in mocking my strategy, namely because he gave me time to move on to Phase 2. "Gemino," I mentally intoned. Phase 2 of my strategy was the doubling charm. Interestingly enough, the doubling charm is, in my opinion, wrongly named. It implies that it's only possible to create a single duplicate when you can through both skill and intent to make multiple copies. And I had been practicing. Immediately, 10 copies of the bird appeared around me. Before Lucas could react, I cast the same spell over and over and over. Each second brought 10 more birds into existence. By the time Lucas realized what I was doing, I had a small army of birds flying around me. Once I deemed I had enough, I went to Phase 3. From my position, I saw Lucas gulp nervously as every bird simultaneously looked in his direction. Willing the birds into action, all I could hear was wings fluttering and birds chirping war cries as they swarmed en masse towards Lucas. I smiled when I heard Lucas curse. Panicking, he started firing off spells. Red and blue streaks erupted from his wand blurred towards the small golden birds now mere moments from their prey. His spells had little effect, for every bird he brought down, 10 more took its place. My smug look turned into a vicious smile when the first birds drew blood. Nobody insults my family and gets away with it. I took a break from casting the duplication charm when I noticed Lucas had abandoned offense to focus on defense. I didn't blame him one bit, there were close to 200 birds over there, each determined to claw and peck for blood. Thankfully, the shield charm wasn't unbreakable. A strong enough spell can break one, as I learned in the previous year. Concentrating on bringing out all my raw power, I abandoned the nonverbal spells and roared, "Reducto!" A massive pulsing blue light erupted from my wand and shot across the ring. When it crashed into Lucas's shield, it shattered it into pieces, and Lucas was swarmed uncontrollably by little bloodthirsty yellow birds. After being clawed and pecked bloody, he dropped his wand, using his hands to cover his face. Wandless, Lucas took the only action left to him. He fled outside the ring. Once Lucas crossed the ring, I mentally called off the birds. Outside the ring, a bloody and deeply scratched Lucas was balefully glaring at me. I had the feeling that I had just made a lifelong enemy. But who cares? No one mocks my family and gets away with it. Now that I had won, I turned my attention to the crowd. While Zack was cackling loudly at the sidelines, everyone seemed to have a different reaction. Some approved of the novel strategy, while others pointed out that the strategy wouldn't be effective again. Because the one thing was sure, no one would let me take the time to build a golden army of birds ever again. Author's note. I had some fun writing the duels. I hope you enjoyed them. Expect more duels in the following chapter. Chapter 108. As the tournament went on, the competition became more fierce. Duels started lasting longer since no one was able to seize an easy victory. I knew I was lucky in my first 2 duels. I caught Kazan completely off guard, which prevented him from doing his best, and Lucas made the foolish mistake of taunting me, then giving me time to build my bird army. Bird army sounds dumb, but I don't know what else I can call it, and I can't believe it actually worked. Had he reacted sooner, he would have put up a much better showing. Zack had been delighted that I used his strategy in an actual duel. He decided that he would name it Angry Birds. Since it was his idea in the first place, I didn't fight him over the silly name. From the gleam in his eye, I wouldn't be surprised if he tried it in one of his duels as well. If anyone could pull it off after everyone had already seen Angry Birds in action, it was Zack. Having made it past 2 rounds, I was in the top 8. Only 3 duels stood in my way. My next opponent was a witch named Abiba, who was a student from Uagadou. She had ebony skin with hair tightly twisted into a bun, ensuring her long braids wouldn't distract her in the duel. Her colorful robes made up of blue and orange patterns didn't extend past her elbows. I couldn't help but wonder if the reason why her robes didn't extend past her elbows had anything to do with her style of magic. She was one of the Uagadou students who didn't use wands, preferring to use hand gestures and finger movements to cast magic. Seeing how half the students from Uagadou used wands and the other half doesn't, I can't help but wonder how classes are taught. I knew my cousin used a wand, but the subject had never come up. It will be interesting to find out how they do things at Uagadou compared to Hogwarts. As our match approached, I banished all my shifting thoughts to the back of my mind and started mentally going over what I knew about Abiba's dueling strategy. While 2 matches weren't enough to learn much about her strategy, I noticed in both her previous matches that she targeted the ground beneath her opponent's feet. Once she succeeded in manipulating the ground environment, she quickly seized control and won the duel. When it was time for our duel, I already had the vague beginning of a plan. Usually, I like to sit back and take and play defense before using my opponent's strategy against them. But against an opponent like Abiba, that would be a mistake. She's the type of dueler who gains a bigger advantage as the duel wears on, so this time, I am going on offense from the start. As I stood in my ring, I focused all my attention on Abiba. My eyes took in every subtle movement she made, from the slight shift in her stance to her curling and stretching her fingers. Anyone who had gotten this far in the competition was not to be underestimated. Likewise, Abiba was doing the same to me. Time seemed to stretch as we waited for the signal. When the green signal from the referee appeared, we both made our move. In the back of my mind, I noted that Abiba held a very slight advantage in speed. While I had to draw my wand, she didn't have to, so she could make the first move. While I was still in the process of drawing my wand, Abiba shifted her stance, offering a smaller target. She brought a fist to her chest level before thrusting her hand in my direction. Hyper-focused on her every movement. I noticed her thumb and pinky extended, leaving her other 3 fingers curled inward. Like most duelists I've come across in this tournament, she murmured her incantation, preventing me from hearing the spell she used. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. Uagadou students have different spells than the ones we use at Hogwarts. I didn't see a spell emerge, which almost certainly meant that the spell she used was some sort of transfiguration. Considering Uagadou's reputation as being the top school in transfiguration, I should expect more of the same. While all this was happening, I was enacting my own plan. Before my wand had even left the holster, I lunged to my right, leaving the starting circle behind. Part of my mind notated that the angle of her arms was aimed towards my feet. I knew she was going to try something like that. I'm sure I could have deflected or blocked it, but I chose to dodge and sling something back at her. I wanted Abiba to always be on the defensive. With that in mind, I turned to a spell that no one can ignore. It was a spell I had learned back in my first year, the fire-making charm. Usually, it was used to create a ball of fire, but I learned that the spell was versatile over the years. Incendio. A jet of fire shot out of my wand, extending like a fiery snake. The fire stream slid through midair beyond my side of the ring towards Abiba. Her dark eyes widened at the stream of fire coming her way. Before the flames reached her, she thrust her hand towards the ground. A large mass of stone erupted from the ground, sending tiny specks of rock and sand flying. My stream of fire slammed into the rock, scorching the stone black. I tried to angle the stream of fire around the stone shield, but at that distance, trying to get the fire to move in the direction I wanted was like herding cats. For the first time in the duel, I was caught off guard. Abiba leaped over the burned and black stone straight into my stream of fire. Her ebony skin glistened with some sort of fire-protecting charm. My moment of shock cost me because she sent another invisible transfiguration spell my way the second she jumped out. But this time, it was aimed at the area where I was about to step. Before I could stop, I moved right into the area that Abiba had transfigured. I instantly sunk down past my knees in what felt like quicksand. For a brief moment, I thought it was all over. Since I was stuck in my fire didn't seem to be bothering Abiba, I shut off the flames and turned my attention to freeing myself. From the white smile Abiba was giving me, I knew she thought she had me. But a plan to free myself formed in my mind. When she sent a red pulsing spell that looked suspiciously like the stunning spell my way, I showed her another skill I had mastered dueling against Anna. Prodigo. A bluish shield formed around me. Abeda's red spell bounced off the shield, and because I had angled it perfectly, it shot right back from whence it came. With Abiba distracted, I turned my attention to my situation. Rebirth. I smiled in victory when the untransfiguration spell worked, and the ground hardened around my legs. I was still stuck, but it was progress. Abiba seemed determined to make sure I didn't have any more extra time to free myself. She went after me, sending a barrage of spells my way. Although being unable to move was extremely inconvenient, I had plenty of practice dueling from a spot I refused to leave. I alternated between battering her spells away and sending my own barrage of spells towards her hoping to get a moment of freedom. I closed my eyes when an idea occurred to me. Lumos Maximum. A light so bright that it would temporarily blind anyone who looked into the light erupted from my wand and hung in midair. Hoping that I caught Abiba off guard, I carefully lowered my wand and aimed it at the ground in between my legs. Not wanting to blow my legs off, I mentally controlled my power and cast a very mild reductor curse. Reducto. I felt the solid rock trapping my legs shatter into pieces. Hastily, I scrambled up to free myself. Mentally, I felt my blinding spell wink out of existence. I cracked my eyes open, and a wolfish smile emerged when I saw Abiba groaning and rubbing her eyes. I didn't envy her, she must have caught the full blast. Not wanting to give her any time to recover, I levitated the pile of rubble I had just freed myself from and sent the small rocks lying across the ring. Blind and unprepared, the rubble crashed into Abiba's torso, throwing her backward. Landing heavily on her back, Abiba curled up and painfully groaned. Feeling a little bad, I knocked her unconscious with a stunning spell so she wouldn't feel any more pain. The referee declared me the winner, and I could hear cheers from the crowd as the two designated healers rushed out to pull Abiba away and treat her injuries. As I watched them take away Abiba, I knew she would become a great duelist in the future. I hadn't been cornered like that for some time. Turning to leave, I made my way back to the stands. Once I got back to the silver spears, I sat down to recover. Duels that intense could be draining, both physically and mentally. Time seemed to fly by, and the next thing I knew, I was up again. This time I was up against a witch from Beaux Batons. Her full name was Livy Delacour. From her looks and last name, I was guessing she was a cousin to Fleur. Something about her was extremely distracting, and it was hard to force myself to look away. Of course, any good feelings I had were rapidly worn away when I discovered her true passion. Fire. Lots and lots of fire. Stupid ungodly amounts of fire. Part of me wondered if it was the Vila in her. Vila had a bad reputation for throwing fire at anyone who annoyed them. She put on a great showing. She almost had me a few times. By the end of the match, my robes were singed, and smoke was wafting from them. Maybe it was a petty act of revenge for all the fire I had been forced to contend with, but I ended the match by trapping her in a ball of frozen water. That should teach the little inner arsonist. I was so pleased with myself I missed the look she gave me as I walked away. Uncle John would later describe it as part fury, part attraction, and 100% crazy. But that's a story for another time. With my fourth victory, I had ensured I would be in the final round. It didn't take long for my final opponent to be announced. It was a wizard named Marcos. He was a student from Castelo Bruxo, the Brazilian school of magic located deep in the heart of the Amazon rainforests. Marcos's black hair was cut short on the side of his head but was longer on the top. His hair was streaked with sweat and draped across his forehead, hanging above his dark protruding eyes. His dark green robes covered most of his bronze skin. We locked eyes for a moment. He seemed to be studying me as intently as I was him. When we both got to our starting positions, Marcos gave me a nod, offering a token of respect. I did the same. Anyone who could make it this far couldn't be underestimated. When the referee gave the signal, Marcos and I both drew our wands. From what I could tell, neither of us had an advantage over each other when it came to speed. Hoping to stop Marcos in his tracks, I started with the impediment jinx. If it landed, it would slow Marcos to a crawl. I had once tested it on a bee, and it slowed the bee's wings to a point where I could track them as they slowly moved through the air. I slashed my wand and mentally intoned, impedimenta. A turquoise light streaked out of my wand like a wild horse. At the same time, Marcos matched my speed and sent his spell towards me. My turquoise spell crashed into Marcos's purple spell in the middle of the ring, sending them both crashing into the shield set up around the ring that prevents errant spells from hitting the crowd. While having two spells collide in midair wasn't all that rare, it didn't happen all the time. Neither of us paused for a moment, sending spell after spell towards one another. Some of them bounced off one another. Others passed by mere inches from touching. Using the shield charm, I deflected the spells that reached me. After a couple of minutes, I realized that neither of us was going to be able to seize an easy victory. Marcos must have come to a similar conclusion because he stopped sending spells towards me and started working on a more complex spell. His wand started weaving multiple movements, and he voiced a long and particularly complex incantation. A simmering red light popped into existence. For a moment, it hung there motionless, but then I felt something lock onto me. It was a difficult sensation to describe. It was like feeling someone's eyes following your every move. As if waiting for a signal, the flickering red spell didn't move until Marcos waved his wand at me. As it drew closer, I summoned my trusty shield charm, fully expecting it to protect me. At first, everything seemed normal. The spell crashed into my shield and was deflected. But, instead of continuing in the direction that it was deflected in, the spell seemed to recover and started moving back towards me. It had to be some sort of homing spell. It didn't help that Marcos started taking advantage of me being distracted by his homing spell. He started firing off rapid spells, hoping to overwhelm me, and take me off guard. I quickly realized that if I stayed in the starting circle, I would be doomed to lose. No matter how good I was, I would become distracted, and then it would be game over. So, I went on the move, with Marcos's stupid homing spell harassing my every move. Having never been in this situation, inspiration struck me after dodging the stupid homing spells for the third time. I've never tried to use the vanishing spell on another person's spell before, so I had no idea if it would even work. If it worked, it would banish the charm into nothingness. As the homing spell approached me for the fourth time, I ducked out of the way of another spell Marcos had sent at me and aimed carefully at the annoying flickering red spell. Evanesco. I could feel the veins in my head start throbbing as my magic overpowered the homing charm and vanishing it into non-being. I bared my teeth in frustration when I saw Marcos release another homing spell. So, that's how you want to play. Fine, you're not the only one who knows how to play that game. At a rapid pace, I started weaving spells. Vertigo Telugu. A stunning silver arrow with a sharpened point that gleamed popped into existence. Let's see how you like it when things follow you around and try to poke you full of holes. Before the arrow could leave to complete its mission, I added a final touch. A homage to the ridiculous name Zack came up with for his dueling strategy. Humph. Angry Birds. Dumb name. I've just decided. I'm not calling it that. I won't. He can't make me. Gemini. 10 identical arrows appeared next to the gleaming silver arrow, each one with a pointy tip that promised pain. As the 11 seeking arrows launched themselves towards their target, I nodded in satisfaction. That's what you get for sicking your annoying homing spell on me. Let's see how you like dodging arrows that will follow you around trying to lodge themselves in your insides. I wasn't able to celebrate long. The second homing spell forced me to dive and roll out of the way. Once I got clear, I vanished that spell into nothingness as well. While I was taking care of business, Marcos enacted his strategy to deal with the 11 arrows doing their best to poke him full of holes. A silver light burst out of his wand, striking one of the arrows. Moments after it struck, an invisible wave of energy dragged the other arrows towards it like it was a giant magnet. Once clumped together in a chaotic mass, the arrows fell to the ground, unable to move. We spent another few minutes throwing spells at one another, trying to knock each other out. A stitch started forming in my side as I tried to catch my breath. This duel had become one of the longest matches I have ever had. With all the running and dodging, I was starting to flag and lose energy. Thankfully, Marcos was in the same position. We were both covered in sweat. Neither one of us was willing to go down. I decided I needed to do something different, so I changed tactics. I threw a few more spells and subtly moved closer to the dividing line. I wanted to be as close as I could before making my next move. Incarceres. Thick corded ropes snaked out of my wand and slithered to Marcos's side of the ring. At this point, only a dozen feet separated up. A wolfish grin appeared on my face when the rope successfully wrapped around Marox's foot. But, before I could successfully tie him up, Marcos enacted a transfiguration spell. The rope coming from my wand shimmered for a moment before turning into a dark green aggressive anaconda. The snake's tail was on Marcos's side, and the head of the snake was mere inches from my skin. The anaconda attacked me, opening its mouth wide and sinking a surprisingly curved fangs into my forearm. As the fangs sunk into my flesh, I could feel rows of needle-like fangs dig in and lock onto my muscle as the snake tried to wrap itself around me. Personally, I think I reacted like any reasonable person who had a giant snake latch onto them. I wasn't proud of how high-pitched my voice came out, but I also refused to be embarrassed about it as well. At that particular moment, I had many thoughts and feelings running through my head. A snake was trying to eat me. Death to all snakes. Maybe I should warn Harry, no one deserves to be chased by a snake. Death to all snakes. I mentally dubbed us brother snake survivors. I chose to ignore the fact that one was an ordinary anaconda snake and the other was a magical snake monster that could kill you with its eyes. As far as I'm concerned, it's the same thing. Death to all snakes. The most prevailing thought rummaging around my head that didn't include snakes was a sense of resentment and embarrassment that Marcos turned my spell against me. That was supposed to be my thing. How dare he do that to me? My embarrassment, combined with the pain, produced what some would later say was an overreaction. But, I am of the firm opinion that anyone with a giant snake attached to their arm is entitled to whatever reaction they deem necessary. Those without snakes attached to their arms can sit down and shut up. I swapped my wand to my left hand and gave a vicious swipe. Diffindo, I screamed. I can't say whether it was from the shock, fear, pain, having my pride pricked, or some sort of combination of the above. But the severing charm I unleashed was a tad bit overpowered. The spell went through the snake and followed the path my wand made. From an outside perspective, it looked like a giant invisible sword took a swipe at the ring. The spell left a 12-inch deep groove across the ring, almost splitting it in two. Even the shield that protects the crowd wasn't unscathed. It took a half-dozen officials to keep it from fracturing. Thankfully, the path didn't lead to Marcos. If it had, I probably would have been disqualified. It would not have mattered to Marcos. I'm reasonably sure that it would have split his shield in two and kept on going. There was a brief moment where neither Marcos nor I reacted but simply stared at one another. But, when the dust settled, we went right back at one another with the silent agreement that he wouldn't bring any more snakes into our duel, and I would refrain from destroying the dueling arena. When I had a spare moment, I ripped what was remaining of the snake from my arm. A new red color was added to my blue robes as blood started seeping from holes the snake bite left in my arm. The following few minutes dragged on as we switched up strategies. But nothing either of us did gave us a big enough advantage to win. In the end, it came down to bad luck. Both of us were ending the end of our ropes. Most duels only lasted for a couple of minutes. Our duel was nearing 15 minutes. Marcos stepped on a piece of rubble kicked up from the overpowered severing charm I used. His ankle rolled, and he stumbled right into a full-body bind curse that would have otherwise missed him. Unable to move and frozen in an awkward position, Marcos tumbled to the ground. Not expecting that to happen, I was already in the process of slinging another spell. The referee flicked his wand, sending a spell to counter mine. I was in a daze when they announced my victory. I felt cheated, like I didn't deserve to win. My victory rang hollow in my chest. The referee freed Marcos, and he sat up awkwardly. He looked like he was still in shock over how it ended. For a brief moment, a frustrated look appeared on Marcos's face. But he forced it away, and he schooled his expression into a more neutral look. After shaking it off, Marcos pushed himself up and made his way over to me. He stuck his arm out, and I returned the gesture. The crowd cheered when we shook hands. That was a great duel, he congratulated. I nodded in agreement and said, I only won due to luck. A grimace flickered onto Marcos's face for a moment before he shook his head. Don't sell yourself short. Paying attention to where you step is an important part of dueling. The rubble I stumbled on was from a spell you used. Even if it wasn't your intention, you won fair and square. Turning to walk away, Marcos briefly looked back. I'll be waiting for you in the finals next year. As he walked off, I was sure I was looking at a future international dueling champion. Marcos's dueling skills were almost perfect. I can't imagine the number of hours he must have put in to bring his skills to that level. I do not doubt that one day he will find his way to the top. As for me, I made my way to the healing station to take care of my arm. I needed to get rid of the 2 bloody holes the snake left behind. Mum was sure to blow a gasket at the sight of all my blood. After the healer forced a potion down my throat, he traced the fang marks with his wand muttering an incantation. As the holes closed up, I leaned back and relaxed. It was all over now. I had won. A/N. Alright, the duels are OFFI Valley over. I hope everyone enjoyed them. I tried not to make them boring. As you can tell, now that Alex has a better grasp on magic, transfiguration can come into play, which adds a whole new dimension to dueling. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I had fun writing it. Got our first taste of Uagado wandless magic. As you can see, you still have to make hand movements and verbal incantations. We will explore this topic next year. Next chapter will wrap things up for this year. Then we will move on to year 4. If I haven't mentioned it already, the next 2 years will be a lot shorter than the previous years. I still plan to explore Uagadu and new magics. Should be fun. I hope everyone enjoyed the chapter. Comment with your thoughts below. P.S. I watched the movie Anaconda the other day. I can laugh at it now, but when I watched as a kid, I had nightmares for weeks. So, that's where all the snake drama came from. I hope it was as funny as it was intended. Second P.S. From now on, if I don't spectacularly say that Alex spoke an incantation, assume it's nonverbal. Chapter 109. My family was ecstatic when I found them. They swarmed me like a pack of starving hyenas. Predictably, Mum reached me first and did her very best to crush my lungs. Alex, I'm so proud of you. Circling around us, the twins were going nuts reenacting my last duel. Uncle John slapped me on the back, congratulating me on my victory. So, does this mean you don't want the snake I got for your birthday? He joked. I snarkily snapped back, only if you want to receive the same welcome the snake did in the match. Uncle John laughed, not realizing I was completely serious. If he tried to put a snake in one of my presents, he would regret it. Family bonds only go so far. There was a brief intermission before they started the duels for the 5th-year duelers. The officials had to fix the dueling ring that I had split in half. The 5th-year duels were interesting to watch. But most of my attention was inwardly focused. I went over every move I and my opponents made in my duels. Dueling against unfamiliar competitors who used spells I wasn't familiar with forced me to use strategies I hadn't ever implemented before. Transfiguration and conjuring in duels opened up a whole new world in dueling. Already, new strategies were churning within my mind, giving me new ideas and things I wanted to try out. The rest of the day went by quickly, and I found myself on the wooden planks of Uncle John's ship. He wasn't planning on staying for the rest of the tournament, and I wouldn't get another chance to speak with him face to face until sometime over the summer break. I found Uncle John in his office sifting through letters and small notes. Hanging on the walls were knickknacks Uncle John had collected over the years. There were African curse masks, like the one I put on Michael. A set of fangs from a dragon, maps of unknown islands, mosaics, and a few paintings. But the item which caught my eye the most was hanging on the wall behind Uncle John in a place of honor. It was a strange Muggle contraption. It was a fish attached to a wooden plaque. If that wasn't strange enough, there was a shiny red button on the plaque. If pressed, the fish would come alive and start singing and dancing. Obviously, Muggles have gone mad with their technology and can no longer be trusted. Choosing to ignore the suspicious fish that seemed to be staring at me, I turned my attention to Uncle John. Worry lines were etched across his face as whatever he was reading appeared to make him concerned. Craning my neck to get a better look, I noticed many letters were in different languages. Others seemed to be in code. Uncle John had contacts all over the world feeding him information. Noticing my presence for the first time, Uncle John looked up and asked, "What's up, champ?" "I need to talk to you," I replied. I paused for a brief moment, then emphasized, "Privately." Uncle John raised an eyebrow, and without a word, he pointed his wand at the door. The heavy wooden door shut with a heavy click, followed by several more that made me curious about the insides of the doors. "All right, Alex. What's on your mind?" I took a moment to organize my thoughts, carefully editing out a few key things. Once I was done, I took a deep breath and got started. So, there was this reporter. As I told my story, Uncle John's eyebrows rose as his expression slowly morphed into an incredulous look, then turned into full-on disbelief. By the time I finished, he was rubbing his temples like he had a pounding headache. "I just know your mother is going to blame this on me," he complained. "I would rather she never found out." As I waited for Uncle John to say something, he stared at me so intently it seemed like he was trying to use legilimency. Thanks to my occlumency shields, I knew that wasn't the case. But it was still a little unnerving. Finally, Uncle John leaned forward and asked, "Do you know what your first mistake was?" After thinking for a brief moment, I replied, trusting that Rita would abide by the terms of the contract. Uncle John shook his head. "Your mistake was the way you entered into the contract in the first place. Don't get me wrong, finding out that Rita is an unregistered animagus is a useful bargaining chip. It let you force her into a one-sided contract, but it also ensured her hatred towards you. We needed her help," I defended. "Her articles shredded Delvin Whithorn's reputation and ensured his business in Britain was over." Uncle John waved a hand, not wanting to argue the point. "I'm not saying she wasn't useful. What I am saying is there were other ways to go about gaining her cooperation. The simplest of which would have been buying her off. Considering her reputation, Rita probably would have jumped at the chance to bring down Nimbus." My face flushed when Uncle John pointed out the obvious. Maybe I had gone about this a little ham-fisted. I didn't even think about buying Rita off. It seems a little obvious now. In a way, my previous knowledge of Rita from the books prejudiced me against working with her in any meaningful way. I would need to make a note of that when dealing with others in the future. Willing to admit my mistake, I looked Uncle John in the eyes and said, "You're right. I didn't even think of that as an option." Uncle John gave me a reassuring look. "Just remember, sometimes it's more effective to use a soft approach rather than a hard one." I couldn't help but think back to the way I dealt with Lockhart. I had been even more forceful with him, forcing him into a contract and making him teach me memory erasing magic. Then using said magic against him. Did I cross the line with Lockhart? After a moment, I dismissed the worry. Uncle John had a point with how I recruited Rita. But, there was a big difference between Rita and Lockhart. While Rita was nasty and unpleasant to be around, Lockhart was a whole different animal. He ripped through and erased people's minds at will. In my book, anything bad that happens to him, he deserves. Wanting to get back to the reason I was here, I asked, "What about Rita giving information to the syndicate?" Uncle John snorted, "I wouldn't worry about it. There's no way she could have given them any information they didn't already have or couldn't easily obtain." Uncle John's reassurance wiped away the knot of tension that built within me. For the past couple of weeks, the idea that my family would be vulnerable due to my actions had dominated my thoughts. Interrupting my thoughts, Uncle John said, "Now that we got that out of the way, let's talk about your biggest mistake in this whole thing." Once Uncle John saw he had my full attention, he said, "Your biggest mistake in all of this is you've left yourself exposed." "There's no proof," I defended. "I erased all her memories containing our interactions. Rita Skeeter has no idea we'd ever met." Uncle John snorted, "It seems to me that you've forgotten about an important piece of evidence that ties you to Rita." The answer appeared in my mind right away. The magical contract. Uncle John nodded at my realization. "Yeah, that magical contract creates a magical bond between you and Rita. And worse, it can be traced. What happens when people start missing her, or if she checks herself into St. Mungo's? I guarantee that the moment she shows up with no idea why she is under a curse, they will contact the ministry and start investigating. It won't be long before they show up on your doorstep. The unauthorized memory wipe alone could get your wand snapped and have you packed off to Azkaban." Uncle John fell silent, letting me consider everything he said. It didn't take long to voice my next move. "I need to destroy the contract." Uncle John nodded and agreed, "Right now." Even though I was reluctant to free Rita from the wasting curse she was under for breaking our contract, the risk wasn't worth it. I reached into my robes and pulled out my emergency bag. I never went anywhere without it. The bag had an undetectable extension charm allowing me to pack away things I may need in the future. Ever since my unexpected trip last year, I've gotten a little paranoid and have packed away supplies and all sorts of items that would last me a long time. Not wanting to dig through everything, I summoned the contract with my wand. Not willing to wait any longer, I used the fire-making spell and burned the contract to ash. Uncle John looked visibly relieved when the contract was gone. "Now what?" I asked. Uncle John considered me for a moment. "Now, you're getting a mandatory lesson on subtle power plays." I spent the next few hours listening to Uncle John. I liked that he didn't bring up my mistakes again and even talked about his mistakes when he was younger. By the time it was over, I knew that we had only scratched the surface. I promised myself that I would find some time during the summer for some more lessons. The rest of the tournament went smoothly. When it was over, I received a shiny gold trophy that had a duelist holding a wand. Mum immediately confiscated the trophy, promising to find a worthy place to put it on display. With the tournament over, the rest of the break flew by, and it was time to head back to Hogwarts. The final weeks at school seemed to go by in a rush. Outside of working on my 6th-year textbooks, I spent quite a bit of time enchanting and experimenting. Every day was something new. I learned to manipulate spells to achieve a variety of effects. Dad kept me informed of the ongoing situation with Nimbus. Their sales had slowed to a crawl, and the value of the company was plumbing. Using intermediaries, Dad made discreet inquiries about whether the board was interested in selling the company. Everyone but Delvin wanted to sell, but Delvin swore he would rather see Nimbus go entirely out of business before he would consider selling. According to some of the reports, Delvin was becoming increasingly unhinged, spending most of his time in his office drinking the days away. Clan Sharpclaw, the goblin clan our family was in business with, suggested a devious plan. They put Dad in contact with the Clan Crusher, who had a significant stake in Nimbus and wanted out while there was still a profit to be made. An agreement was reached where Clan Crusher would offer Delvin enough gold to keep Nimbus afloat for the next 2 years. But in trade, Delvin had to give them 10% of his ownership in Nimbus. Desperate to keep the doors open till Nimbus's enchanters could find a way to become competitive again, Delvin accepted the deal. Within a week of Delvin making the deal, Philnook, the goblin representative of Clan Crusher, held a closed meeting with the board. With the additional 10% stake in the company, the board held a majority, and they accepted Dad's offer. Nimbus was coming home. We now own Nimbus and all its designs, past and present. After 2 decades and some change, Grandpa George's life's work is back where it belongs, back with the Follies. Adding to the good news, Canon seemed to be mostly on track. Harry, Ron, and Hermione took care of Professor Quirrell and prevented Voldemort from getting the Philosopher's Stone. Harry was currently unconscious in the hospital wing, recovering from his first encounter with the Dark Lord who killed his parents. It was an essential step in his development, one that he needed to become a wizard capable of standing up to Voldemort. Rumors flooded the halls of Hogwarts. Ironically, Professor Quirrell's performance of a stuttering coward had been done too well. Many students had trouble accepting the idea of Professor Quirrell attacking a student. There were also faint whispers of he who must not be named being involved, but most students, not knowing what to think, dismissed them. I don't blame them for not believing the whispers. To most of the wizarding world, Voldemort was dead. Only a few knew the truth. One day Voldemort would return, greater and more terrible than before. The day we were going home, I was shocked when I noticed the headline of the Daily Prophet. In bold letters, the headline stated, "Delvin Whithorn dead. Delvin Whithorn POV." Hovering somewhere between being tipsy and drunk, Delvin found himself in a conference room with the rest of Nimbus's board members. The last couple of months had lowered Delvin's previous immaculate grooming standards. Where once his hair was well groomed and gelled to perfection, now his hair was stringy and unwashed. His wardrobe had taken a similar hit, having gone days without being changed and full of dark stains. Delvin shook his alcohol-induced red face and rubbed his bloodshot eyes in disbelief. "What did you say?" Finlock, the goblin representative, spoke slowly, like he was speaking to a child. "We are here to tell you that the board voted unanimously to sell the company." "You can't do that," Delvin protested. "This is still my company." "On the contrary," Finlock rebutted, "I think you'll find that we can." The goblin pushed a small file across the conference room table. "You traded me for 10% of your stake in the company. That 10% plus the rest of Clan Crusher's holdings and the rest of the board's stakes gives us a majority in the company." "Yeah, but that deal was in exchange for your clan shouldering Nimbus's financial burden for the next 2 years." Delvin protested. Finlock showed his sharp needle teeth and sneered, "And Clan Crusher would have loved to meet that obligation. Unfortunately, the board decided to sell the company, preventing us from throwing away good gold at a sinking ship. Perhaps if you hadn't been in a drunken stupor for the last few months, you would have included a clause ensuring that the company wouldn't be sold." Devon turned his gaze to the other board members. "Don't do this," he pleaded. Most of them refused to meet his tearful gaze. Robert sighed, "Delvin, this is for the best. One day, I hope you can see that." Concluding the meeting, the board members began leaving the room. "At least tell me who you sold the company to," Delvin begged. With a look that said he was savoring Delvin's pain, Finlock answered, "To the only people who were interested in this place, the Follies." Everyone on the floor heard Delvin's howl of anguish. Later that evening, Delvin had gone from being partially drunk to full-on bad decision drunk. "It's not fair," he raged to no one in particular. Not thinking clearly, Delvin started blasting things in his office. He would be damned if he gave the Follies anything resembling a clean office. When Delvin reached the bottom of his glass, he poured himself another drink of dragon brandy, spilling heavily and alcohol all over the desk. He took another deep drink before throwing the glass at the mirror he last used to contact his father. It shattered into pieces, sending shards of glass everywhere. With blurry eyes, Delvin continued to rant drunkenly. "This is all your fault. You could have helped." After letting out a few choice curses towards his father, Delvin refocused his ire towards the Folly family. "Why did you have to ruin everything? I hate you. I hope you fucking die." As the night wore on, Delvin continued to pour himself drinks and have one-sided rants. "This is both of their faults," he claimed, excusing himself of any responsibility. A dark thought that had been floating in and out of Delvin's mind for the past couple of months resurfaced. Maybe I should just end it. A deranged grin appeared on Delvin's face as he imagined the consequence. His death would set so many things in motion. In the end, Delvin would still matter. The Follies must think they're so clever, Delvin fumed. If they think it's over, they have another thing coming. Delvin found a piece of paper and started writing. He wanted to make sure his father knew he was responsible for this. By the time he was finished, some of his nerves had left him. With shaky hands, Delvin poured himself another glass of liquid courage and downed it. Trembling, Delvin raised his wand to his temple. "Do it," he urged himself. "Come on, do it. It's over." Unable to do it, Delvin lowered his arm to his side. In his mind, Delvin could hear his father sneer, "Useless." Delvin let out a scream of frustration and brought his wand back to his temple. Breathing heavily, images of the people Delvin blamed for his situation appeared in his mind. His father, sister, the Follies. All of them were to blame. Raw hatred filled him as he considered the sins they had committed against him. "I hope you fucking kill each other. Avada Kedavra." A flash of green light and Delvin's body collapsed to the floor. A/N. Wow, so lots of things happened in year's final chapter. So, the talk with Uncle John went in a different direction that I originally intended. Some of you may be wondering why Alex didn't realize he left himself vulnerable. This is a consequence of a couple of things. 1. He wasn't thinking clearly when he found out Rita gave away information on his family. He was very angry. The other part is because Alex is a teenager. Teenage brains aren't fully developed and the part of the brain that is able to think about long-term consequences isn't fully developed. Thankfully, he has Uncle John to watch out for him. Now, I know some of you wanted Alex to be more involved in Harry's story. But, we aren't there yet. Alex is still lying low for now. I promise eventually Alex gets more involved. Now for the biggie. Delvin's suicide. Lots of long-term consequences to that. More on that later. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Chapter 110. The first indication I got that something was wrong was the uncontrollable vibration coming from the brass door handle that I had been enchanting. I knew I didn't need to worry about the room taking damage because I was in a multi-layered warded circle similar to the one at Dad's shop where he experiments with new ideas. The wards are keyed to me and will prevent anything from crossing from the inside to the out. However, while the room was safe from damage, I was very much at risk. Without pause, I turned and dove out of the circle just in time to see the shiny brass door handle I was working on explode, sending pieces of brass shrapnel in every direction. Thankfully, my wards worked perfectly and stopped anything from leaving the circle. With a groan, I picked myself up off the floor. Over the summer break, I had been pushing my charm crafting skill. For the past 2 months, I had been working on one of the most complicated and complex pieces of magic I had ever worked on. I was trying to make my own version of a self-contained transportation network. To say that it has been slow going is an understatement. Don't get me wrong, the flow network is great. Probably around 60 to 70% of people traveling use the flow network. But, it was old and hadn't been updated in centuries. One of the unfortunate things about wizard society is that there tends to be a lack of progress in that area once there is something that works. I couldn't help but wonder what Ignatia Wildsmith would think of me wanting to replace her life's work. We were both heirs of Ravenclaw, and yet here I was working to replace her greatest achievement. I still hadn't worked out just how everything would work in my new system. Having Ignatia's journals would save me a ton of time. But, I knew this was a long-term project and would probably take a few years to work out all the kinks. Like Ignatia, I would be using the idea of something to base my network on. She used fireplaces. As long as something resembles a fireplace, the flow network could connect with it. My idea was more straightforward. It was to use doors in the place of fireplaces. Of course, the door was only of secondary importance. The real piece of magic would be the door handle. Imagine being able just to open a door and walk through to your destination. Way better than getting into a fireplace full of ash and having to douse yourself in flow powder. I also plan to take it one step further by introducing portable door handles. If you find yourself needing to go somewhere, all you would have to do is find a door, place the enchanted door handle into it, and voila, instant travel. Since most people either don't have the skill or talent to apparate, I figured my way would be more convenient. If I could get this network up and running, it would put Folly's arcane solutions so far into the black. I would never need to worry about my company becoming unprofitable ever again. One significant change I was planning to my travel system was to increase security. As of now, travel is unrestricted amount fireplaces that are actively connected to the flow network. All you need to know about to get to travel to someone's fireplace is the name of the residences. While most take active precautions, some never even consider that the flow network is an easy way into people's homes. My way of fixing this glaring hole is to do away with voice activation commands used in the flow network and introduce a coded system. On the door handle, I plan to add a backplate with the numbers 0 to 9. Each handle will get a designated number that someone must use for the doorways to connect. It won't solve all the security concerns, but it's better than what people have now with their fireplace. As I finished cleaning up the mess, 2 loud voices drew my attention as their bickering filled the tower. "What were you thinking, you old, paranoid, Billy Goat?" A screeching feminine voice shouted. "Building a secret tower in the middle of nowhere. Did it ever occur to you that maybe you should have told someone where it was?" I smiled when I heard Anton's scathing reply. "It wouldn't be much of a secret if I told anyone where it was, now would it? And look where that got you, a few hundred years of complete isolation." The feminine voice sneered. "At least it was quiet and peaceful." Anton countered. "Peaceful?" The other voice said in shock before snapping, "I'll show you what you can do with your peace." Anton's squawk of surprise made me think he had just found out that people in paintings near each other can travel outside their paintings into other paintings. I shook my head as the 2 paintings kept bickering and making snide remarks to one another. The other voice belonged to Anton's wife. Her appearance in the tower was only one of the many changes the tower had experienced during the summer. After years of keeping the tower as my own personal playground, I finally came clean with my family and showed them the secret Folly Tower. As I packed up my copy of Ignatia's personal spellbook, my thoughts drifted back to the emergency family meeting we had when I got home from Hogwarts. The family meeting took place late at night for 2 reasons. The first was to make sure the twins were asleep. Mum and Dad didn't want to worry them. Mum made a half-hearted attempt to get me to skip the meeting but gave up when Dad said I should be there. The other reason why it took place at night is we were waiting for Uncle John to arrive. We waited for Uncle John in the family room. The lights were dim, as if they could somehow sense the serious situation. I sat in the middle of our lightly colored couch. To my left was Grandma. As always, she was dressed to impress, wearing finely tailored burgundy robes. Dark hair that was streaked with grey didn't do much to hide the worry lines on her face. To my right was Mum. Unlike Grandma, she was dressed in her brewing robes. They were dark, tattered, and full of stains from years of brewing potions. Whenever Mum was worried, she would starting making potions. I bet if I went down to her brewing room, I would find dozens of potions bottled and ready to go. Sensing my gaze, Mum let go of the ends of her hair she had been nervously twisting. She reached over and drew me closer as if she wanted to protect me from the world. I turned my gaze towards Dad, who was sitting in his favorite chair. Tiny flecks of grey were beginning to show in his dark brown hair and trimmed beard. He appeared lost in thought as he absently traced the design in his guild ring. Mum and Grandma passed the time by interrogating me about every aspect of the past year. Not wanting to increase Mum's protective instincts, I made sure to exclude some of my extracurricular activities like hunting trolls. Eventually, the large door to a tall cabinet in the corner room opened, bringing the smell of the salty sea into the room. The vanishing cabinet was one half of a pair. The other was located on Uncle John's ship. It must have been raining wherever the Jolly Roger was located because when Uncle John stepped into the room, he was soaking wet. Grandma frowned at the sight of Uncle John dripping water everywhere. "Come here, Johnny," she fussed. "You'll give yourself a cold being all wet like that." Grandma got up and flicked her wand towards Uncle John. Once the water dripping off him vanished, she swooped in for a hug. I smirked at the sight and felt slightly better about being trapped in my mum's grasp. It seems no matter how old someone gets, mothers will always try to baby their kids. Once all the small talk was out of the way, the smile that Uncle John always had on his face faded away, leaving a much more serious look. "Well, we all know what we're here for," Uncle John said. Dad nodded. "Delvin Whithorn is dead." "How?" I asked. I lowered my voice and followed up with something I had been wondering since I heard the news. "Was it us?" "Apparent suicide," Uncle John shook his head and explained. "According to my source within the syndicate, he even left a note behind." A brief glimmer of regret flashed in Uncle John's eyes. As if he was saddened by the fact that he wasn't able to take his revenge personally. Shallow tears formed in Grandma's eyes as she realized that the man who stole so much from her husband was dead. "Good riddance," she spat. Dad and Uncle John didn't say anything, but their faces reflected agreement. They were both happy Delvin was gone. Uncle John rubbed his forehead as if a headache was bothering him. "In the end, it doesn't matter if Delvin killed himself or not. Delvin's father is going to blame us either way." Worried about the future, Mum asked, "What do we do?" Dad got up and moved behind Mum. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and said, "Don't worry. I may not be much of a fighter, but I am a master charm crafter. I'll turn our house into a fortress. By the time I'm done, it will take a small army to get inside." Uncle John sighed. "The problem is Declan has a small army." Hearing Dad's declaration that he would turn our house into a fortress made me think of my tower. While I'm sure Dad's enchantments would secure the house, it wouldn't be as good as the tower. Anton Folly was paranoid and built the tower with the expectation of it being besieged. There are defensive spells woven into every stone. Not to mention it's hidden and almost impossible to find. The choice of keeping the tower to myself or using it to help my family wasn't a choice at all. I began. "I might know of a way to protect ourselves till this blows over." I turned to Uncle John. "Remember when I was younger, and you told me about the old legend about the Folly Tower?" Uncle John smiled. "Your dad and I used to look for that tower when we were kids. But I don't think it's a good use of our time to go tramping through the woods. Besides, it's an old wives' tale. It probably doesn't exist." Awkwardly, I replied, "I found the tower years ago." Feeling everyone's eyes on me, I sheepishly added, "I've been using it as my hideout." Uncle John shook his head in disbelief at my announcement. He turned to Dad and asked, "Do you remember how much time we spent during the summers looking for the tower?" Dad smiled in remembrance. "Too much," he said fondly. "When did you find it?" Uncle John asked. "That first summer you told me about it," I replied. "Of course you did," Uncle John grumbled. "Probably stumbled right up to it." "Athena helped," I admitted. "What's it like?" Dad asked curiously. I looked up at him and grinned. "You're going to love it. It's everything a wizard tower should be." The next day, after showing off the tower to my family, an argument broke out. Absolutely not, Grandma declared, stamping her foot into the ground and crossing her arm. I'm far too old to be strolling around in the woods. I'm not leaving my house, and that's final. Mum, be reasonable. Uncle John pleaded. It won't be forever, just until things calm down. Dad jumped in, besides, it's not like we'll be cramped in here. The tower is big enough to hold dozens of families comfortably. Once I saw how Grandma had dug in her heels against the idea of moving into the tower, I decided to jump in and throw some guilt her way. Please, Grandma. What would we do if something happened to you? What would Sasha, Rebecca, or I do without our grandma guiding us? Grandma gave me a look of betrayal as she took in my innocent puppy dog eyes. Humph. She sighed in defeat. Fine, but only for the summer. I'll not be spending the rest of my life living in fear. I gave Grandma a cheeky smile and a swift kiss on the cheek in consolation of her loss. But, before I could do anything else, Grandma looked at me and unleashed a predatory smile. A sinking feeling started creeping up within my gut. It's a trap. Well, since I've given in to your demands, Grandma said innocently. I just have a small request of my own. Dad and I exchanged suspicious glances. Yup, Grandma was definitely playing us. She never intended not to move into the tower with the rest of us. She was just trying to get something out of this thing. It's been far too long since Folly Manor had thrown a dinner party. I think it's time to pen some invitations and unseal the Folly Ballroom. Dad and I let out identical groans while Uncle John made faces at us, mocking our situation and thinking he was in the clear. What are you smiling at? Grandma asked him. I'll be sending your wife an invitation as well. I'll be expecting you in dress robes. Make sure you leave that ridiculous coat at home. As Uncle John's face fell, I made a face back at him, sticking out my tongue. Ha, that is what I like to call karma. If we have to suffer, then you get to suffer right along with us. That's what being a family is all about, suffering together. Grandma tsked and wagged her finger at our expressions. Don't be so glum. Believe it or not, this is for our family's benefit. Sensing our doubt, Grandma explained, last night, I thought long and hard about our situation. The reason why this syndicate can thrive is that they operate in the dark. So, all we need to do is open our home and invite ministry officials, Hogwarts governors, business leaders, old families, anyone influential to our home. Understanding appeared on all of our faces as Grandma explained her plan. That's a good idea, Dad reluctantly replied. We all looked to Uncle John to see what he thought. If anyone could predict what Declan would do, it was him. It's a good plan, he admitted. Probably even better than holing up in this tower. As long as you keep the spotlight on our family, Declan will be reluctant to make a move. Grandma smiled like a cat who just caught a canary. She had been trying to get Dad to host parties in the manor for ages. Now she had the perfect excuse. Well, I guess I have some planning to do, Grandma mused. She turned to leave, humming her happiness about how things worked out, which left the rest of us wondering how we went from holing up in the middle of nowhere to hosting dinner parties in the span of 2 minutes. Alex, are you ready to go to the house? Mum's echoing voice brought me back to the present. I gave my copy of Ignatius's work a longing glance before turning to leave it behind. True to her word, Grandma had been hosting dinner parties every other week at the house. Since our family was the host, we all were expected to attend. Don't wait for me, I shouted back. I'll be there soon. I took the magical platform up to the 3rd floor. The floor was a large circular room that had dozens of doors built into the walls. Each door led to a large bedroom, whose spatial dimensions had obviously been magically altered. Otherwise, there was no way the tower could have so many bedrooms. In the corner of my room was a small familiar-looking cabinet. It was the vanishing cabinet that led to the cabinet I had stashed at Hogwarts. Even though I had come clean with some of my secrets this summer, I figured no one needed to know about my secret passage to Hogwarts. To make sure no one found out, I used magic to alter the exterior and hid it in my temporary bedroom. I also made sure to seal it up tight because the twins had a bad habit of sneaking into my room when I'm not there. Outside of a plain bed and a small dresser, there wasn't much else in the room. I left everything back in my old room because this was all supposed to be temporary. Once Uncle John gave us the okay, we would all move back home. I quickly threw on my dress robes and made my way to the ground floor, where Dad had put a newly enchanted cabinet that led to the house. Like me, he sealed it up when it wasn't in use. With this being my 7th or 8th dinner party, I knew exactly what was expected of me. Ever since I unveiled my company, everyone seemed to want a piece of me. While some wanted to discuss business ideas and cooperation, young ministry officials were always looking for patronage that would help them rise through the ranks. At first, I was tempted to blow them off, but Grandma explained this was how the game was played. With some gold and the right thing whispered into the ears of those in power, I would start gaining influence over those who wanted a patron. They wouldn't be very useful right now, but as they rose through the ranks, the benefits would only increase. Sensing that wasn't enough to sway me, Grandma pointed out that Dad and Uncle John had chosen not to follow her advice to make connections when they were young. Right now, the main reason our family had such pull in the ministry was because of her contacts. Then she pointed out she wouldn't be around forever, and someone had to make sure the family stayed influential. So, I gave in and started playing the game, as Grandma called it. I shook hands, smiled, and made conversation with the current leaders and their underlings. Many, I recognized from other parties Grandma had dragged me to when I was younger. But, the difference was now I was someone important rather than just someone's child. Speaking of change, while I was busy greeting guests, I noticed the appearance of someone else who had caused a change in my life over the summer. The raven-haired girl noticed me looking at her, and a shy smile crept out on her face. "Alex," she cheerfully greeted. I glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then leaned forward and stole a quick kiss. Then I whispered in her ear, "I'm glad you could make it, Jessica." Author's note. So, a lot of stuff happened in the chapter. Some have been wondering when Alex would finally show the tower to his family. The reason why he never told them before was because he treated it like his own little clubhouse. But, now that he is older and more serious, I thought it was a good way of coming clean to the rest of his family. As for Jessica, I tried to do some foreshadowing last year about how close they were becoming. But, word of warning. This isn't a romance fanfic. Most if not all romance will happen off-screen. Also, I've had some complaints about how long my chapter are. I know I've read other stuff on this site with chapter 16k-20k words. But, that's not how I do things. I average about 3k-4k word chapters. And since the average chapter in a book is between 2.5k-5k words, I think I'm doing okay with chapter length. If it bothers you, maybe don't read for a month or two, then come back and read them all in one go. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed the chapter. Chapter 111. Does Anna know? The question asked by my best friend brought me out of my thoughts. I turned and looked at Cedric. Like me, he was dressed in fine robes, although his were dark black stitched with golden threads. His dark hair made his skin look even paler. Seeing that Cedric's grey eyes weren't focused on me, I turned in the direction he was looking. Immediately, I understood the origin of his question. It was Jessica, my girlfriend. She was over with her parents, who seemed to be networking. They worked directly for the International Confederation of Wizards. Their main job was to monitor muggles, make spells, and offer suggestions that would help keep wizardkind hidden from the rest of the world. Jessica's blue eyes sparkled as she noticed me glancing at her. She sent me a smile that made me lose my train of thought and brought a dumb, goofy grin to my face. "Damn it, why does that keep happening to me? What did you ask?" I murmured, trying to distract myself from my pretty girlfriend. Cedric repeated himself, "I asked if Anna knows that you and Jessica are a thing." Feeling a little defensive, I crossed my arms and muttered, "It's not like it's any of her business." Cedric gave me a look that made me fidget uncomfortably. Feeling the urge to defend myself, I explained, "It's not like I'm hiding it from her. I just haven't had the chance to tell her yet. My friendship with Anna had been a little rocky over the past year. We never really talked about our escalating prank war. Even though it had been over for months, there was an uncomfortable wall of silence between us. Of course, we were still friends. We still hung out. But, things were still a little tense. I wanted to fix it, but I didn't know how. Whenever I tried to say something, my mind would blank, and I wouldn't know what to say. I missed the easy friendship we had before." Breaking the uncomfortable silence, Cedric suggested, "Well, you should tell her before she finds out from other sources." Cedric's eyes shifted in Jessica's direction, leaving no doubt she was the source in question. I wanted to shake my head and protest, but memories of Jessica and Anna constantly sniping at one another came to mind. Cedric had a point. Jessica would definitely tell Anna. And knowing my luck, it would come out the worst possible moment. "I'll tell her," I promised. "I just need to find the right moment." I fell silent and forced my attention back to the dinner party. Sensing that I was done talking about this topic, Cedric stopped pushing and casually changed the subject. "So, how did you two get together?" I paused upon hearing the odd tone in Cedric's voice. It was like he was asking for directions rather than just wanting to know how Jessica and I began. My suspicions were proved correct when I prodded him with a sly grin. "Why, Cedric, it sounds like you have an ulterior motive. Has some lady caught your eye?" Cedric's cheeks flushed red, and he pointedly turned away and ignored my childish antics. I patted Cedric's shoulder and teased him, "Don't be embarrassed. Come sit, let me share my wisdom on how to approach girls." I bragged with all the confidence of a guy who now had a girlfriend and thus knew everything. Cedric snorted in response. But after a few awkward moments of silence, he turned back to me. "Well," he demanded. "Where's all that wisdom you were claiming to have?" As Cedric was staring at me, waiting for me to say anything, I quickly realized I didn't know what to say. I raced through my memories, trying to piece together exactly how Jessica and I had gotten together. Jessica and I had gotten really close last year with all the competitive challenges we did in class and late-night study sessions. The night our feelings were made clear was a bit of a blur. We were studying and mentioned that I would miss this next year, which led to a conversation on how I volunteered for the student exchange program. That was followed by Jessica's deep blue eyes shimmering with tears and then a lingering hug, during which I couldn't help but be distracted by how good she smelled. Well, one thing led to another, and before I knew it, we were kissing. Damn it, now that I think about it. I didn't do anything to get Jessica, she's the one who got me. I just was kind of along for the ride. Damn me and my big mouth. I can't tell Cedric that. Or can I? I took a deep breath, as if I were about to reveal a great secret, then I started spouting out nonsense. Let the girl do all the work. Cedric blinked for a moment, trying to wrap his head around my advice. You know, he pronounced, that might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say. I held up a finger and countered, wrong, the dumbest thing I ever said was telling Athena to go off with Hagrid's before we went deep into a monster's lair. Cedric nodded, agreeing with me. Getting back on point, I pointed out the obvious, besides, who's the one with the girlfriend? As the night went on, I continued to spout more BS rather than admit I didn't know what I was talking about. Thankfully, Cedric was a good enough friend not to call me out on it. I kept busy enchanting outside of the dinner parties that our family was using as insurance against the syndicate. On the last day of July, I found myself slumped over my table, my head leaning on a thick heavy tome. The book's title read A Charm Crafter's Guide, Vol 1. The book series could only be obtained from the Charm Crafters Guild. It was one of the benefits of belonging to the guild. Dad had got it for me at the beginning of summer and told me to have fun. After blazing through the first volume, I couldn't wait to get the next. I found dozens of complicated and high-level enchantments not taught at Hogwarts. I wasn't shocked at finding so many new spells. It wasn't like Hogwarts taught every spell in existence. The school's strategy was if you could obtain an owl or newt in a subject, you had a good enough foundation in that subject to learn new spells on your own. I followed Dad's advice on becoming a great charm crafter and went on an enchanting spree this summer. The only way I would become the best was to practice repeatedly, building both skill and experience. With that thought, I pushed myself up with a groan and looked at my latest creation. At first glance, it looked like a plain feathered quill. But, my magical senses told a different story. The magic I could feel told me there were almost a dozen spells crafted onto the quill. While that doesn't seem very impressive, my enchanting table was covered with burnt-up failures. Quills were so fragile that they had a good chance of breaking once you put more than a couple of spells onto one. Picking the white, feathered quill up, I began testing it to make sure my spells were in working order. Floating above a blank piece of paper, the quill's white feathers seemed to dance as it began recording my every word. Seeing that the quill's primary enchantment worked correctly, I started working on its other spells, starting with the grammar charm. I deliberately began speaking improperly to see how the quill would react. I was pleased to find the charm working properly as the quill would instantly rearrange anything I said into a well-written sentence. After that, I started testing the quill's ability to deal with homonyms and other tricky areas of the English language. Seeing everything was working perfectly, I switched languages running through Spanish, French, Arabic, Latin, and even gobbledygook, the goblin language. With all that writing, the quill never had to be refilled because I added a refilling charm to the ink so it wouldn't ever run out. In the end, everything was perfect, and I was left with an enchanted quill that could be sold for around a single galleon. It's too bad these types of quills were banned at Hogwarts, it would make writing all my essays a breeze. Of course, not all my projects were successful. My eyes narrowed as they darted to a seemingly innocent-looking glass cup. While I had been testing the quill, it had been inching its way across the table, getting closer to me. Don't you dare, I warned the cup. I rolled my eyes when the glass froze in place, trying to pretend to be innocent. The glass cup was designed to be a never-ending cup of ice-cold lemonade that would appear before me whenever I was thirsty. Technically, I succeeded. The glass cup did indeed provide a never-ending glass of refreshing lemonade. However, I must have screwed up somewhere because I was left with a cup that seemed to have a fanatic need to be used whether I was thirsty or not. Even worse, I had given it the ability to move on its own. So now, I was constantly stalked by a glassy cup that was determined to fill my stomach with lemonade. I've also learned that I have to lock it up at night because it tends to douse me with lemonade in the middle of the night. Part of me was tempted to vanish it into nothingness after that first night, but I decided against it in the end. Who knows, maybe one day I will find another use for it. Alex. My younger sister Rebecca shouted, interrupting my thinking. What? I shouted back. You got a letter. I let out a brief sigh. Sometimes I missed having the tower to myself. I found Mum on the 4th floor dressed in her brewing robes and looking a little frazzled as she searched for potion ingredients. As soon as I entered, Mum turned to me and fumed, I hate this place. Nothing is where it's supposed to be. I could see why she was having issues, unlike her brewing room back at the house where everything had a proper place. The brewing room in the tower looked like some had tossed in jars at random. It won't be forever, I soothed. I'm sure Dad is almost finished with the house. Dad had taken the possible threat from the syndicate seriously. Over the summer, he had stripped our home of every enchantment and was in the process of weaving new spells into every inch of the house, turning it into a magical fortress. More than once, he had joked that it would be as secure as Hogwarts. I didn't have the heart to tell him that Hogwarts wasn't as secure as he thought it was. Getting back on track, I said, Rebecca said I got a letter. Mum pulled out a sealed letter and handed it to me before turning her attention back to the jars that had been stacked in seemingly random order. As I left the room, I glanced down at the letter. The font and spelling of my name tickled my memory. Then, after a brief moment, I realized it was nearly identical to my invitation to Hogwarts. Tearing the letter open, I eagerly read the contents. Mr. Alexander Foley. Your presence is requested to appear before the Hogwarts' Board of Governors this Saturday on August 7, 1992. This meeting concerns the student exchange program that you volunteered for. Should you not appear, your spot in the program will be given to another. Your best regards, the Board of Governors. I wasn't surprised by the contents of the letter. Grandma had told me I would be summoned before the board. She told me they would be giving us information about our trip overseas and a lecture on how we would be expected to behave. Thankfully, I wouldn't be alone during the meeting. My friends would be there as well. On the day of the meeting, I got dressed in my favorite set of blue robes. Grandma would throw a fit if I showed up in anything casual. I used to find it annoying, but ever since I started Foley's Arcane Solutions, I had truly begun to recognize the importance of one's appearance. When Grandma caught sight of me, she gave an approving nod. Since we were both going to the same place, she volunteered to escort me to the meeting. Unfortunately, we couldn't leave directly from the tower. When Anton built the tower, he refused to put any fireplaces, so there was no way to connect the tower to the flow network. And due to Dad's new security measures, no one could operate on the family grounds. With Anton, Dad had found an eager collaborator. Dad would spend hours on the top floor with Anton's painting, going over spells that would make our house secure. The only issue was Anton was a little crazy and had a skewed idea of what reasonable defensive spells were. After convincing Dad that it was a good idea to put a flaying curse on anyone sneaking through one of our windows, Mum put her foot down and demanded that she have final approval over each spell. Normally, Dad is the level-headed one in our family, having to rein in Mum when she goes overboard. But I don't hold it against him. Everything he's doing is making sure our family is safe. So, if we have to leave our property to apparate, it's a small price to pay. Once Grandma and I were outside the grounds, she reached out with her left arm. I grabbed on tightly and braced myself. There was a slight twisting sensation, then everything went pitch black, and I felt the familiar sensation of being forced through a rubber tube 2 sizes too small. Just when I thought I would suffocate in the darkness, we reappeared on the edge of Hogsmeade. We had reappeared in front of a small stone building that had ivy climbing the walls. The few windows were smoky and prevented anyone from seeing inside. If there was any doubt that this was our destination, the Hogwarts crest carved on the stone wall next to the door chased them away. I followed Grandma's lead as she opened the oak door that guarded the entrance. Inside was a small waiting room with wooden chairs. Cedric and Anna had already arrived with their parents and were seated in the far right corner. Arriving last was Alicia, who showed up with both of her parents. Mr. and Mrs. Spinnet appeared to be in high spirits as they both had gleaming smiles on their faces. It probably had to do with the fact that they were graduates of UAGADU. They both moved to Britain after completing a competitive healing apprenticeship in Egypt. From what I understand, Mrs. Spinnet is a standard healer, while Mr. Spinnet's job has more to do with trying to find new treatments for incurable magical damage. When it was time for the meeting, my friends and I were led into a large room with half a dozen lamps floating in midair, giving off a warm glow. On the floor beneath the floating lights was an enormous polished table that filled up the room. I blinked in surprise when I noticed 13 people seated rather than the 12 I was expecting. The 13th member was a familiar face. She was the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, Professional McGonagall. Professor McGonagall and the 12 governors were all seated on the far side of the long table. Our Transfiguration professor was seated in the middle and was flanked by 6 governors on either side. Professor McGonagall waved for us to take a seat in the 4 empty chairs situated on the opposite side of the table. As I took a seat, my eyes drifted towards the other board members. They were all familiar faces due to the many dinner parties I had attended with Grandma over the years. Each board member was well connected and highly respected in the magical community. While being a governor didn't give you much power, it was a high mark on someone's social status. My eyes paused on the least trustworthy governor, Lucian Malfoy. His long blonde hair was so pale it was almost white. He was dressed in expensive dark robes edged in silver. The blue veins on his hand stuck out starkly as he absently gripped his cane that had a silver snake head. Although I hadn't ever seen him draw his wand, I knew from the books that the cane held his wand. This would be his last year on the board if things remained faithful to the books. He's supposed to blackmail or threaten the board members into suspending Dumbledore as headmaster. I had always been a little puzzled by this. There was no way Lucius could bully Grandma into doing whatever he wanted. The way I saw it, Lucius probably only needed to get a majority of the board to vote his way. But, I could also see Grandma playing along, giving Lucius just enough rope to hang himself. Grandma had never liked Lucius. Although she couldn't prove anything, she had kept track of people who had vocally supported Voldemort's ideas before he showed his true colors. She couldn't prove anything, but I knew she privately suspected Lucius had been a Death Eater. I know it galled her to rub elbows with him constantly. More than once, I had seen her lock her jaw when Lucius suggested our families had a lot in common. During and shortly after the war, there had been whispers about both our families being Voldemort supporters. It wasn't until an investigation revealed that Grandpa had been killed on Voldemort's orders that the whispers about our family faded. Lucius pleaded innocent, claiming that he had been under the influence of the Imperious Curse. His plea and family connections had been enough to remove any suspicion. However, I would bet that there was some gold involved as well. What made it easy for people like him to slip back into normal society was that Voldemort and his Death Eaters had enslaved hundreds during the war. It was a time of great confusion, and after Voldemort's apparent death, the Ministry just wanted it all to go away. Idiots. Professor McGonagall's curt voice brought me back to the present. As you all know, this meeting concerns the student exchange program. She briskly stated. You four were selected out of many candidates. I hope you understand what an honor it is to represent Hogwarts as you go abroad. I expect each of you to act accordingly. I will be most displeased should I find out that you weren't on your best behavior. As Professor McGonagall paused, I squirmed in my chair as I noticed she seemed to be staring at me rather than my friends. What was that look for? I've always been on my best behavior. It's not like I go looking for trouble. The Grendel, the Port-Kayat, the trolls, none of those were my fault. Okay, maybe the Grendel incident was a little bit my fault. But that's it. I'm innocent of the rest. Save that judgy look for the Golden Trio. Satisfied that she had made her point, Professor McGonagall continued, with that out of the way, I would like to bring up one more point. Next year will be your 5th year, and you will be taking your OWL exams. Therefore, I want to caution you that you may find yourself slightly behind when you return to Hogwarts next year. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and 4 similar pieces of parchment appeared in front of us. Here is a list of books you would have used this year at Hogwarts. I highly recommend you get them and take them with you and study them in your free time. Alicia raised her arm and asked, why do we need these? My parents told me that UAgadu teaches similar classes. Professor McGonagall eyes her for a moment before replying, while it's true that you will find magical disciplines to be similar to the ones taught at Hogwarts, you will find that their incantations and approaches are different from the ones taught at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall sighed before adding, had you requested to visit Ivermeni, Bosbatons, or Durmstrang, this wouldn't be an issue as they all use similar spells. You will find UAgadu's spells to be the equal of the ones taught at Hogwarts, but that won't matter on your OWL exams as you will be tested off of Hogwarts curriculum. Looking us each in the eye, Professor McGonagall said, if any of you have any doubts about keeping up, there is no shame in backing out. I can't stress enough how important the OWL exams are to your future. They will dictate what advanced classes you can take and will have a huge impact on your future careers. Seeing how none of us planned on backing out, Professor McGonagall turned to her right and nodded toward the plump witch sitting next to her. The witch's name was Martha Goldvein. I wasn't quite sure how old she was, but I know she and Grandma attended Hogwarts at the same time. She had warm brown eyes, and every time I met her, she always had a smile on her face. Martha smiled at us like there wasn't any other place in the world she would rather be. She winked at us and cheerfully said, all right, with that out of the way, now we can get to the good stuff. I know most of you are probably wondering how you will be getting to UAgadu. My friends and I nodded. We all had different ideas on how we would be transported. Martha pointed towards a governor I recognized as Stuart Roll. He had short graying hair that did little to cover his giant Dumbo ears. While his hairline was receding, the opposite was true for his thick braided beard. Even at his advanced age, he still had large arms that were thicker than my legs. He looked more like an aging warrior than a wizard. Luckily for you, Stuart has a good relationship with the elders of UAgadu, who are our equivalents. He was able to get a port key set up that will take you to the outskirts of UAgadu. Before I could ask, Martha answered my unspoken question, you'll meet up at King's Cross Station like normal, and Port KF from platform 93/4. Are there any other questions? She asked. Cedric raised his hand, and when Martha nodded at him, he asked, what about books and supplies? Has UAgadu given us a list of what we need? This time it was my grandma who spoke up. The headmaster at UAgadu has informed us that they will be supplying any books or equipment that you need. As for other supplies like quills and ink, I suggest you bring anything you normally bring to Hogwarts. 30 minutes later, the meeting came to an end. Before we were dismissed, Martha asked us a question. So, what made the four of you choose UAgadu? It's quite unusual to have all four students choose the same school. The other governors subtly leaned forward. Apparently, they were all curious. My friends all looked at me to answer. I hesitated for a moment. I wasn't all that happy letting Lucius know I was planning on becoming an animagus, but it wasn't like I was going to be able to keep it a secret for long. Professor McGonagall already knew about our plan, and she would definitely ensure we registered with the ministry. With a shrug, I explained, my cousin goes to UAgadu, and he's an animagus. He told me around 80% of students become animagus by 14, and by the time they graduate, almost all students from UAgadu become animagi. I nodded towards my friends and added, so, this year, we are all planning on becoming animagi. Humph. Everyone turned to look at the oldest member of the board. It was Frederick Bones. Having been forced by my grandma to attend his last birthday celebration, I knew Roger to be 120 years old. He was old, bald, had a face full of wrinkles, and was in a generally grumpy mood all the time. I knew it, he exclaimed. I knew these rapscallions were up to no good. The other board members shot us looks people customarily reserved for family members they were embarrassed by but had to invite because they were family. Frederick continued speaking without realizing that the other board members were glaring at him, wanting him to shut up. Only the untrustworthy become animagus, he continued to preach. Most of the board members settled glances at the elephant in the room, or rather the cat. Professor McGonagall was one of 7 registered animagi in Europe. That's enough, Grandma stood up and scolded. Becoming an animagus is a worthy pursuit and has no bearing on a person's character. But, they're always up to no good, Roger grumbled. Always sneaking around. Roger, my grandma warned. I tried to hide a grin. Grandma used the same tone on the twins when they were doing something wrong, and she wanted them to stop. Roger fell silent and settled into his chair, but his face had an unhappy expression I had only ever seen on toddlers when they were told no. Embarrassed by the actions of one of their own, the governors rushed the rest of the meeting. Before we left for the night, we were given packets for our parents. They covered everything that we went over in the meeting. The rest of the summer flew by, and before I knew it, September had arrived. Finally, it was time to go to UAgadu. Author's note. Sorry for the long wait. I was really getting burned out and needed a break. Anyways, I'm back. Next chapter we are off to UAgadu. Should be fun. P.S. I kind of feel like the chapter is a bit choppy and doesn't flow as smoothly as I wanted. Bear with me as I get back into the habit of writing. Chapter 112. I was up bright and early on the first day in September. We would be departing hours before the Hogwarts Express typically left the station. The portkaya was set to leave at 9 a.m., and we were warned multiple times that if we missed the activation, there wouldn't be another. Even though I had been packed for the last week, I gave my bedroom one last look to make sure I hadn't forgotten anything. We had moved back into the house a few days ago, and I hadn't quite gotten everything organized yet. A shiny glint caught my eye, and I swore once I realized what it was. It was the necklace I had enchanted for Jessica. I had finished it a few days ago and meant to send it to her. But, the move back home distracted me, and it slipped my mind. When I first made plans to visit UAgadu, it was done with several things in mind. First, I wanted to become an animagus. When I was younger, I thought about doing it in secret. Just like James, Sirius, and Peter did when they were at school. Then I read everything that had the potential to go wrong with the spell, and I couldn't believe how reckless stupid the marauders had been. A tiny mistake could have transformed them into monstrous creatures. So, I decided to go to the one place that had seemingly perfected the process, UAgadu. Almost all their graduates were animagi, and there weren't any rumblings coming from the school that indicated they were having to lock up any of their students for becoming mad half-transformed creatures. I had also decided to go to UAgadu this year for another glaring reason. This year there would be a giant snake slithering through the bowels of Hogwarts. Since I planned to leave the basilisk to Harry, I decided it would be an excellent time to get out of Dodge. Not wanting to risk my closest friends, I had convinced them to join me. Of course, things have changed since I first made those plans. I was now leaving my girlfriend vulnerable. So, I spent the summer debating my plans. I must have changed my mind half a dozen times. A simple warning to Dumbledore would fix the issue. I even thought about intercepting Voldemort's journal that Lucius planted on Ginny Weasley. Without that journal, the Chamber of Secrets would stay sealed, and I wouldn't have to worry about anything. I'm not going to lie. I was also a little tempted to steal the journal for study. I had never come across a living journal like the book described and was curious about the spells Voldemort used in its creation. But, in the end, I decided to do nothing. This year was another important milestone in Harry's development. Not only would he face a young Voldemort, but he would also face a massive basilisk. These confrontations would forge Harry into someone who could face off with Voldemort when he returned. Or at least, that's what I told myself so that I could sleep at night. I turned my attention back to the necklace I designed to protect Jessica. It was fairly simple, a silver chain that held a small sapphire. However, what was really important about it were the two subtle charms I had added to the necklace. The first subtle encouraged the wearer not to remove the necklace. The second and more critical charm wrapped the wearer in an almost skin-tight invisible bubble. The bubble only had one purpose: it would protect Jessica from dying if she accidentally came across the basilisk later this year. There only needed to be a slight barrier between basilisk and its victim for its curse not to work. So while it wouldn't stop Jessica from being petrified, it would stop her from dying if she made eye contact with the basilisk. After wrapping the necklace up, I decided to add a letter whose contents were marked for Jessica's eyes only. She should get the package first thing tomorrow. Speaking of packages, I decided to head off Mum's traditional happy birthday letter to me. Yesterday, I found a suspicious letter in her office with my name on it. A quick inspection confirmed this was the singing letter she planned to send to me. It didn't take much effort to swap the letter, leaving me wondering why I never thought about this before. Now she gets to believe she sent her embarrassing letter, whereas I don't have to worry about it when it arrives. With everything in my room sorted out, I brought everything downstairs, eager to leave. But, unfortunately, the rest of my family wasn't as ready to leave. The twins were moping and dragging their feet getting ready to go. I swear, they got like this every year. It was like they believed I wouldn't leave if they could delay me from going to school. Normally, this wasn't a big deal. Mum would always get them ready to leave on time. But this year, she seemed to be silently encouraging them. When Mum first found out I volunteered for the student exchange program, she was beyond excited, thinking that I would go to Beaux Batons. However, when she learned I was planning on going to a school on the other side of the equator, she became far less enthused. It wasn't until I finally put my foot down and threatened to leave on my own for her to stop indulging the twins. The whole trip on the night bus, I sat fuming in silence. I could barely take my eyes off the clock that was inching its way to 9. If I missed the port-quay, I was going to be pissed. When I wasn't looking at the clock and mentally gagging whether we would make it in time for the port-quay's activation, I was shooting laser's eyes at Mum. Usually, I didn't mind her overprotective antics. They were often from a place of love, but this was going too far. Maybe it was time to stop indulging her. Thankfully, we made it to the King's Crossing with a few minutes to spare. Not waiting for my family, I stacked my stuff on a trolley and took off running. I didn't even slow down at the brick wall that led to platform 9 3/4. Platform 9 3/4 was a strange sight. We were so early the platform was deserted, and the Hogwarts Express was nowhere to be seen. The only people on site were Martha Goldvein, Grandma's friend on the Board of Governors, as well as Cedric, Anna, and Alicia along with their families. Martha shot a slight frown towards me and showed me her watch. "Glad you finally decided to join us, Mr. Folly. Another couple of minutes, and the port-quay would have left you behind." Upon hearing Martha's rebuke, I narrowed my eyes and gave Mum an accusing look as she exited the portal. Even though I was still annoyed with her, most of my anger had faded now that I had arrived on time. Knowing that time was of the essence, I gave my family a quick goodbye hug before moving my trunk next to my friends. Having traveled by port-quay before, Athena leaped onto her favorite spot and wrapped her tail around my throat protectively. For the first time, I was impressed when I saw the port-quay. Unfortunately, wizards had a bad habit of grabbing whatever was convenient and turning whatever random item they grabbed into a port-quay. So whoever made this one put some thought into its design. The port-quay was a waist-high metal stand with a large metal ring on top. It allowed for someone to easily have one hand on the ring and the other on any belongings. At 9 o'clock sharp, the port-quay vibrated, and I felt like a hook had grabbed me by the navel. As I was torn from space and time, I absently wondered if this was what a fish felt like when it ears yanked from water. Everything blurred into a kaleidoscope of blurring colors, and just when I couldn't take it anymore, I popped back into reality and was slammed onto the ground. I shut my eyes, trying to ignore the sensation of spinning like a top. However, even with my eyes shut, I still felt like I was spinning. Once I felt the sensation fade, I opened my eyes to see where we landed. What greeted me was a surprise. For some reason, whenever I pictured Uagadou, I thought it would be on a mountain that was dry, dusty, and perhaps in the middle of a desert. It was probably because the only part of Africa I had been in was Egypt. Nothing could be further from the truth. Instead, I was greeted by a large body of water that seemed to have streams and rivers flowing from it. Giant rocky mountains stretched into the sky, dominating the landscape. Flowing down and around them was a mist that invoked a sense of mystery. Far from my expectations, the mountains were far from barren. Instead, they were partly covered in a green landscape. Green wasn't the only unexpected color on the mountains. A few were so high the mountain tops were covered in a blanket of icy white snow. "Wow," Cedric muttered as he looked around in appreciation. Anna, Alicia, and I let out similar murmurs of agreement. The mountains were stunning and left me with a primal desire to climb the tallest one. Ahem. Startled by the sound of someone clearing their throat, we all turned to find someone silently sitting on a large rock. My friend and I exchanged looks, silently debating whether this was the person who was supposed to meet us. Answering our unspoken question, the man sitting on the rock stood up. He was a large, barrel-chested man with massive arms and stood several inches past 6 feet. Dark ebony skin contrasted sharply with his broad white smile. Other than small strands of grey hairs that peppered his hair, the wizard looked like he was in the prime of his life. After brushing something off from his fine orange robes with geometric patterns colored in a deep blue, the unknown wizard spread his arms and greeted us in perfectly spoken English. Welcome, my young friends from Hogwarts. Hoderi is pleased you chose to visit Uagadu, not many who use the exchange program do. Before we could say anything, Hoderi continued, now come, introduce yourselves to Hoderi. Unable to help myself, I shot a questioning look to my friends. Was this guy Hoderi? Why was he referring to himself in the third person? With the clarity in which he spoke English, I was assuming he was doing it on purpose. In the end, I shrugged it off. Plenty of wizards had eccentric habits. After we all introduced ourselves, Hoderi clapped his hands then gestured with one arm out towards the unknown body of water. Now that we are all friends, let me be the first to welcome you to Uagadu. I looked around the impressive landscape but failed to see anything. My friends showed similar looks of bewilderment. Unsure of what we were supposed to be seeing, Alicia asked, is the school invisible? Hoderi laughed for a moment. No, my young friends. He reached out and pointed upwards and across the lake. Uagadu is there. My eyes turned in the direction that Hoderi was pointing at. Across the lake was a tall pointed mountain whose lower half was entirely concealed by a thick mist, giving off the impression that the top half of the mountain was floating in midair. Is the school on top of the mountain? I asked. Hoderi grinned, showing us a proud pearly smile. Uagadu is the mountain, he declared. As I looked at the size of the mountain, I had a feeling it was going to make Hogwarts look like a quaint little school. Feeling a little defensive about Hogwarts, I changed the subject. How do your students arrive? It varies, Hoderi replied. One thing to keep in mind is that there are many magical civilizations in Africa. And while we are all on one continent, we are far from united. When Kiyama Ashino founded Uagadu well over 1,000 years ago, he envisioned a school of magic where magical folks from all over Africa could come together and forge bonds and learn from one another. Curious about the lands of her ancestors, Alicia asked, just how many groups are there? Hoderi intoned as he thought about all the different magical cultures. Well, first we have our brethren along the northern coast, the Hika. They are a proud bunch, descendant from wizards who built ancient empires. But, for the past few centuries, they've chafed under the regulations brought on by the International Statute of Secrecy. Neighboring the Hek to the south are the tribes of the Endless Sand. Constantly on the move, the Sand folk rarely stay in one place for long. They are secretive and protective of the desert's many secrets. They claim to be guardians of ancient magical secrets that the sands of the Sahara have swallowed. Along the eastern coast, the Mshai have developed a love for the oceans and the depths within. They spend as much time beneath the seas as on land. Some of the things they've claimed to see are hard to believe. Unlike the Mshai on the east coast, those on the west coast are far more interested in what's on land rather than the sea. So they've taken it upon themselves to create giant magical preserves where magical creatures can still roam free. That brings us to the magical denizens of the rainforest. Deeply steeped in tradition, they practice ancient forms of magic that many feel are too dangerous and unstable. They are a highly insular group of folks who absolutely refuse to have any dealings with Kawaitis. Seeing the puzzlement on our faces, Hoderi clarified, I believe you call them muggles. Having explained what Kawaita were, Hoderi continued, finally, we have the folk from the south. Famous for producing some of the best alchemists in the world. Uagadu graduates who specialize in alchemy will almost all end up spending some time in South Africa honing their skills or gathering rare ingredients. Well, that's about it. Of course, you may meet a few folks not affiliated with any of them. But they are few and far between. As Hoderi continued his impromptu history lesson on Uagadu, I was only half paying attention. I started mentally calculating just how many students attended Uagadu. Hogwarts typically had 800 to 1,000 students. When I compared the size of the British Isles to Africa and factored in the size of the mountain that was Uagadu, my mind started giving me some impressive numbers. That was even factoring in that Africa had a few lesser-known schools, plus there would always be some families who chose to educate their children at home. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, my predictions about the number of students proved to be slightly off. In small groups, students began showing up. I noticed a few emerging from a familiar-looking archway that was cleverly hidden between two large rocks. When I was younger, Uncle John took me through a pair of archways located in Egypt. While that mode of transport was familiar, other students showed up in shocking ways. Some rode in on giant birds with shockingly bright colors, everything from red and blues to green and yellow. No two birds were the same. When I saw some begin to appear in the water, I wasn't too surprised. Having traveled on Uncle John's ship, the ancient underwater paths were familiar to me. While some arrived in small ships only capable of carrying a few, others arrived by more exotic means. They came on the backs of giant sea turtles or the insides of enormous fish that opened their mouths and spat out their passengers before slipping away. Creatures from the air and sea weren't the only methods of travel. A little past noon, a convoy of camels arrived. But they weren't your typical camels. Each camel teleported 100 feet with each step. Even after they had arrived, they seemed unable to stop teleporting as they blinked a step to their right or left before appearing back in their original spot. While I was generally impressed with all the exotic means of travel, I saw one that screamed of danger. When I saw a crack in space appear, the small lizard part of my brain screamed that what was happening wasn't normal. A few minutes after it appeared, there was a sound that chilled my blood. It sounded like space itself was tearing itself apart. Finally, the crack expanded, opening up a hole. Craning my neck, all I could see was a blank white fog teeming with shadowy figures. I'm not going to lie. I almost drew my wand right then and there. Something about that portal rubbed me the wrong way. The only thing that stopped me was that nobody else was reacting. A few seconds later, the shadowy figures began emerging. When I realized what I was seeing, I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. The shadowy figures were only students. Dangling off each student were small bones with mysterious symbols carved into them. From where I stood, I could feel pulses of the magical power wafting off them. My instincts told me that the bones were packed with protective enchantments. Which begged the question, why did they need them? Was there something in that mysterious fog? And why in Merlin's name would they choose to travel in such a seemingly dangerous way? Before I could continue that train of thought, a familiar voice shouted my name. Alex. Turning, I saw my cousin with long dark hair and golden skin waving me down. His robes were like everyone else, orange, with stripes of deep purple. Draped across his shoulders was a blue sash or scarf of some sort. As I compared it to the other students, I noticed some had the same type while others had different colors. Seeing how everyone who had on a similar sash appeared to be of a similar age, I guessed they had something to do with what year they were in. This year, Omar would be starting in his 5th year. Omar, I greeted him with a brief hug. I didn't see your dad's ship. Omar rolled his deep amber eyes. Please, he said, you think I let him take me anywhere? Last time he dropped me off, he had his ship blasting pirate sea shanties. Omar pointed a lazy thumb in the direction that he came from. I stayed at Gidu's house last night and took one of the archways to get here. Next to me, Hoderi boomed, Omar, Hoderi had no idea that you were related to young Alexander. This is wonderful news. Speaking through my teeth, I whispered to Omar, is it normal to speak in the third person around here? Omar grinned back, no, we all find Hoderi weird as well. As the day wore on, students kept arriving more and more each hour. There were thousands of them. Everyone seemed content to wait as the day passed. Some swam in the lake. Others conjured chairs and positioned them under some shade. As for my friends and me, we hung out with my cousin asking him all sorts of questions about Uagadou. Finally, as the sun started slipping down beneath the horizon, Hoderi stood up and made his way to the lake. Turning his back to the water, he shouted, all right. All right. Hoderi doesn't want to be here all night. You all know what to do. In unison, thousands of students started pushing to get closer to the lake. Then, a loud rumble began developing as people started chanting, clapping their hands, and stomping their feet as if they were all listening to a song they could hear. My eyes widened as I felt a large pulse of magic surge through the crowd. They were performing some sort of mass spell in unison. Omar smiled at my expression and nudged me. Just wait until you see what happens next. I felt the magic continue to rise. I tried to puzzle it out as everyone continued. From what I could tell, the spell required a specific number of people to do different things. The spell was like an orchestra that required many different people to work in unison. I couldn't help but remember what Hoderi said about the founder of Uagadou wanting to bring people together. I guess the first step to gaining access to the school needs a spell of cooperation. After a few minutes, I felt whatever spell they were doing finally activated. Over the lake, a shimmering bridge appeared. The path to Uagadou was open. Author's note. Alright, I want to mention a few things. First, if I butcher any names or meaning while writing this arc, know that it is unintentional. I mostly use what I find on Google Translate. As for this story arc, it's going to be relatively short. We are here for one purpose, expect 10 to 15 chapters before we go back to Hogwarts. Also, while it will be fun to explore Uagadou, I will be keeping things pretty brief. Anyways, I hoped you enjoyed the chapter. Chapter 113. When the bridge appeared from nowhere, I couldn't help but mentally note that it didn't seem to have any pillars holding it in place. Instead, it gave the impression that the whole bridge was floating over the water, and with everything magic can do, I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. I half expected a mass rush of students streaming forward towards the bridge. But, instead, everyone seemed to hang back. Hoderi called out, "First years. Come on. Come on. We don't got all day." A thick steady stream of excited 11-year-olds started pushing through the crowd, making their way down to the bridge. I smiled at the eager energy the first years were projecting. I couldn't help but think back to my first trip to Hogwarts. Hagrid looming over everyone, calling for the first years to follow him, crossing the Black Lake in a small self-propelled wooden boat. Fred and George tipping their boat, sending themselves and Angelina Johnson into the lake. The amazed look on their faces when the giant squid plucked them from the water and returned them to their boat. The first glimpse I had of Hogwarts. Being sorted into Ravenclaw. I wouldn't trade those memories for anything. Cedric brought me out of my thoughts when he asked, "How did we understand Hoderi just now?" I'm almost positive he wasn't speaking English and yet still understood him. I stilled in surprise at Cedric's remark. Then, I quickly reviewed my memory of events confirming Cedric's theory. "You're right." I agreed, "I totally missed that." Omar laughed at our confusion. "That's just the universal translation spell at work," he explained. Omar waved towards his fellow students. "Think about it. Uagadou has over 5,000 students from all corners of Africa. Between everyone here, that's hundreds of languages. That's where the spell comes into play. No matter what language you speak, the spell translates it into whatever language you think in. If you don't pay close attention, you won't even notice the effects." I let out an appreciative whistle. "That is a bloody useful spell." Immediately, my mind went to work, trying to puzzle out how the spell worked. I assumed it was a charm of some sort. Such a large area of effect narrowed the choices down. The two most apparent choices was a giant ward that covered the entirety of Uagadou or an enchantment that acted similarly. Alicia interrupted my musing when she asked, "Why is Hoderi leaving with the first years? Isn't he our guide?" Craning my neck, I saw Hoderi being swallowed by mist as he followed behind the first years. Behind them, second years slowly started making their way forward. Shaking his head, Omar explained, "Hoderi always travels with the first years." Before any of us could say anything, Omar continued, "But, don't worry. Uagadou always assigns a fellow student to act as a sponsor." "Where are they?" Anna asked as she looked around at the throng of students. "You would think they would have already introduced themselves to us," she added waspishly. Omar let out a nervous chuckle and awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. Putting things together, I asked, "You're our sponsor, aren't you?" Anna blushed in embarrassment as Omar sheepishly nodded. Anna blurted out an apology, "I'm sorry, Omar. I didn't know." "It's all right," Omar assured her. "Besides, technically, Alex is only half right. I'm not your sponsor." Omar nodded towards Cedric and me, "I'm their sponsor. Your sponsor is a girl named Sainura. But it looks like she is running a tad late. Don't worry. I'm sure she'll be here soon." Around the time the third years were making their way over the bridge, Omar's prediction was proven to be true. We all heard a faint voice pleadingly shout, "Slow down, Raza." Turning towards the noise, I immediately noticed a strange sight. A girl with high cheekbones and onyx skin was hanging on for dear life on what seemed like an ostrich. That is, if ostriches had gleaming purple feathers and razor-sharp claws on the ends of their 2 feet. Following behind the bird, a tight, leather-bound trunk bobbed in midair as if attached by an invisible tether. As Raza approached at racing broom speed, I realized the bird was taller than I initially assumed. Its head hovered around 8 feet off the ground. When it seemed like Raza would run into the crowd of students, Raza applied its brakes and screeched to a sudden halt. Not having the best grip, the girl screamed as she slipped forward off the bird. But, before she could go anywhere, Raza's beak shot forward like a snake attacking a mouse. The beak latched firmly on the girl's robe, preventing her from flying off but also leaving her awkwardly dangling several feet off the ground. "Don't you even think about it," the girl warned. A rebellious gleam appeared in the bird's black eyes. Then, as if to prove that it didn't have to listen to the girl, Raza promptly opened its beak, freeing the girl's robes and promptly dropping her on the ground. A loud thud sounded out as the girl landed on the ground face first. A muffled voice rang out, "You stupid bird." Turning over with a groan, the girl glared daggers at Raza, "One of these days, I'm gonna pluck your feathers and cook you in a pot." Raza didn't seem concerned with the girl's threat, completely ignoring her and moving to the lake to slake its thirst. Omar rushed to the fallen girl. "Sainura, are you okay?" he asked, helping Sainura to her feet. "I'm fine," she huffed while still giving the bird the evil eye. Brushing the dirt off her robes, Sainura complained, "Stupid bird took the long way here. I barely made it on time. That's the last time I will ride Raza to school," she grumbled to herself. When the duo made their way back to our group, Omar happily introduced us to the new girl. Everyone, this is Sainura. She is the other sponsor I was telling you about. Anna and Alicia both gave the girl a look over, clearly unimpressed with Sainura. I couldn't help but agree. Arriving in the manor certainly didn't inspire confidence. Soon, it was our turn to move across the bridge. Leave your luggage, Omar said. It will be waiting for you in your rooms. Leaving our luggage behind, we made our way to the bridge and started crossing the lake. Sainura, perhaps trying to make up for her late entrance, began acting as a model tour guide on the bridge. If you were wondering, Uagadu's founder, Kiyama Ashino, built and enchanted this bridge himself. He invented a ritual that requires the cooperation of many for it to appear. I perked up upon hearing about the ritual. Rituals were ancient magic, not taught at Hogwarts. Wanting to know more, I asked, has the bridge ever failed to appear? Sainura exchanged looks with Omar before reluctantly admitting, twice. But that was a long time ago, within the 1st century of Uagadu's founding. Since then, there has never been a problem. When we got to the other side of the bridge, there was a path leading to the Mountain of Moon. However, when we got closer, I noticed the path diverging. One led up the mountain, and the other around. Curious, I asked, where does the other path lead to? Sainura shot a questioning look at Omar, who shrugged, they will find out in dis. What's dis? Cedric asked. Defense, evasion, and combat, Sainura explained. You guys will love it, it's a class where you will learn to defend yourselves from all manner of magical beasts or anyone wanting to harm you. That sounds similar to our defense against the dark arts class. Alicia mused out loud. While I technically agreed with Alicia, I hoped Uagadu's dis class would be better run than Dada. Hogwarts had a problem keeping a professor for defense against the dark arts for more than 1 year. A lot of students thought the position was jinxed, and I happened to agree with them. I had done some research on the matter. For over 2 decades, not one person had lasted more than a year in the post. If it was only a few teachers, I might dismiss the rumors. But, after going through more than 20 professors, Dumbledore still hadn't gotten a single teacher to stay on for more than 1 year. I couldn't find any pattern that explained why the teachers left. Some found other jobs, others had children, and they wanted to spend more time at home. But, not all were as benign. A few had gotten seriously hurt and needed time to recuperate, and that's ignoring that last year where Quirrell died. If everything goes to plan this year, Lockhart would also be permanently losing his memory. So, yes, there was definitely something fishy about the teaching post for Dada. Ignoring whether the position was cursed, that many teachers cycling through had left the class's syllabus chaotic and poorly managed. Each professor had their own ideas about what the class should learn. A few were okay, but others were horrible. Last year with Professor Quirrell, we didn't even use our wands in class. And not having to sit through Lockhart this year was a plus. But, I was looking forward to meeting Lupin next year. By all accounts in the books, he was one of the most competent professors Harry had in Dada. Distracting me from my thoughts on Dada, Omar explained the other path. You guys are going to love the paths we use in DIS. Alicia cut in, I think I heard my parents say something about paths. Something about the path of mind or body. Omar nodded, yeah, but you missed one. There are 3 paths used in training. The path of mind, the path of body, and the path of spirit. Before anyone could ask more, Sainura shushed Omar, don't tell them everything. It takes away from their first experience. Omar shrugged and dropped the subject. As we ascended the mountains, I realized we were gaining altitude at an abnormal rate. It took a few seconds, but I figured out what was happening. The ground seemed to be slowly moving. It was propelling us up the mountain, but if you weren't paying attention, it was easy to miss. It was a good thing the mountain was helping out. If it weren't, we would be at this half the night. Sometime later, the path ended, and I got my first look at the entrance to Uagadu. It was a large rectangular entrance carved right into the sturdy rock of the mountain. Etched on the sides of the opening were ancient runes. Most I recognized from the study of ancient ruins, but a few were foreign to me. Even though I didn't understand everything, I got the gist of what the runes meant. They described the founder's journey to the mountain, of a bargain made with something I didn't recognize the rune. Above the opening, there was another set of runes. The message had 2 parts, a warm welcome for students and a warning against enemies. The runes warned about something's wrath and included a warning about eating/swallowing/crushing any who threatened something. Ancient runes weren't always exact. A single symbol could have multiple meanings. I tapped Omar on the shoulder and pointed at the unknown tune. What does that symbol mean? Omar looked in the direction I was pointing. Oh, he responded. That represents Uagadu. My eyes widened as my mind filled in the blanks. The runes roughly translate as enemies of Uagadu will be swallowed by Uagadu. Hoderi's explanation that Uagadu was the mountain took on a whole new meaning to me, and an idea bloomed in my head. I wanted to stay and study the runes more, but I was pushed forward by the eager crowd of students wanting to get inside. Just before we entered the mountain, I whispered a question to Omar, "Is Uagadu alive?" Omar gave me an evaluating glance before rolling his eyes, "Not even here 5 minutes, and you're already trying to uncover secrets." "Yes, Uagadu is alive. It's home to Mzuka, a mountain spirit. Millennia ago, our founder discovered the Mzuka when he was searching for the perfect place to build a magic school. The mountain spirit was lonely, it didn't even have a name. You see, Mzuka can't leave their mountain. So a bargain was struck, the mountain would gain a name and family of never-ending students. In return, the mountain would protect us. And so, Uagadu was born." I fell silent in thought as we made our way into the Uagadu. The idea that the school was alive didn't surprise me as much as I would have thought. Maybe it's because I've spent too much time around weirdos like my paranoid ancestor and grumpy eagle statues who constantly make snide remarks. A mountain that was alive, that's just par for the course. The entrance led us right into a long hallway. The polished stone that made up the walls, ceiling, and floor didn't seem to have any markings on them. It was as if the stone had melted into place, leaving behind a perfectly smooth hallway. Along the walls were ever-burning torches that chased away all the shadows. Staggered on both sides of the walls were large glass panes that showed the outside of the mountain. The effect seemed to make one forget that they were deep in a mountain. At the end of the hallway was an arch built into the wall with over a dozen symbols. Every so often, a student would put their hand on a particular symbol, and a shimmering blue veil would appear inside the archway. After a few students passed through, the veil disappeared, and the process would start all over again. Having been through similar portals, I didn't hesitate when it was my turn. The portal spat me out in a large circular chamber, easily 5 times the size of the Great Hall at Hogwarts, and like Hogwarts, the ceiling was a reflection of the sky. Seeing all the students seated in different areas indicated that the chamber seemed to have a similar function. But, unlike Hogwarts, where the students are divided by their houses, Uagadu seemed to do things differently. The circular chamber was divided like a pie with 7 sections. At the back of each section on the wall was a numeric rune. The runes numbered 1 to 7. It was easy to see that students were divided by their year rather than a house. What really stoked my curiosity was the runes weren't in proper order. Section 1 and 2 were next to each other, but then it went up to 7. Then back down to 3, followed by 6, 4, and 5. Section 5 was on the other side of Section 1. Ignoring the runes, I turned my attention to the center of the room. There was a raised circular platform filled with long tables filled by those I assumed were professors. The only thing that surprised me about them was the numbers. There seemed to be around 7 to 8 times as many professors compared to Hogwarts. Omar and Sainuram motioned for us to follow them, and we made our way to Section 4. I raised an eyebrow when they sat with us. "What's the deal with all the professors? Surely you don't need that many." Omar shook his head at my confusion. "We do," he said. "This isn't Hogwarts. There are over 5,000 students here." Weighing in on the conversation, Cedric inquired, "Does each year have its own professors?" "No, except for the teachers for the first-year students, each professor is responsible for 2 years' worth of students." Omar pointed around the room. "Do you see those numeric runes at the back? There is a reason why they are out of order. 2 and 7, 3 and 6, and 4 and 5 are grouped for several reasons. The first of which is that they share professors." "What's the other reason?" Alsika asked. Omar smirked. "Challenges. You'll find out more about those later." I ran the mental math. "That doesn't account for all the professors up there," I argued. Omar held up a hand as if he were revealing a secret. "Ah, but you forget something really important." Seeing my confusion, Omar explained, "Wands. Only around half of the students use them. When you first come to Uagadu, you have to decide on if you are going to use a wand or not. What you decide determines what set of classes you attend." Anna waded into the conversation. "Why wouldn't they want to use wands? They are clearly the most effective way to use magic." "Is that so?" A sneering voice cut in. "It sounds to me like you're speaking out your ass." Anna's blonde hair flapped, and her purple eyes blazed as she spun to see who had rudely interrupted her. The voice belonged to an athletic teenager, whose veins pulsed against his rich black skin. His wiry black hair was threaded tightly in neat rows running down the back of his head. He might have been considered good-looking if it weren't for the angry scowl plastered across his face. His dark brown eyes challenged Anna, utterly unapologetic about his remarks. "Volundamu," Omar rebuked. "These are guests. They don't understand." She didn't mean any offense. For a second, it seemed like everything would calm down. But unfortunately, Volundamu had picked the worst person to insult among the 4 of us. Anna wasn't one to back down. "Seems like you should pay less attention to my ass and more time worrying about all the troll dung coming from your mouth." Everyone paused, digesting what Anna had just uttered. I closed my eyes and palmed my hand to my forehead, trying to prevent the headache I knew was coming. Any hope of the incident fading was destroyed when an uncontrollable burst of laughter burst out from Sainura. Hearing Sainura's gleeful laughter, Volundamu's eyes darkened with hate. Hoping to avoid an incident, I tried to intervene. Anna, I chided. That's hardly diplomatic. But Alex, she stomped his foot and whined. He started it. You should listen to your friend. Blondu mocked. Why don't you be a good little girl and sit down and shut up? Cedric and Alicia both winced while I shot Volundamu an annoyed look. Didn't this jackass know I was trying to help him? Don't come whining to me when Anna hits you with her diarrhea hex. Having seen the spell in action before, I can honestly say that hex has given me nightmares. Thankfully, even when we were fighting, Anna never crossed that line. Seeing my look, Volundamu spat, What, you want to take this to the ring? Suddenly, I realized I couldn't care less what happened to this jackass. It will be amusing to see him shitting his underwear. Perhaps sensing the change in my mood, Omar quickly said, You don't want to do that, Bal. This is my cousin, the one who took first place in the international dueling competition last year. Blondu gave me another look before dismissing me as a threat. That's only because I was too ill to compete last year. If I were there, I would have won the whole thing. Omar shook his head, You misunderstand. You wouldn't have faced Alex even if you competed. Alex won competing in the 4th year bracket when he was in his 3rd year. I could see from the look in Volundamu's eye that he wasn't entirely convinced. So Omar added a final detail, he beat a beta. Disbelief appeared on Volundamu's face as he re-evaluated me. There's no way he beat her. Deciding I wasn't worth the trouble, Volundamu turned his attention back to Anna. Which only showed his ignorance. Sure, I would have beat him. But, I would have done it quickly. Anna's like a cat, she likes to play with her food, and she happens to be way more vindictive than I am. And judging from the glare in her purple eyes, Anna hasn't forgiven him for his previous comment. Nothing drives Anna crazy than when people underestimate her. If Professor Trelawney were here, she would predict that there was some explosive diarrhea in this guy's future. Thankfully, everything was put on hold when the headmaster stood up. It seems as though no matter what school you went to, there was always a speech. Sorry for the wait. Had to do some world building. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Chapter 114. Like everyone else in the Great Chamber, I fell silent as the headmaster made his way to a wooden podium that had numerous tiny animals carved into it. I was a little surprised when I heard the name of Uagadu's headmaster. It was one I recognized from a small blurb in the 5th book, Babajid Akingbade. He was the wizard who replaced Albus Dumbledore as the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW. I had already decided I wasn't going to hold that against him. Akingbade didn't have any control over the idiots in the British Ministry of Magic. Someone had to fill the void when they foolishly decided to remove Dumbledore as Britain's representative to the ICW. Of course, none of that may happen now. Already I have seen changes to the timeline. While they were small, I have noticed they were getting bigger. By the time the 5th book arrives, who knows how different things will turn out. Not wanting to give off the impression that I wasn't paying attention, I turned my attention back to Akingbade. I couldn't help but compare him in my mind to Dumbledore. They were both tall. But, where Dumbledore was tall and willowy, Akingbade had a little more meat on his bone. He looked very fit beneath his solid black robes. I noted several other things about Akingbade that were both similar and slightly different to Professor Dumbledore. They both wore hats, but Dumbledore's hat was long and pointy in the European wizard tradition. But, Akingbade wore a black flat-topped kufi with golden geometric patterns skillfully woven into the hat. They both had glasses, but rather than the old-styled half-moon glasses that Dumbledore favored, Akingbade's glasses looked far more modern. And rather than having a long beard, Akingbade had a small goatee that was half-grey. While they had a lot of similarities, they did have notable differences. The biggest other than Dumbledore's pale skin and Akingbade's rich dark skin was their age. You wouldn't know it by how he acted and the energy he projected, but Dumbledore was around 110 years old. In comparison, Akingbade was still in his prime and looked to be in his mid-40s. I stopped focusing on my comparisons when Headmaster Akingbade began speaking in a deep timbre. Students, it pleases me to no end that you have chosen to return to Uagadu and continue your journey. The path to becoming proficient at magic is long and will require persistence and dedication. Akingbade turned his attention to the section where the first years sat. He smiled at their eager faces as they took in everything. For you, my young first years, your journey has just begun. I urge you to take your studies this year seriously. The path of magic is filled with many challenges. During your first year of study, you are exempt, but next year, you can expect your path to be far more challenging. Satisfied that they had gotten the message, Akingbade turned to the second-year students and said more seriously, as for you second years, I hope you took my warning last year and put forth your full effort. Starting this year, you will face challenges, and I am sure you will rise to meet them. Aching Bade relaxed a bit and gave a reassuring smile upon seeing some of the nervous looks. If anyone is worried about some of the challenges, remember there are those who you can turn to for help. There is a reason why we pair years together. The 7th with the 2nd, the 6th with the 3rd and the 5th and the 4th. Aching Bade scanned the room, making eye contact with the older students. For your first few years, you received help from those older than you. Now it is your turn to give back. Aching Bade went on for a few more minutes, going over what would be expected from the students. Then, as his speech came to an end, he said, "Well, that's enough out of me. I'm sure you are all hungry, so let's get dinner started." The feast that followed wasn't as grand as the one at Hogwarts. There were far fewer selections, but I have to admit the food was more than adequate. When dinner was over, we were dismissed and directed to go to the dorms. As we started pushing through the crowd of students, Cedric asked Omar, "Since you guys don't have houses, how do you separate your dorms?" "There are 4 dorm floors," Omar explained. "The first years are at the bottom and have an entire floor to themselves, but the other floors are grouped like they are in the Great Chamber." Cedric nodded and confirmed, "So, since you're in your 5th year and we're in our 4th, we will be on the same floor." Omar nodded. "Exactly." Seeing how everyone was headed to the many arch portals that lined the back of the Great Chamber, Anna remarked, "Do you guys use portals for everything? I've not seen a single staircase since we've been here." Sainura spoke up, "And you won't find any. Each level of Uagadu is self-contained. The only way to move between floors is to use the portals." Suddenly, I was reminded we were beneath a mountain. While I am sure the portals always work, I hope they have a backup plan. When we got to the arch, Omar reached for a particular symbol. Looking at it closely, I realized it was a circle containing the numeric runes for 4 and 5. Having gone through many portals, I didn't hesitate and went through the shimmering portal. On the other side of the portal, I realized Anna, Alicia, and Sainura were missing from our group. Seeing my confusion, Omar explained without me asking, "They were taken to the girls' side. They have their own set of dorm rooms." In a more serious tone, Omar added, "Oh, and before I forget. Whatever you do, don't try to sneak onto the girls' side." "Why?" I questioned. Thinking of Hogwarts's preventive measures, I asked, "Will we set off a wailing alarm?" Omar shook his head. "A barrier of some kind," Cedric guessed. Once again, Omar shook his head before explaining, "No, you'll get teleported outside to the path of body." Cedric and I exchanged puzzled looks. Wanting to know more, I said, "You've mentioned the paths earlier when we were going up the mountain. But, you didn't explain what they were." Omar hesitated for a moment but eventually shrugged, "I guess it doesn't matter if you find out now. The best way to describe the 3 paths would be to call them magical obstacles courses." I tilted my head in confusion. "How is that a punishment?" I asked. "That sounds fun. Maybe the path of mind and spirit," Omar replied, shaking his head. "But, the path of body prohibits any form of magic." I leaned back, utterly scandalized by the idea of not using magic. "No magic. That's..." I struggled for a moment, trying to find the right word. I finally settled on, "That's archaic." "I don't know," Cedric thoughtfully said. "It could be fun." I snorted and replied sulkily, "Maybe to you." Cedric shot me a cheeky grin, already anticipating beating me in the path. There was no denying that he had put on some muscle over the past year. And he also had outgrown me by several inches and was approaching 6 feet. Feeling a bit rebellious, I muttered, "No magic." "Humph. We'll see about that." "I wouldn't try anything," Omar warned. "Trust me, the path is monitored. If you start using magic in any way, the course doubles in length. There have been students who have gotten stuck on the path for hours." As I continued to suggest possible ways to beat the system, Omar led us to our room for the year. The 4th and 5th year dorms were essentially located in a long hallway that ran in a circle. Half of the circle belonged to the girls, and a thick wall divided the 2 sections. Omar did show us the door that could be used to cross over, but after hearing about the obstacle course with no magic, any desire to cross was gone. Merlin himself couldn't get me to cross that line. No magic. What are we, barbarians? On the boys' side of the floor, everything was set up in a specific way. 4th year dorms were on the left side and the 5th year on the right. From the way the dorms were designed, I knew that there had to be spatial shenanigans. I could see the logic behind the dorm grouping. Everything about Uagadu seemed designed to get students to interact with one another. Grouping the years differently every year ensured that students interacted with their fellow students, and it also fostered relationships with students from other years. While I loved Hogwarts, I couldn't help but see the advantage of the system at Uagadu. A lot of what I had seen appeared to be designed to get students to cooperate with others. With students coming from so many different magical societies, getting them to interact when they were young only makes sense. Although, not everything was as unified as it appeared. There seemed to be some pretty intense division coming from those who use wands and those that don't. The fact that they have different classes depending on whether they use wands is telling. If the school doesn't get a handle on things, I could see the schism growing wider as time goes on. The dorms themselves were pretty Spartan. There wasn't a whole lot in the rooms. Just a few small beds pushed up against bare walls and a few dressers. Seeing the dorms made me long for the Ravenclaw Tower. Already I missed my private dorm and the sanctum where I could pursue my studies in peace. The following morning after breakfast, Omar and Sainura informed us that we had a meeting with Professor Balagan. He was in charge of the day-to-day problems of the 4th and 5th years. Each group had someone like that. The closest comparison I could think of was Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. But, it wasn't an exact comparison because there were 4 of them at UAgadu. My first impression of Professor Balagan was surprising. He was short, only a few inches taller than me. His skin was dusky, and he had a faded scar that ran from his left temple down to his jaw. Long dark hair mostly concealed the shark teeth that were dangling from his ears. Any comparison to Professor McGonagall quickly faded from my mind. This guy looked like he belonged on Uncle John's ship. I had a feeling Professor Balagan was Mshai, the wizards who lived half their lives in the water. So, Professor Balagan briskly remarked as he sat down at his desk. "We need to go over your class selection for the year." He pulled out a scroll of paper from his robe. With a snap of his fingers, the scroll unraveled and floated in mid-air. "These are the classes that are available for your study. The core classes are required learning, but you are free to choose any number of electives. However, as you are no doubt also trying to keep up with your Hogwarts studies, I would suggest no more than 2 electives. Core classes: Transfiguration, Podiwondering, Astronomy, Chronicles of African Magic, Tis, Enchantments, Magical Creatures. Electives: Magical Botany, Rituals, Study of Runes, Numerology, Kawaii Learning, Extracurricular, Path of Animagus." I quickly memorized the list and started making a mental list of the classes I would take. Honestly, the classes offered weren't that different from those offered at Hogwarts, but that's not a big surprise. Of course, some of the names were different, but they should be relatively similar. For example, numerology was probably the UAgadu equivalent of arithmancy, and Kawaii Learning was their version of Muggle studies. But, ritual magic sounded new and exciting. Unfortunately, Hogwarts didn't teach anything like that. I couldn't help but think of Voldemort's return in the 4th book. That had to be a ritual of some sort. I had always wanted to know more about it, but I couldn't find anybody's information on rituals at Hogwarts. I also decided to take study of runes and numerology since I was already taking their equivalents at Hogwarts. I wasn't worried about Professor Balagan's suggestion about limiting the number of classes I was taking. I was well into my 7th year studies at Hogwarts. By the time this year is down, I should have completed everything. I couldn't stop a brief smile from creeping out when I noticed that magical botany was on the elective list. It looks like there will be no magical plants for me this year. That means I will only have to endure herbology 1 more year before I can ditch it forever. Finally, I turned my attention to the reason I had chosen to come to UAgadu. "Professor Balagan, can you tell us more about the extracurricular animagus class?" Professor Balagan eyed me for a moment. "It's not a normal class," he explained. "There are no tests or exams. You simply attend until you successfully become an animagus. The class meets once a week, on Saturday." Seeing the eager look on our faces, he cautioned, "Even if you take the class, there is no guarantee that you become animagi. Everyone's journey is different. Some manage it within a couple of months, but I've seen others take a couple of years." Professor Balagan's warning went in one ear and out the other. Nothing was going to stop me from becoming an animagus. After choosing our classes for the year, Professor Balagan issued us textbooks that we could use. One nice thing I noticed was our similar schedules. Other than ritual magic and magical botany, we would all be attending the same classes. Back at Hogwarts, there were never more than 2 of us in a class. As we left Professor Balagan's office, Alicia asked us, "So what do you think our animagi forms will be?" Briefly, the thought of my patroness popped into my head. It was a red-tailed hawk. From everything I've read, while there were a few exceptions, there appears to be a connection between one's animagus form and one's patroness. I had to admit, the possibility of being a hawk appealed to me. Being able to take flight with a mere thought would be freeing. Alicia interrupted my thoughts. With her hands on her hips, she bragged, "I'm going to be a lioness." "You don't get to choose your animagus form," I corrected. Alicia chose to ignore me, and she went on like I didn't say anything. "I'm in Gryffindor," she explained with her childish logic. "And our symbol is a lion." Anna rolled her eyes. "You know, I never got why Gryffindor's animal symbol is a lion. Why wouldn't you have a griffin as your symbol? It's literally in the name." Alicia, caught off guard, sputtered for a moment. "You. Well, why doesn't your animal? Alicia fell silent as she couldn't make the same argument against the House of Slytherin. Snakes pair well with the name, maybe because they sliver around. Deciding to throw Alicia a rope, I weighed in. The symbols don't have to match the founders' last names. Look at Ravenclaw. Our symbol isn't a raven. It's an eagle. Perhaps the 4 founders were secretly animagi, Cedric suggested. And they used their animal forms as symbols for their houses. Maybe, I replied. But I think it's more likely that the founders simply chose animals that embodied their ideals. For example, Gryffindor valued bravery, so he chose a lion. Ravenclaw used an eagle, representing wisdom, and Hufflepuff a badger, often underestimated, until provoked. And Slytherin? Anna narrowed her eyes when my voice trailed off. Gone on, she said dangerously. What does the snake symbolize? Creepiness, Alicia blurted out. Ooh, never mind, it's sneakiness. Sensing we were about to go rapidly off topic, I quickly clarified, cunning. Snakes represent cunning. Cunning is just another word for sneakiness, Alicia sang. Leaving Alicia to her fate, I turned back to Cedric, who nodded thoughtfully. You're probably right, he agreed. Anyone who knows the truth is dead. A thought went off in my head. Maybe the dead are exactly who could answer this question. The Grey Lady was the daughter of Rowena. And while we weren't blossoming friends, she and I had spent some time together, mostly bullying the bronze eagle statue in the sanctum. But I bet she would know the truth. I made a mental note to ask her when I got back to Hogwarts. While Anna and Alicia were arguing the merits of Gryffindor and Slytherin, Cedric and I tuned them out. Once or twice a year, they bicker like 5-year-olds, so we were used to it. By the end of everything, they will unite and agree that both Gryffindor and Slytherin are the best, then try to suck Cedric and me into an argument by claiming superiority over Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. I gave Cedric our nonverbal sign we had set up for whenever we wanted to ditch the girls. Slowly we snuck away to find Omar. He had promised to show us how to find our classes so we wouldn't be lost. A/N. Sorry for the shorter chapter. 1 or 2 chapters until we starting learning about animagi. Hope you enjoyed the chapter.